Within 5 minutes. And I thank you for your patience. Thank you very much.
Tene Dome Chogane Tukjiche Kadinche Shebe Kyangshe Bigyu, a cultural presentation by Dome Group.
手相单把的手。空擦球，土地切。嘎真切，空擦球。没起老米打把的手，手的手相单把的手。空擦球，土地切。
Hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kunga Chinden, and I serve as the program coordinator at Tibet House, the Cultural Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi. And it is my honor and privilege to be moderating today's inaugural session. Now, before that, may I kindly request everyone to ensure that your mobile phones are kept in silent mode so that we do not have any interruption during the session. Well, let me begin by extending a very warm welcome to all of you for joining us to this enriching moment of shared reflection and celebration. Respected Chief Guest, Professor Vivek Suneja-ji, the former Pro-Vice Chancellor and the former Head and Dean of the Faculty of Management Studies, Delhi University, our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Pasan Seringla, the Principal of College for Highest Tibetan Studies, SARA, Institute of Buddhist Dialectics, Dharamshala. Next, we have our guest of honor and the very keynote speaker from the Pali perspective, Professor Siddharth Singh Ji, the current Vice Chancellor of the Nava Nalanda Mahavira University, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. And our keynote speaker from the Sanskrit perspective, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, the Director of Tibet House, New Delhi, and last but not the least, Professor Goda Barisha Mishra Ji, for joining with us today. On behalf of Tibet House, New Delhi, I would like to extend a very warm and heartfelt welcome to this very thought-provoking symposium on what is real and what evaluates it, epistemological issues and responses from different philosophical traditions. Theravada and Mahayana, Series 5. We are deeply honored by your presence and truly grateful that you have taken out your valuable time from your busy schedule to be with us and join with us for this very conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an immense honor and a moment of deep joy for us to gather and celebrate the Year of Compassion. I am delighted to inform you all that this conference is a part of the ongoing series to commemorate Gothen, the 90th birth anniversary of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. Today we are privileged to hear from our distinguished speakers from diverse academic institutions who will illuminate the nuances of epistemology, explore its challenges and insights, and contribute to a deeper understanding of knowledge and its implication in our contemporary world. I am once again deeply honored to welcome each of you to this exquisite exchange of ideas, and I look forward to the enlightening discussion and reflection that will surely emerge from today's deliberation. With this note, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming our Chief Guest, Professor Vivek Suneja-ji, Mr. Pasan Seringla, and Professor Siddharth Singh Ji, our guest of honor and our keynote speaker, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula on stage, and do the honor of lighting the lamp of eternal wisdom, a symbol of the illumination of knowledge, and to offer our prayers to the enlightened ones and all the bodhisattvas for the long life of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama and for peace and harmony in this world. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to kindly welcome our chief guest, our guest of honor, and our keynote speaker on stage with a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. I request all of you to kindly take your seats on the stage. Thank you. Now may I take this very opportunity to invite our Director, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, to offer the white scarf and khata and the souvenir to our chief guest and our esteemed guest of honor. First we have our chief guest for today's conference, Professor Vivek Suneja ji. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to kindly give him a huge round of applause. Next we have our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Pasan Siringla. Then we have Professor Siddharth Singh ji, our guest of honor and the very keynote speaker. And last but not the least, we have Professor Godabarisha Mishra ji, who is the Senior Professor and the Dean of the Nalanda University. Thank you. Thank you, Gishla. Let me now briefly introduce you to Tibet House, the culture center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi. It was established in the year 1965 by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, and it was founded to preserve Tibet's rich cultural heritage, especially during a time of great challenge, and to serve as a center for Tibetan culture and Buddhist studies. Guided by His Holiness' vision of promoting universal harmony and compassion, Tibet House fosters meaningful dialogue between different cultural and spiritual tradition. It serves as a hub connecting Buddhist masters, scholars, students, and the general public through a wide range of programs and events. Over the past 5 decades, Tibet House has become a vital institution for the study and dissemination of Tibetan culture and Nalanda Buddhist philosophy. It is housed in a 5-story building. It features a museum of Tibetan art and artifacts, a library of nearly 5,000 volumes and a publication unit, a gallery, a conference hall, and a bookshop. Tibet House also publishes numerous titles annually and organizes regular lectures, seminars, film screenings, and exhibitions. Its academic offerings span Nalanda Buddhist philosophy and interdisciplinary conferences on topics such as neuroscience, quantum physics, spiritual ecology, and universal ethics, highlighting its growing relevance in contemporary society. Tibet House also offers 4 structured courses in Buddhist psychology, philosophy, and psychology: Nalanda Master's Course, Nalanda Diploma Course, Nalanda Certificate Course, Nalanda Introductory Course. At present, there are more than 8,800 students from 99 countries enrolled in courses, out of which we have 3,140 Russian-speaking participants. Along with this, we also offer a Tibetan language course, accessible both online and physical. And I'm pleased to inform you about the recent completion of the 29th batch of Tibetan language course on 30th September 2025, with a total of 234 applicants and 118 enrolled for this course. Now, the registration for the 30th batch of Tibetan language course will open from 15th October 2025 till 16th November 2025. In addition, Nalanda Dharma studies are held twice a week for Tibetan-speaking students, both lay and monastic. These sessions are led by Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, the director of Tibet House, the culture center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi, and are designed to provide a systematic introduction to the core principles of the Buddhist philosophy. At present, the ongoing teachings include Introduction to Buddhism, which is held every Wednesday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Indian Standard Time. And then we have Oma Jukpa, Entering the Middle Way, which is held every Saturday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Now let me share a very wonderful experience of the audience and blessing of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. On 2nd June 2023, close to 500 students who have recently graduated from or are currently studying the Nalanda Master's Course and the Nalanda Diploma course offered by Tibet House, New Delhi, received a gracious audience and a blessing from His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama himself, and an oral transmission of J. Rinpoche's In Praise of Dependent Arising. Now, as we move on to the Tibet House publication announcement, as you can see on the PPT presentation, these are the few publications which have been recently launched on the very auspicious occasion of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama's birthday, 90th birthday. First, we have three eye-opening and well-known commentaries on Mulya Madhyamaka. Then we have a book which is called A Study on the Rock Art and Inscriptions of Alchi, Ladakh. Then we have How the Middle View held by all Tibetan Buddhist schools converge into one. Next, Tracing the Footprints of Je Tsongkhapa, which is in Tibetan. And then we have the very conference preceding booklet, which is Philosophy of Ultimate Reality and Its Practice. And it was launched on 10 December 2024 during the ceremony of the 35th anniversary of His Holiness the Dalai Lama being awarded the Nobel Peace Prize by the Tibet House Publication Unit. And I would also like to take this very opportunity to inform you all that we have an upcoming conference on neuroscience and Buddhist philosophy and a conference on universal ethics on 10 December 2025, which is also a part of the very celebration to commemorate the 90th birth anniversary of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. Now, coming back to our main event today, I once again welcome you all to this very profound symposium. On this note, I now have the privilege of inviting our secretary, Mr. Tenzin Kunjabla, to kindly address the gathering and extend a warm welcome as we commence this meaningful symposium in the presence of our esteemed speakers and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our secretary, Mr. Tenzin Kunjabla.
Everyone. It's a slow and early Saturday morning, and we are still expecting more participants. They're on the way. Most respected Professor Vivek Srinivasaji, former Pro Vice Chancellor, former Head and Dean, Faculty of Management Studies, Delhi University, honored guests of honor, Mr. Pasang Sring La, College for Higher Tibetan Studies, Sara, Institute of Buddhist Dialectics from Dharamshala, and Professor Siddharth Singh Ji, Vice Chancellor, Nav Nalanda University, Bihar, who is also our keynote speaker from the Pali perspective. And from the Sanskrit tradition, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, the Director of Tibet House, New Delhi. Respected speakers, friends of Tibet House, and dear students. It is with immense joy and respect that I welcome you all to this very special conference organized by Tibet House, the cultural center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi, here in the heart of New Delhi. This conference is fifth fifth in our Theravada and Mahayana dialogue series, which takes up a question that lies at the heart of every philosophical and spiritual tradition. What is real and how do we know it? In a time of rapid technological change, shifting worldviews, and increasing uncertainty, such inquiries are not only timely but essential. Across the centuries, both Indic and Western traditions have grappled with the nature of reality not just as an abstract idea, but as something that defines the human experience. Where quantum physics uses the equations and scientific experiments, Buddhist and Western philosophy through cognitive inquiries and analyze the same reality through pure reasonings. Tibet has long been committed to creating spaces where traditions meet, not to compete but to complement each other, to learn from one another, and to deepen our collective understanding of mind, knowledge, and existence. We have gathered a distinguished lineup of speakers, experts, and I sincerely thank all the scholars, guests, and participants, many of whom have traveled from afar or joined us with great effort. Let this conference be more than a presentation of views. Let it be a shared journey into the very question of knowing itself. With that, I welcome you all and wish our deliberation to be meaningful, insight, and inspiring. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tenzin Kunjabla. Now may I take this opportunity to invite our chief guest, Professor Vivek Sunejaji, on stage and kindly address the gathering. And before that, I would like to give you a very short introduction. Right. Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our chief guest, Professor Vivek Sunejaji.
A very good morning. Director of Tibet House, my dear friend and guru, Geshe Dorji, Mr. Shering, Professor Singh, Professor Mishra, and all dear friends. I notice Renukaji here and everybody else who's here on Saturday morning. It's a great pleasure, honor, and a joy to be here. What is real and what knows it? But before I begin, prayer for His Holiness. May he live long and healthily, and may all his aspirations come true. He's 90, doesn't look it, and his smile is of a 9-month kid, perhaps. Yes, he just smiles as a baby smiles. I think he's eternally young, and he gives us inspiration. And that smile of His Holiness comes from his purity. And so may his blessings be with all of us, so that we also are free from suffering. The Buddha, when he investigated what the nature of reality is, his chief concern, of course, was suffering and how to eliminate it. After all, that's where the first noble truth is. Yes, there is suffering. And then what is the cause of suffering? Is there a way to eliminate suffering? And what's the path? The Four Noble Truths. That was the chief concern. But he diagnosed the problem as essentially one of misperception of reality, which he called ignorance. That is why the Noble Eightfold Path, the first path, is right view. In other words, we have a mistaken view of reality. We misperceive who we are, what the nature of the world is, and then that causes all kind of afflictions. We get afraid, we crave, there's desire, because we misperceive who we are and what we want, and because we crave for various things, and therefore we might adopt wrong means, we might hurt others, we might exploit others to get what we want. And that sets the law of action and reaction, which we call the law of karma, and then we suffer. So critical to this entire view of looking at suffering is what is real and who are we. It's interesting that science philosophy, social sciences, all are based essentially on the same principle, which is careful observation. Sometimes we do experiments to generate data which we look at. Sometimes the data is present anyway. But the whole idea is to look at empirical reality and make sense of it. So, the concept note for this conference essentially said empiricism versus reason. And if you think about it, they're not independent of each other. In the language of Madhyamika, they arise codependently, reason and empiricism. You have to begin with what is presented to us. And that capacity to be aware, of course, is our consciousness. And our sense organs bring certain data, present certain data about the empirical world to our consciousness. Without consciousness and this data coming in, there will be nothing to know. Then we use our intellect to organize this data, to see patterns in data. Data is not homogeneous, so we organize this data using our intellect. And when we do that, certain generic patterns emerge. And those generic patterns we call logic or rules of reasoning. And we use these rules of logic and reasoning to make sense of other data. So more complex patterns based on our understanding, which is based on some generic patterns which we call logic. So logic and data are correlated. Of course, there's a danger that once you have perceived reality in one way, you might stop looking at the world in a new fashion, because that very perception of the old, the memory, is filtering the way we look at reality again. Yes? So in Zen Buddhism, for example, let's say, or Krishnamurti famously used to say that we must be free of concepts in the sense that it should not imprison us in the sense of looking at the world. It may help us, but if we get imprisoned in certain concepts, certain ways of looking, that can prevent us from looking at the world in a new way. After all, there may be multiple perspectives. So we must use logic, we must use categories to organize the data, but not get imprisoned in the data. But it's interesting what careful observation can do and how far it can take us. I shall borrow this glass of water here from my friend Doji. Now, is this part of me? Is this water part of me? Let's look at ourselves. One of the biggest things we look at is the boundary between us and the rest of the world. And, the Buddha said, you suffer, who are you? Or what are you? I suffer. One can look at suffering, but before that, what is that I that suffers? So where is the boundary between me, the I, and the rest of the world? So at the moment, this water, we could say, this is not me. This is outside me. I am this body and this mind, this consciousness, these thoughts, emotions that run through my head, but this is not part of me. Suppose I now drink this water. I take a gulp. Yes? Once I've taken that gulp of water, that water which enters my body, is that me now? This is outside me. I take a sip of water. That water I have taken in, is that me? It's part of my body. Yes? So when it was outside, it's not me. When I drink it, it's me. What about the air we're breathing? Yes? It is me, precisely. What about the air we're breathing? Yes? This air outside is not me. Then I take a breath. That me. Take a breath and hold it. Take a breath and hold it. After a while, you'll suffocate if you don't let it out. You won't be able to take your next breath. When you take in the air, that's you. When you leave it out, when exhale it, is it you? If you didn't exhale it, you couldn't take the next breath. Yes? So this air, whether it's outside or inside, is you. This water is you, this air is you, this light without which we could not see, without which there would be no food for plants to manufacture. Yes, this light is us, this earth is us, the light comes from the sun, so the sun is us, the stars are us, this universe is us. It's literally us. This is not abstraction. This water is me when I drink it. The food is me. Yes, that was interdependence. We are this. But we are also this consciousness with which we are having this conversation. Yes, I am this thought, this emotion, this sensation. What about your thoughts and sensations? Are they me? Because they're outside. Just like the water is outside, the air is outside. Your emotions, are they me? Well, those emotions are made of the same stuff that my emotions are made of. So just like air is air, this air is not yours or mine. We both inhaling, exhaling, but this air is common. So the consciousness which you and I have is the same. It comes in different forms. Yes, your thoughts might come in different forms. Or once we have reached a consensus, maybe they may be the same form. But thoughts are thoughts. Consciousness is consciousness. Yes, just as sodium is sodium. It's not Indian sodium and British sodium and French sodium. Yes, air is air. Consciousness is consciousness. It's neither yours or mine. Yes, we're in all this together. So just looking at things takes us very far. Careful observation. Look a little further. We're going to have these wonderful discussions today. I'm only an amateur at all this. But I can't help just lay out some groundwork which comes from so-called common sense. Common means just careful looking, which all of us can do in common. That's common sense. Yes, that's why it's called common sense. Yes. So if we look at a little further at the awareness with which we are having this talk and listening, and you suddenly realize that all we know is awareness. We've never seen matter. You know, Chalmers Johnson talks about the hard problem of consciousness, how matter gives rise to consciousness. The real problem is not the problem of consciousness. We are aware of it all the time. The real problem is the hard problem of matter. Have you ever seen matter? Nobody can see matter. Nobody's seen matter. You can never see matter. All you can see is how that matter impresses upon your consciousness. We only see the impression of matter on our consciousness, through our sense organs, through our consciousness. We've never seen matter. It is unknowable in principle. There may be matter, there may not be matter. The mind-only school, yes, the Chitmatra school of Buddhism, would say there is only mind, where is matter? The Madhyamika schools would say, no, there is matter, and there is consciousness, and they arise codependently. The subject, which is consciousness, and the object of consciousness, they arise together. Yes, codependently arise. The mind-only school, there is only mind, there is only consciousness. Where have we known matter? The Advaita school, yes, would say there is a subject, consciousness, there are objects of consciousness, but the subject is primary. Yes, the subject is primary. The object of consciousness, which may be matter or thoughts or emotions, all the objects of consciousness, there are appearance in the subject. Yes, there are appearances in the subject. So the subject is real, the object, if you like, is like an illusion, it's mithya. It's like the ocean and the waves. The water is the reality of the waves. The water is the reality of the ocean. The waves arise and fall. They're transient, as the Buddha would say. All these forms are transient, yes, but they arise in something which is abiding. You know, interestingly, in Buddhism, where everything is considered transient, impermanent, all conditioned phenomena have causes and effects, and yet we speak about the Buddha nature. And of course, Doji will tell us more how you reconcile that. But the Buddha nature Yes, the Buddha nature, which is our eternal nature, is unblemished, it is pure, it's joyous, it's virtue. It's covered up by adventitious defilements, by ignorance, by hatred, by envy, everything that emerges from ignorance. But the moment you remove those defilements, your pristine nature is recovered. That has always been, shall always be. So the Buddha nature, in that sense, is unconditioned. This phenomenon world is conditioned. That's something which Advaita would say. Now, how you exactly distinguish it? Yes, in terms of the language of Shunyata, which Buddhism employs, the emptiness language of Nagarjuna, versus a more positivist language which the Advaita people use. Yes, and what are the subtle differences? I leave that to the philosophers, that's why we have. But the interesting thing is, this looking at reality, this looking at me, suddenly gives us a way out of suffering. Because as the Buddha said, there is no I apart from the five aggregates, the thoughts and feelings and formations that make up I. So that I is an illusion, and that I craves, that I can never be fulfilled because the I is unreal. The I is an illusion, it's a mental construct. Something real can be fulfilled, something unreal can never be fulfilled. If you have a pot and it's real, I can pour water in it. If I have an unreal pot, an illusionary pot, how much ever water I put into it, it will never be fulfilled. So our stomachs, in some sense, are real. So if you have food, after a while there'll be satiation, you'll say no more. But this I, which is a pure mental construct, changing emotions, changing thoughts, changing feelings, fine. You make a permanent I out of it. Yes, a virtual reality. How will you fulfill it? You can't, because it's imaginary. No matter what you do, you will never fulfill it. So greed versus need, because you're trying to fulfill something which cannot be fulfilled. That's craving, that's Trishna, that's suffering. And then in your frustration, you'll try and grab, you'll hurt someone else. And the law of karma will bring pain anyway. So reality and its understanding is intrinsic to the Buddha's path. So I've taken much more time than I deserved, but I thought I'll just mention certain things. I've been coming to Tibet House for so long, and so as a lay person, a little understanding that I managed to, I thought I'll share it so that the experts can take over. Thank you. Later.
Thank you very much, Professor Vivek Suneja-ji. It is always a great pleasure to listen to you, sir, and always very curious about your explanation on the very topic itself whenever we have you at the conference, sir. Well, thank you very much, sir. Next, our guest of honor, Mr. Pasan Seringla. I would like to invite him to kindly address the gathering, and before that, I would like to give you a short introduction about Mr. Pasan Seringla. Mr. Pasan Seringla is an accomplished Tibetan educator and academic leader with more than 25 years of experience in higher education and international academic collaboration. A Tibetan refugee who has escaped Tibet in the year 1982, he began his schooling at the Tibetan Children's Village in Dharamshala and went on to earn a bachelor's degree in liberal arts from Spicer Memorial College, Pune, followed by advanced studies as a Fulbright scholar at the University of Wyoming, United States of America. He is currently serving as the principal of the College of Higher Tibetan Studies, SARA, in Dharamshala. Pasanga has played a pivotal role in strengthening Tibetan higher education through academic innovation, institutional development, and global partnership. Under his leadership, CHTS has hosted long-standing semester programs with Emory University, Miami University, and Earlham College, fostering cross-cultural exchange and scholarly dialogue between Tibetan and Western academic tradition. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Pasan Seringla, on stage.
Good morning, Sangha members, Professor Vivek Sineja, Chief Guest, Kichi Tojidamdula, the Director of Tibet House, professors, scholars, and researchers. Firstly, it is my privilege to be invited to this one-day conference as a guest. I don't deserve such honor, but Geshe-la has been very kind, so thank you, Geshe-la. And because I'm not an academician, I would just like to give you some background information about the two institutes that I represent, the Institute of Buddhist Dialectics and the College for Higher Tibetan Studies, both based in Dharamsala. The Institute of Buddhist Dialectics, Dharamsala, commonly known as the IBD, was founded way back in 1973 on Dalai Lama's birthday. The idea of founding such an institute was presented to His Holiness the Dalai Lama by our late founder director Ken Lobsang Gyaltsok, who is now fondly remembered and called as the Gen Thamba by all of his students. And Genla shared his idea of founding an institution where young Tibetans were coming out of the high school who have received modern education and who wish to pursue higher studies in Buddhist tradition and philosophy. And of course, His Holiness not only welcomed the idea, but then supported Gen Thamba in setting up the institute. And from there on, the institute, of course, initially started with some financial difficulties, but over the years, with support from Dalai Lama himself and also his office, the institute started to perform very well. In fact, it became one of the success stories of the exiled Tibetan community. Over the years, so many scholars have been produced from the institute, and one such scholar is Geshe Tojidamdula, Geshe Lhatola, and the current translators of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, most of them have been students at the Institute of Buddhist Dialectics. But then the institute where it's located is right next to Dalai Lama's temple, and because of the limited space, it was difficult to do any kind of expansion project. So therefore, in the late 80s and early 90s, there was a huge number of young Tibetans coming out of Tibet who have very good foundation in Tibetan language and also Buddhist philosophy from Tibet. But then when they arrived in India, they are already in their early 20s or late 20s. And most of them, because they have escaped over to India, they do not have any kind of formal degree certificates or any paper documents to present for job possible or anything. So therefore, Genla recruited those young Tibetan boys and girls and started training them as Tibetan language teachers and also Tibetan civil servants for the Central Tibetan administration. But then, as I mentioned earlier, the area at the institute where our main institute located is very congested. So that's why the present location, the Sara campus or the College for Higher Tibetan Studies, was founded. Of course, it was blessed by His Holiness several times, but in August 1998, after completion of all the buildings, the construction, His Holiness graced the inaugural function, and from there onwards, the Institute of Buddhist Dialectics, Sara or the Sara campus, started to offer many different kinds of programs, not just in Buddhist philosophy, but to study Buddhist philosophy whether it's in IBD or any of the Tibetan monastic institutions. Tibetan language is a requirement. And therefore, we have at the Sara campus Tibetan language for complete beginners, for advanced students, literature, Buddhist philosophy, Buddhist science and philosophy, and also we continue to train Tibetan language teachers for Tibetan schools and other monastic schools, and also continue to prepare Tibetan civil servants for the exiled Tibetan government. As of now, we have also now started offering Tibetan language online program to non-Tibetan students. And this program has been already been offered by Esukia Institute, but now they're planning some other programs. So they have handed over their program to us, and we are continuing where they have left. So as of now, earlier I was talking with Professor Bimalendra Kumarji. Yeah. Both the institute, IBD, and its branch, the College for Higher Tibetan Studies, are not affiliated with any of the Indian universities or any of the universities that are recognized under the UGC. And it is not that we are not interested or we don't aspire, but we have been trying to get some kind of affiliation or recognition with any of the Indian universities. But it has been proven very difficult, and there are various reasons. And one of the major reason being the certification of the faculty members, because most of our faculty members have been educated and trained in Tibetan traditional monastic educations or traditional institutions where their certification is still not fully recognized or by the UGC in India. So that's where the problem is. But also it is without doubt, I can say that their academic qualification is very, very high, but it's only that their certificate is not accepted. And therefore, most of our undergraduate students, both at the IBD and also at the lower campus, they pursue correspondence course from Delhi University. Earlier, many of them do courses from Delhi University, but no longer, because there has been several issues. So we are now encouraging them to do their undergraduate courses through distance learning from Indira Gandhi National Open University and other universities like Himachal Pradesh University and Central University. But over the years, over the last few years, our Tibetan language program for the beginners and intermediate has been growing, and we have at the present about students from about 21 different nationalities. And in total, we have about 59 international students on campus right now. And most of them come to learn Tibetan language as a fresh learner, or some of them have already been enrolled in program here at Tibet House or elsewhere. But then they wish to continue their further studies in Buddhist philosophy in maybe a Tibetan monastic institution or in a Tibetan institute like Sara or the IBD. And in all these places, the medium of instruction is Tibetan language. And therefore, without Tibetan language, admission is almost impossible, because not just the lectures, but our programs are heavily structured with the debate as the traditional debate as the core part of the program. And most of your debating partners will be either Tibetan monks or monks from the Himalayan region. So therefore, it is very important for any student, whether Tibetan or non-Tibetan, to have a good proficiency in Tibetan language. So therefore, we encourage all our students to first learn Tibetan language, and then after that they can pursue higher studies in Buddhist philosophy at our campus, as well as in other Tibetan monastic institutions. So IBD has been one of the progressive institute in the exiled Tibetan community, because in a monastic setting, we follow the same monastic curriculum that at the IBD, but then it is still not possible for any lay students to get enrolled in monastic institution. But at IBD, there is no distinction. It doesn't matter whether you're a monk or nun or a man or woman. So if you have the basic Tibetan language proficiency and interest to study further, then you accept it. So that is one of the kind of key difference. And then also, once you reach the MPhil level at the Institute of Buddhist Dialectics, we offer a very unique program called the Rime Loben, or what we also call it non-sectarian study program. So in this program, the monks and the students, they go to 4 schools of the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, Kagyu, Nyingma, Gelug, and Sagya, and spend at least minimum 3 months in each of their shedra or the monastic university and study their doctrine. And then at the end of the program, they are required to write a thesis, a small thesis of the topic of their choice. So this is very unique. Of course, in modern university settings, it's already available in many of these universities, but still it's not available in Tibetan monastic institutions. So that is, I feel, another kind of unique tradition or the practice at the Institute of Buddhist Dialectics. So because of time, I will just wrap it up here, and I want to once again thank the opportunity to Geshe-la and the Tibet House. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pasasrila, for sharing us the very insight about the College for Higher Tibetan Studies, Sarah, and the Institute of Buddhist Dialectics, and also giving us the very profound information about the very objective and the various programs being activated by College for Higher Tibetan Studies and the Institute of Buddhist Dialectics in Dharamshala. Thank you very much, Kila. Next I would like to invite Professor Goda Barisha Mishraji on stage to kindly address the gathering for 5 minutes. And before that, I would like to give you a very short introduction. Right. Professor Goda Barisha Mishraji is a senior professor and the Dean of the School of Buddhist Studies and Philosophy and Comparative Religion at the Nalanda University, Rajgir, India. He has served as a visiting professor in the School of Humanities and Social Science at IIT Bhubaneswar from 2018 to 2022. He has formerly worked as the chairman of the School of Philosophy and Religious Thought, as well as the professor and head of the Department of Philosophy, University of Madras. He was the editor at the Kopuswamy Sastry Research Institute, Chennai, during 1985 to 1988, and was also the member secretary of the Indian Council of Philosophical Research, New Delhi, during 2007 to 2011. His main areas of specialization are Vedanta and Buddhism, especially classical and textual traditions. He has published over 50 research papers on classical and contemporary Indian thought, comparative philosophy, and authored numerous review articles. His publications include Anubhuti Prakasha of Vidyaranya, Shivajna Bhobada Sangraha Basya of Sivagra Yogin, and he was the co-editor in the year 1993. Essays in honor of R. Bala Subramaniam, co-edited with Srinivasa Rao in the year 2003. Breaking Barriers, Essays in Asian and Comparative Philosophy, co-edited with Mr. Frank Hoffman in the year 2003. And Vedanta Without Maya, a debate on Saptavida Anupati in the year 2014. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Goda Barisha Mishraji on stage.
Respected Gisela Damdul, esteemed Professor Suneja, Professor Siddharth Singh, Mr. Pasang Sering, and all the scholars and dignitaries who have given their time to be here in this morning. I start my 2-3 minutes intervention, I should say, with a prayer to the Buddha. In the words of Nagarjuna, he says, Yapratitya samutpadam prapanchopashamam shivam desayamasa sambuddhaha tam bande vadatam varam. With reverential salutation to His Holiness Dalai Lama, who has brought the message of the Buddha, the Sakyamuni, to the world, transcending the borders and going beyond all differences the world suffers from, us by creating and adding to the existing apartheids, the differences, and who has schooled the man to be human, not being caught up with the identities that gets associated with us, sometimes naturally and most of the times artificially. My grateful thanks are due to Gisela Damdul, who has taken the mantles of studying, understanding, preaching and propagating the teachings of the Buddha as well as His Holiness Dalai Lama and bringing it to all of us for understanding us in a deeper level for the protection and preservation of humanity and to make the man human, and by teaching the words of togetherness, peace and harmony as has been the message of the Buddha. And like the whole tradition of Buddhism, as I see it, is inseparably integrated with Indian religious ethos. We may today differentiate Hinduism from Buddhism, but we should look into the format of the Buddhism, how it is grown along with so-called Sanatana, Vaidika, religiosity of this land, along with the Sanatana, alongside the Sanatana Avaidika tradition. This is something which is the main crux of this seminar, and I must take this opportunity to congratulate Gesela for bringing before us the dialogues which brings us before the reality, which makes us to encounter reality, the reality which has been preached and propagated by the masters of Nalanda and the tradition that Buddha has enunciated. Now, so to go back, I must say how much the tradition, the Indian tradition of philosophy has been influenced by these great writings of Nalanda masters, those who worked together. This I will keep for my presentation in the afternoon, but I take this opportunity again to thank all of you to be here, to be with a debate which was started by the Sakyamuni, the Buddha, and continued till date for nothing excepting making the man to think rationally for the preservation of humanity and the world at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Godabarisha Mishra ji. Then we have Professor Siddharth Singh ji, our guest of honor and the very keynote speaker from Pali tradition on the very topic, what is real and what evaluates it. But before that, I would like to give you a brief introduction before I invite him on stage. Professor Siddharth Singh ji is the Vice Chancellor of the Nav Nalanda Mahavira University, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. In a permanent position, he is a senior professor in the Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies at Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Professor Siddharth Singh ji was also a diplomat and director of the Indian Cultural Center, Embassy of India, from 2018 to 2022, where he has worked extensively to promote Indian culture in Japan and strengthen the India-Japan soft diplomatic relationship. He has also been the recipient of the Japan Foundation Fellowship in the year 2003, a Fulbright Senior Research Fellowship in the year 2011 to 2012, United States of America, and Vadrayana Vyas President Award in the year 2005. Professor Siddharth Singh Ji has been a visiting professor of Indian Studies at Uppsala University, Sweden, ICCR Chair of Indian Studies from the year 2014 to 2015. He has also published 4 books, namely Saddhamagga Sanghao, History of Buddhism till 13th Century, publication by Motilal Banarasi Das, Jina Karita, Biography of the Buddha, publication by Pilgrims Publication House, Delhi, Zen Bauddha Dharma Sangeet, publication by Sahitya Bhandar, Allahabad, and Remembering the Legend, Kosetsu Nosu, publication by Mahabodhi Society of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Siddharth Singh Ji on stage with a huge round of applause.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Most Venerable Geshe Dolji Damdullah Ji, Professor Vivek Suneja Ji, Chief Guest of today's program, Dr. Parsin Shering Ji, Professor Godavish Mishra Ji, Professor Vimlan Kumar sitting in front of us, Venerable Mahasangh, students, friends, brothers and sisters. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to Tibet House for having me to put my views on a wonderful philosophical topic which has been a matter of debate since its inception, not only in Indian philosophy but in the Western philosophy too. I'm supposed to discuss my views from the perspective of Pali literature. Although central philosophy of Buddhism is not different in its entire journey, the central philosophy of Buddhism, which is known as Paticcasamuppada in Pali, which is known as, again, Pratityasamutpada in Sanskrit, an entire edifice of the philosophy of Shunyata, which was erected by Acharya Nagarjuna in Mool Madhyamik Karika, Ya Ajavan Javi Bhav Upadaya Pratityava, So Pratityanupadaya Nirvanam Upadishyate. So the entire philosophy of Shunyata is also erected on the philosophy of Paticcasamuppada. But I would like to confine myself with the topic with a special reference to Pali literature only. What is real and what evaluates it? In the modern times, we are dealing with actually not 2 realities, but 3 kind of realities. The deep fake and artificial intelligence has also presented a 3rd kind of reality which has to be examined again as a separate kind of the conventional truth. In the modern context, this topic, what is real and what evaluates it? The first part, what is real, it comes under the umbrella of ontology. It deals with ontology and metaphysics. And what evaluates it? That comes under the umbrella of the domain of philosophy called epistemology. And if we talk in the terms of Indian context, not only epistemology, but also soteriology. Because of epistemology and soteriology are not 2 separate, distinct domains in the context of Indian philosophy, especially in the context of Buddhism. Let me start with this disclaimer that ultimate reality, when we understand ultimate reality in the context of Buddhism, so ultimate reality does not necessarily mean eternal reality. A metaphysical substance, a timeless, unchanging substance like we understand in the terms of Vedanta, the Brahma philosophy of the concept of Brahma in Vedanta. In Buddhism, when we talk of the ultimate reality, so that is something which is irreducible, which is abstract, but at the same time, that is ultimate, not in the sense of permanent or eternal metaphysical substance, but on the contrary, it is momentary, it is impermanent, it is non-self. So, and that ultimate reality, even if we talk in the terms of Nibbana, for example, the previous, if you study the Sutta literature, so generally ultimate reality, so-called ultimate reality, is presented in the form of the 5 components: Rup, Vedana, Sanya, Sankhar, and Vijnana. Rup is the matter, Vedana, Sanya, and Sankhar are the mental factors, and Vijnana is consciousness. If we have to convert the same sutta interpretation in Abhidhamma, then Abhidhammatha Sangaho starts, the compendium of Abhidhamma philosophy starts with the Gatha. Tattva Vutta Abhidhammatha Chatudha Paramatthatu Chittam Chetsikam Rupam Nibbanam Iti Sabbhatha. There are 4 ultimate realities: Chitta, Chetsik, Rup, and Nibbana. Abhidhamma also takes the same nomenclature, Rup, as it has been taken in Sutta literature or Vinaya literature. Vedana, Sanya, and Sankhar are presented by the another nomenclature, Chetsik. Chitta and Vijnana are same, but it also adds Nibbana or Nirvana. Nirvana is often represented in Abhidhamma literature as Dhuva, Sassata. Dhuva means stable, which is like permanent, eternal, Sassata, Shashvata, eternal. And often people tend to believe that Nibbana has some kind of, like La de la Velepuse, when he was understanding the concept of Nirvana is his writing 6 lectures of Nirvana. So he tried to figure out the concept of paradise in the concept of Nirvana, because it is represented as something eternal. But that is not the interpretation of Nirvana. In Buddhism, in Pali literature, Nirvana is presented as Sassata, Nitya, or Dhuva, Nitya, permanent. Because that liberation is forever of that person who has attained Nirvana. So it is more related with the human being who has attained Nirvana rather than a kind of metaphysical substance, an enduring self, which, like other philosophies, is a kind of eternal, which has eternal existence. So ultimate is not eternal. Now, what exists, as I mentioned, that ultimate reality, the ontology. In the previous Sutta and Vinaya literature, it presents in the form of the 5 components, Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankhar, and Vijnana. And the nature, what is the metaphysical nature of what is metaphysics of this philosophy? The metaphysics of philosophy, the structure of the reality is beyond the physical. Once one realizes the 3 characteristics which is known as Tilakhana, 3 characteristics in Buddhism: anicca, impermanence, dukkha, suffering, and non-self. And in a larger analytical framework, if you have to talk, so it is represented by the dependent origination, or what is known as paticca samuppada. And it clearly says that nothing exists independently. Everything is essenceless, which actually Acharya Nagarjuna and other philosophers presented in the form of shunya. The only thing that they treated the shunya concept, applied the shunya concept not only to samsara, but they also applied the same terminology in a different sense on the nirvana also. Na sansarasya nirvanat kinchidasti visheshanam, na nirvanasya sansarat kinchidasti visheshanam. But it is about the prapancha shunya and the sara shunya. So, now, very briefly, because I dealt with the ontology and metaphysics, as I mentioned that epistemology of Buddhism is not separable from the soteriology. Soteriology, the doctrine of liberation, although it started in the Western tradition with the term of the doctrine of the Savior, but now in modern understanding, soteriology deals with everything, whatever deals with the doctrine of philosophy of the liberation or emancipation, or if you want to apply the Christian terminology, the philosophy of salvation. But that is not applicable to Buddhist philosophy at all, because salvation doesn't have any existence in the Buddhist philosophy. Then, in Pali literature, there is a great deal of discussion on how we realize, because epistemology deals with the subject how we know the things and how we evaluate truth and reality. In Pali literature, especially in Abhidhamma literature, this issue is dealt in the form of 2 kind of cognitive process. One you can call perceptual cognitive process, which is presented as Panchadwara Vithi, the 5 sense door cognitive process. And other one, you can say that the cognitive process is conceptual cognition. So perceptual cognition and conceptual cognition. Panchadwara Vithi and mind door cognitive process, which is known as Manodwara Vithi. In that process, even the billions of the Chitta Chanas takes place according to Buddhist philosophy within a second, and how each moment of when we start the first moment of the consciousness, when it is absolutely still, like still water, when there is no disturbances in the flow of consciousness, it has given a certain name, which is known as bhavanga. Then with certain interruption, when something appears before the consciousness, The second stage comes bhavanga chalan, it is stirred, and so on. It ends with an entire process of the perceptual cognition takes the 17 chitta chanas, the momentary consciousness. And then once it is registered in the form of the last term, which is known as tadarama registration, a kind of registration is done of that, the whole perceptual cognition process is completed. Then mind door cognition process starts with, which relates with the memory. I have seen this object in the past. The interrelationship of the previous memories with the modern thing which has appeared before our mind. Because mind is the center supreme in Buddhism. I don't need to repeat the first gatha of Dhammapad, that mind is mano pubbangama dhamma, mano setha manomaya, manasa cha paduthen bhasati va karoti va, tato nam dukkham anveti chakkam va vahto padam. So in abstract, without explaining the whole gatha, it says that mind is supreme because everything starts with the mind, and then it is reflected into your bodily action or verbal action. So the whole journey of knowing the reality, knowing the object, and then knowing the reality of that object should start with the mind. In Buddhism, there are two kinds of truths are described in Pali literature as well as in Buddhist Sanskrit literature. In the Pali literature, it is known as Sammuti Satya and Paramartha Satya. Sammuti Satya, conventional truth, and Paramartha Satya is ultimate truth, which deals with the ultimate reality. Acharya Nagarjuna also presents in his Mool Madhyamik Karika, Dve Satye Samupashrita Buddhanam Dharmadeshana, Lok Samriti Satyam Cha Paramarthata. Two kinds of truths are there. So as I mentioned, as I started in the beginning, that one is the conventional truth. We are calling by the name, we are calling by the objects, and we have given a certain name to the things. And let me draw your attention towards the dialogue between Acharya Nagasen, Bhante Nagasen, and King Milinda, Milinda Paiho. When he asked about his introduction, that who are you? Venerable Nagasen replied that although people call others by certain names, Nagasen, Sursen, and so on, but there is no self like that. So he wanted to say that actually the conventional truths are there, but there's nothing like, there's no essence in all those conventional truths or conventional objects which appeared before us. And a long discussion happened between Venerable Nagasena and King Milinda. And then Nagasen explained the philosophy of three characteristics, non-self, by one gatha, yatha hi anga sambhara hoti saddo ratho iti, evam khandhesu sattesu hoti sattoti sammuti iti. As we call a chariot by different names, because chariot consists of so many components, wheel, the rod which connects the horses and wheel, and so many components, and we call it Rath, just for our conventional behavior in the world, just in order to communicate with each other. But there is no Rath kind of essence, substance is there. Similarly, we call Nagasen, Venerable Geshe-la, Professor Vimlendra Kumar, Professor Godavari Mishra, in order to behave, to have the communication with each other, but essentially what exists is Chitta Chetsik Roop, or 5 Khandhas, Roop, Vedana, Sanya, Sankhar, and Vijnana, which is presented in the Pali literature as Paramatha Sach, ultimate truth. Because as I mentioned in the beginning, that those are irreducible, those are abstract, but those are not eternal. Because if we start believing it, Buddhism is pluralist, but if we start believing that those have eternal existence, then it will have a lot of philosophical problems. Then I'm coming to the last point, that why I said that epistemology and soteriology. In Buddhism, epistemology is not just an exercise of knowing the things. It offers the philosophy of knowing the things as it is, its true nature. And its true nature doesn't have any permanent substance. It is essenceless. And once you know the things as they are, yatha bhutam pajanati ti panya, in Pali it is prescribed. In Sanskrit, yatha bhutam prajanati ti pragya. When you know the things, the true nature of the things, as those actually are, then your journey of life is completed, because now you have realized the Dhamma. So if I have to put its strongest statement of epistemological soteriology, so that is present itself in Buddhism. He who sees, yo dhammam janati, yo paticca samuppadam janati, so dhammam janati. Yo dhammam janati, so paticca samuppadam janati. One who sees paticca samuppada, dependent origination of the things, he or she sees the Dhamma. One who sees the Dhamma, he or she sees the dependent origination. So, at last, I would like to say that as evaluator, when we talk that what evaluates it, then in Buddhism, there is no external creator as evaluator. Even no consciences alone, because consciences also can be wrong. There is a possibility that many people are suffering the same illusion, like all the people who are afflicted by jaundice. At the same time, they may see the things yellow, in yellow color. So not even consensus. So reality is not what we name, but what we penetrate. And evaluation is not by authority, but by wisdom, which leads to freedom. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Siddharth Singh Ji, for the lovely introduction on this very topic from the perspective of Pali tradition. Thank you very much, sir. Now, last but not least, I would like to invite our director, Venerable Geshe Dorje Ramdullah, who will be speaking on the topic what is real and what evaluates it, particularly primarily emphasizing on epistemology and the theory of knowledge. But before that, I would like to briefly introduce you, Venerable Geshe Dorje Ramdullah. He is currently the director of Tibet House, the culture center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi. While being assigned with the responsibility of the directorship of Tibet House, New Delhi, He regularly gives lecture and leads philosophy classes in Tibet House and other places as well. He travels widely within India and abroad to teach Buddhist philosophy, psychology, logic and practice. He has also worked on several books. As assigned by the Office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, he has visited United States of America in the year 2008 to work with Professor Paul Ekman on His Holiness the Dalai Lama's book called Ethics for a New Millennium, Part 2, and the book series called Art of Happiness, which were jointly written by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, such as The Graded Path. He has written a number of papers for national and international conferences on topics such as the paradox of the brain and the mind and the ultimate reality, according to Arya Nagarjuna. He is currently in the process of writing 2 important books, one entitled Journey into the Paradox of the Brain and Mind, and the other, What Constitutes the Ultimate Reality, the Effects of Understanding the Ultimate Reality. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Director, Venerable Geshe Dorjit Abdullah.
Thank you, Congressional and respected venerable monks and nuns, our chief guest, Professor Vivek Sneja, and Mr. Basala, the principal of the Sara College, Sara Spring College, and Professor Siddharth Ji, our keynote speaker from the Pali language with respect to the Buddhist epistemology, and also the Vice Chancellor of Northern Ireland University, and Professor G. Mishra Ji, the Dean of the Nalanda University, and Professor Bimalendra Kumar Ji, and Professor Verma Ji, and our dear Professor Renuga Ji, and all the speakers and the chairpersons and all the students. I'm going to make my presentation very quick because this is the big topic and also a very important topic, and the Siddharji made my presentation way easier, that many of the points which I need as background information, they're all provided to us with more detailed explanation from the Pali tradition point of view. So basically we see that many of us here, the young ones, because I see that many young faces, that some of you may be wondering, this word epistemology is a big word. I never heard it, or epistemic, but what exactly does it mean by epistemology? So in simple terms, it is the theory of knowledge. So this is in a way, it's quite a complicated topic. At the same time, as Professor Siddharji indicated, that in Buddhism, the study of the epistemology and soteriology, these two are very closely intertwined. And at the end, maybe I'll quickly go through that, how these two are intertwined. The first, let me quickly share with you, say, the age of knowledge, meaning that so knowledge is to know something. And to know something, there should be the agent which knows it. And agent does not necessarily mean the agent in the form of, say, the absolute, the person, or absolute entity and so forth. Any agent can be absolute or can be conventional, or any you or I who knows the object. For example, we know that we are here in the India Habitat Center, attend the conference. We know that. Each one of us, we know that. You, I, everyone knows that. And the next, what is known? Object of knowledge. And again, there's a huge discussion on this, and we're going to shed light on that. And then active knowing, how this process is happening, active knowing. And the next, this knowledge comes from where? Original knowledge. And finally, evaluation of knowledge, meaning that how do we know that what I know is correct? How do I know that what I know is correct? Evaluation. And this is a very serious matter, debates in the Buddhist sense and also in the Western philosophy. This is a very serious discussion. So this is an overall picture of what epistemology means. So what kind of topics are covered under that? So next we have, with respect to objects of knowledge, what is known? What is the reality? So the whole topic for this conference is what constitutes the reality? What's the reality? And who knows that there is the reality? Or how do we evaluate that this is the reality? And within reality, various levels are there, as Professor Siddharji indicated. It's a conventional reality, ultimate reality, and so forth. What is a final reality? And how do we know that this is a final reality? So if I'm not wrong, so it's here in this same hall where we had a discussion on quantum physics and the Buddhist philosophy of interdependency, where one of a very, very senior professor in physics, Indian professor in physics so he was then in NIAS, National Institute of Advanced Studies in Bangalore. And I mentioned the ultimate reality. And the professor said that how do you know that that is the ultimate reality? Okay, reality, there are many levels, but how do you know that is ultimate? This is a very serious question. So in this context, let me give you, so what is the reality presented by some of the traditions? So one, in the context of the Buddhism, more precisely with the Brahmanavartika, South Atlantica Buddhist school, they talk about the reality on two levels. One is known as self-characterized entities, or in other words, the composite phenomena, impermanent phenomena, and the other is generally characterized entities. And particularly the students here, I would say that if you find a little technical, bear with me, because that in 20 minutes I'm supposed to say whatever I learned the last 40 years. Is for me to vomit it out. So therefore, don't expect it too simple. Okay, self-characterized entities. Just simply put, let's say this pen. This pen, we see that in this world, how many agree with me that in this world or in this universe, say in time, 15 billion years, in time, this pen, there's only one pen in this entire universe. Reasons? This pen. So all you have similar, but they are not this pen. What you have is yours, what I have is mine. So one that I have is only one in the entire universe since time beginningless, which means 15 billion years till today is only one. So this is known as self-characterized entities. It has some entity which is uniquely its own, nothing shared with anything else. This is known as the self-characterized entities. So whereas there are things which are known as the generally characterized entities, it's going to be a little complicated, which is known as the non-composite phenomena. So for example, like how many of you agree with me that between you and me there's a space? Raise hands. How many agree with me that between you and me there's a space? And this space has many attributes of, okay, so let's say in my hand, what is there? And to make it short, you will say nothing. And I ask you, is there a flower? You will say no. So the absence of flower is there. You have to say yes. It's not nothing, there's something there. Absence of flower is there. So that absence of flower, this is known as non-composite phenomena. It is a reality. Nobody can deny this reality. At the same time, it does not have a composition. It does not have a substantial reality there. This is known as non-composite phenomena. So we see that there are two realities. One is a composite reality, and another one is a non-composite reality. So this is according to Brahmanavartika in the more strict sense of the Savatantra school. So for them, what the reality is, anything which has the composition of material things or temporal things like mind, time, the matter, and so forth. These are all the reality. This is the real the truth, ultimate truth. Whereas all these things which are abstract, like absence of flower in my hand. So these are all non-composite phenomena. So the question is, epistemologically speaking, the question asks, for example, let's say that, okay, what is in my hand? You will say that there's a pen. How do you know there's a pen there? This is epistemological debate. How do you know that there's a pen there in my hand? How do you know that? This is a very serious discussion. And then later on, I ask you, what was in my hand? You will say, a pen. How did you know that I had a pen? So at the moment I'm asking, I have a pen. And then you're saying, I had a pen. How do you know that? So it's about the memories. So the memories, many of the philosophers, very refined philosophers, such as David Hume, they don't agree that the memories are the efficacious of what they claim to know. It's not efficacious. It may not tally with the reality. If it doesn't tally with the reality, it is a deceptive mind. This cannot be seen as a reliable evaluator for the existence of that particular object. So this is where all these debates come into being. So the epistemologically speaking, how do you know that this object is there? So this system, Pramanavartika system, or Sautrantic system, they said this is a serious question. In fact, any tradition, be it Buddhism, Jainism, any form of Samkhya, Vedanta, Vaisheshik, Mimamsaka, Nyaya, or the Western philosophy, any tradition, anybody who is, even the science, even modern science, if this question asked, you should be able to explain this. You have to give the answer. So this, how they answer, Pramanavartika, Acharya Dharmakriti, how Acharya Dignaga and Acharya Dharma, how they would say that, is very simple. So what you do is that, you see a pen, and then you say, cognitively, you say that there's a pen there. And then you go closer and see if it functions a pen. It functions, that's good enough. What you have seen and the reality, these two tally, so therefore your perception is accurate. There's nothing wrong in it. But even what you see as functional, even this can be deceptive. So these are all the follow-up debates are there. So the point is that for them, the mark of the efficacy of the reality is something which is tangible there, and that where you see it, and then the object actually functions that way, that's good enough. If you explore deeper, then the next debates meaning, the next traditions will come. Then next comes the Chidamatra, mind-only school, which is again, I think Professor Vivekji indicated that the Buddha at one point, the Buddha taught that all three worlds, all realms are your own mind, which means that what we are seeing as external, the ceiling, the lights, people around us, and then the tea break, no tea break? Okay, lunch, right? So even the lunch, and all these things are nothing but your projection, not a projection, these are nature of one's own mind. It's just the nature of one's reflection of one's own mind. There's nothing really there outside. So for Chidamatra, how do you know that what you're seeing is the reality? For example, that we are in a hall. They would say that we are not in an external hall, we are in a hall. Which is just a part of your mind. How do you know that? They said that it's your mind, and what the René Descartes said, that I think, therefore I am. I think, cognito, ergo sum. So this is exactly what Chidamatra is saying. So therefore I'm thinking. So because of this real, I'm thinking. So this thinking person is there. This is real. So therefore, so whatever is real in the context of the appearances to your mind, that's reality. So this is how we evaluate the existence. Epistemologically speaking, this is how you defend the existence of things. Then next comes the Madhyamika. This is very important. Madhyamika, what they would say is that everything is the projection of one's mind, not just the nature of one's mind, projection of one's mind. These two are different. These two are not same. These two are not same. And many, I would say, there's some acclaimed professors of Buddhist philosophy. I'm not going to mention once upon a time when we were having a discussion in Varanasi, from Varanasi, the Tibetan University, to the airport, a 1 hour drive, we were having great discussion in the car. So he was saying that Madhyamika philosophy and Chitta philosophy is just the same, because he just read it, that's it. In reality, there's a stark contrast between the two. Chitta philosophy, where everything is subjective in ways that everything's the nature of one's mind. For Madhyamika, everything is subjective, not because that they are the nature of one's mind, they're the projection of one's mind. There's a stark difference between projection of one's mind and the nature of one's mind. So for Madhyamika, everything's projection of one's mind. There's nothing, say, ontologically speaking, as what Professor Siddhartha says, substantially real outside or as independent of the projection of one's mind. There's nothing really there. It's just like a dream, all projection of one's own mind. So because it is a projection of one's mind, you don't require something to evaluate outside. Because it's one's own projection, what your mind projects, that is the full import of that reality. So this is the Madhyamika's presentation of how, in the first place, that things are all projection of one's mind, and how do we evaluate that what you're knowing is the reality. So because that is your projection, like what Descartes said again, what Descartes said, the René Descartes said, that cognito ergo sum. So I think, therefore I am. So likewise, so the Chittamatra would make a similar presentation, Madhyamika would make a subtle presentation of that. So with this, then the next question is that what is that agent which helps you to evaluate the reality out there? And for example, let's say what we discussed earlier. So here, the pen. How do you know that there's a pen? So you say that, I can see that. I use my direct valid perception. I use the direct valid perception to know the object. And what about for the generality? What about generality? We speak about, okay, the human being as a generality, human being upon you, upon him, upon her, upon this person, that person. So the generality. Generality is known as what is known as isolates, concept of isolates. Concept of isolate is to be understood. Again, this is undeniable fact that there is something known as generality. For example, we are all human beings. So once you identify a person A as a human being, when you see the person, oh, there's another human being there. This is how we learn the concepts. So with this in mind, how do we know? What makes you, even though you have never seen the person B, the moment you see the person B, you say, oh, there's a human being there. How do you know that? What is something common between person A and person B? That's what is known as generality, the isolate. What is that isolate? That isolate is not to be seen by that isolate is not to be seen by the direct perception, is to be seen by conceptual mind. Conceptual mind picks up the isolate which the mind creates, and that is something that the mind sees, your conceptual mind sees on all the human beings. That makes what is known as the generality. So we see that on that basis, in Buddhism, with respect to the valid cognition, in Buddhism there's mentioned the two things. One is the pratyaksh, and the other one is anuman, direct perception and the inferential cognition. There are two. Whereas for David Hume, is only direct perception. Inferential cognition is not acceptable for David Hume. For David Hume, so whatever comes as a memory or follow-up, these are all unreliable. Because what you think you have seen may be deceptive. The only the reliance of the reality that you can trust, that you can lean on as trustworthy, is the perception, direct perception. So next, okay, this is very interesting. What is known as collective engaged cognition, the direct perception. For example, we see that, oh, this is a pen. So this is known as collective engaged cognition. It just gathers all the information from the object, whereas the second one is eliminated, what I call as the inferential cognition. Conceptual minds, they work as eliminative. They only pick up one characteristics, and all the other characteristics they eliminate, and this is how they know. So therefore, with the agent of the knowledge, there are these two, primarily two valid cognitions. Okay, so and the discussion is with respect to, okay, so let's quickly just go through this. Vaisheshik. Vaisheshik, when they are asked, as to how do you know that, say, they say one flower, and then you see another flower, say you see a rose flower. Then next you see the lotus. Oh, there's a flower there. How do you know that? If you ask Vaisheshiks. So Vaisheshik will say that there's what is known as the generality. Generality as a substantial entity. And generality as a substantial entity which pervades all what is a flower. So, because that it pervades all the flower as a generality, as a substance, because that it is externally there, it should be substance. It cannot be abstract. It should be substance. Because the substance, it should be there. And then the debates come that when the flower split into half, what happens to the substance? And that substance, as a generality, is considered as separate entity from the individual object. For example, say David and a human being. So human being is on the David, human being is also and the Mary, Lucia, and so forth. The human being as the generality. And this generality sits on the individual human beings in ways as distinct entities from the individual. So there's all these debates come into being where they find it very difficult to defend. Now next comes the David Hume, empiricist. Say, how do you know that there is there's a pen there? It's just a direct perception. That is the best of the witness, that is the best of the cognition, and beyond this, they all are not reliable. So they say that before the perception, what is the information that you have, what kind of knowledge you have? They say it's total blank. This is like what is known as the tabula rasa. Tabula rasa, like a blank sheet. There's no knowledge there. The moment the perception comes into being, then the knowledge comes to grow. And on that basis, the successive information are built, which can be accurate, which may not be accurate. Okay, so whereas Acharya Dharmakirti, with respect to the generality, how one knows the generality, it's not because that there's a substance there, it's because the apoha. There's a concept known as exclusivity, or the exclusion of the other things done by your conceptual mind. Okay, this is a little complicated, and if you, young ones, particularly young ones, I would say that if you're interested, these are extremely important, not just as a piece of knowledge, but this will bring about a transformation in your thought process. You will start to see how people are thinking. You can know that. And just by talking to the other person in 2 minutes, you will know the person's thinking when you know all the concepts. So next comes the rationalism. What they say, like Plato, Descartes, Leibniz, what they say. So they talk about it's not just experience, but this knowledge. The knowledge is there, inherent from before. What is that before? So they say soul and so forth. Before. So it's not like it's not like a blank sheet. There's the information that you already inherited from the past, or known as the innate knowledge. But the empiricists like David Hume, John Locke, so but the knowledge acquired through pure perception, thus a posteriori, which means that you get this information, come in contact, you get information, that's it. Then after that, this knowledge, this information, but it will remain as the vivid, no, it will not remain. There's bound to be change. So with this in mind, they say, I don't want to go into too detail about this. Okay. Next, act and process of knowing. Process of knowing. Given that the act of knowing is non-composite, act of knowing itself, act of knowing, what is it? Is it the epistemological speaking? So this knowing, act of knowing, is it with the object, is it with the subject, or what? It is not substantially there. If it's substantially there, it should be with the object. It's not about identified as the mind itself or outside. Then for the Vaisheshiks, the pervasive generality, distinct from the specifics, which is the functional and with substance. So that is the one which triggers this cognition of this thing or that thing and so forth. Whereas for the Pramanavartika, they talk about the generality, which is abstract, but not a functional phenomenon, which is only created by a conceptual mind. And empiricists, of course, will talk about the perception, impression, And the rationalists would say a priori knowledge, a knowledge which exists before. Okay, now the next is the original knowledge. So for example, you as a child, as a little boy or a little girl, perhaps we can say a one-day-old child. One-day-old child, if the mother hugs the child, let's say, calms down. If the mother leaves the child separate, the child will start to cry. So which means that there's a cognitive activity going there. Where is this cognitive activity coming from? This knowledge coming from? From where? So again, different belief systems. Now our job is, don't just leave it on, oh, this is what Kant said, this is what Rational said, this is what Pramanavartika said, this is what Chittamatra said. No, don't leave us like that. Study all these things and just evaluate this with your own mind. How does the knowledge originate? So rationalists, a priori knowledge from pre-existing soul. So they said that you already carry knowledge from the past. What is that? It's already fixed there. This knowledge fixed there in you. Chittamatra, and then of course, the impressions will come later. The Chittamatra said that, so this is knowledge is purely what you carry from your past life. Not necessarily from a fixed, the innate knowledge, but what you carry from, for example, today, you attend the class on empiricism, and then later on, you read anything on the epistemology, you read anything on epistemology, it becomes familiar because you brought this knowledge from this conference. So this is how the Chittamatra explains. It's not like innate knowledge fixed in you. The next is Madhyamaka. Of course, the various things, it's not just only what your mind contains, but what you newly acquire from coming in contact with the senses, the concepts, imprints left on the gross and subtle clear mind from the past lives, and they're two all operating by means of dependent origination, pratit samutpat. And then the impresses, the a posteriori, for example, like David Hume, a posteriori knowledge, which means that there's nothing innate knowledge, there's nothing information from your past life. It's just whatever you get from the sense, perception, impression, that's it. This is it, the knowledge, and beyond this, there's nothing really there. So, in other words, in Buddhism, there's a rejection of what is known as the value cognition, single acceptance of single value cognition. So this is exactly when I read the David Hume, I see that he actually belongs to this category, who believes in single, seeing is believing. Seeing is believing. Meaning that your perception of the reality with your senses, that is the best of the information, knowledge, and beyond that is just like the faint memory, unreliable memory. So they count as a rationalist, a perception. This is very interesting. He tries to bring the two together. A perception is the point where the self and the world come together. Self and the world come together. Precepts without concepts, say, precepts is your perceptions. Without a conceptual thought, prior information, if these two are not there, then you become like a blind person. And concepts, you have the concept, but without the precepts, it's like an empty information because you don't get any information from the perception. So this is how Kant brought the two traditions together. Then finally, epistemological variations resulting on the epistemology, as Professor Siddharth indicated, that the epistemology, ontology in Buddhist context, and the soteriology, they're all connected. So what is that? Epistemological variations resulting into ontological variations. Ontological standpoint varies. Chittamatra, given that whatever you are seeing is just purely the projection, the nature of one's on mind, beyond the nature of mind, externality is empty. That is the reality. That externally, there's nothing, that's the reality. For Prasangika, everything is the projection of one's mind. Beyond the projection, there's nothing there. That's the reality. And there's a stark contrast between these two presentations. Then finally, I say the questions. What the rational have to ask question against the others, impresses, Vaisheshiks, and each one of them, what are questions they can possibly ask against the advocates of the opposite views. Rationalists, questions from David Hume to accepting inherent knowledge from previous souls. How do you know that? How do David Hume for sure ask, how do you know that such a knowledge is there? Because if you read his book, by the way, David Hume, I was introduced to him by, in Cambridge University. When I was there, it was a long story. There was a professor and his wife. One day, his wife, on the same bus, she sat next to me. I was a little startled, and she asked, "Are you Geshe Doji Damdi?" From nowhere, from the foreign. So suddenly, "Are you Geshe Doji Damdi?" I said, "Yes." I was a little startled, and she said, "I said, why?" And she said, "My husband wants to meet you." And I said, "Who's your husband?" She said, "My husband is a philosopher." So they came to know about the visit to Cambridge University, and then she said that my husband would like to invite you for a cup of tea. So invited. Finally, we met. The husband was a brilliant philosopher, amazing human being. And then he said. Then I asked him. So I just finished the philosophy, logic, epistemology in Buddhist context, but I want to read the Western philosophy. Which should I read? Then he said, the first book that you read must be David Hume. This is what he said. And then I told him, where can I get these books? So he said, you are in Cambridge University, so you are enrolled as a part of Cambridge University fellow, so you have access to all the books in Cambridge University library. And then he said that he gave me some the online things, and he said there is a huge library, encyclopedia of philosophy of Cambridge University, exclusive of the Cambridge University, and you can have access to that. And then he took me upstairs, and there lies the 23 huge volumes of the encyclopedia of philosophy of Cambridge University. And then over there I could see the name, his name. His name was there. I said, "Is this you?" He said, "Yes." He was the chief editor of all these 23 volumes. That's amazing. Okay, so he was the one who introduced me to David Hume. And he said, and then maybe he sensed that, okay, this person is too much into philosophy, but he doesn't know how to get the books. So he said, "Okay, I'll give you my copy." So he gave me his own copy of David Hume's The Inquiry. Okay. So the next empiricists, what question they can possibly ask? What makes a sense perception pick up only one specific information? So this all, it can be a little technical for the newcomers, meaning particularly to the youngsters, but you are bright. You have this, you are, come in contact with this information. So it's very important for the young ones, particularly the elders. You have your own points of view, but the young ones, you can really flourish out of these, come in contact with this information. But empirists would say, what makes a sense perception? For example, let's say that, okay, what is this? Anyone, quick. What is this? Pen. Okay. So, but it's impermanent. This is also plastic. This is also existent. There are so many characteristics of this. Only you picked up only one. Your sense picked up only one information. That is pen. So why you pick out of the billions of characteristics? This, okay, Professor Pandeyji, why don't you come? Professor Pandeyji, please come here. Professor Varmaji, you can. No, Professor Varmaji, you can come here. Oh. Okay, thank you, Professor Pandeyji. So with this, what I'm saying is that out of millions of information that this particular object carries, you picked up only one information with your sense. So why? What makes you to pick up that information, not other information? This is a big question to the rationalist. Then the next is Vaisheshik. Partly covered, okay, this is going to be technical. I wish we have more time. Partly covered hand should be fully covered. For example, say hand. The hand, they said that this is generality as a substance, separate, covering the hand. Hand was your hand, my hand, all the hands. We see that we all have the hands. What is that thing common? This is known as the separate generality, a separate substantial generality, separate from the instances. So that is there. So if the hand is half covered, the generality is there or not? This generality, does it have the 5 fingers or only 2 fingers or 3 fingers? So all these are questions to Vaisheshik, very complicated for Vaisheshik. Next, Sautrantika. questions to reject intrinsic external physical reality. Say, they reject intrinsic external physical reality. They believe in external reality. And then for Chidamatra, they were asked, how do you know that externality doesn't exist? And Chidamatra was asked, how do they explain the universal laws? If you ask the question to Chidamatra, how do they explain the universal law? For example, 2 plus 3 equals 5. This universal law, today, say 0.3 million years ago, the Homo sapiens came. They have no mathematical calculation. They have no concept of mathematical calculation. But in even those days also, 2 plus 3 equals 5 holds true. And today also it holds true. And Big Bang time, 15 billion years ago, it holds true. So where is the truth? These truth, universal laws, where do they exist? Is it within your mind or outside? Prasangika, how do you distinguish imagination and a functional world? So a question that you can possibly ask to Prasangika would be, say you talk about everything as projection of one's mind. If that is so, how can you distinguish between the functional world and the imaginal world? Okay, so I'm not going to go into all these things. Okay, evaluation of knowledge, this is the major part of the epistemology. So how do you evaluate your knowledge? That your knowledge is real knowledge or a fake knowledge, a wrong knowledge. How do you know that? So what each of these philosophers, they have to say, David Hume, only perceptions, perception, reality, the rest. Oh, I remember when I was young, when I was this years old, and so my father, my mom, and then when I was in, they say this and that. These are all just memories, they're not reliable. So only perceptions reliable. Perceptions will evaluate your knowledge. René Descartes, cogito ergo sum. So he said that I am real. Other things, I'm not sure. This is amazing. The philosophical speaking, amazing, but it has some major consequences in the human thinking. Because if you say that only I exist, all others I'm not sure, which means that the law of the nation, law of the country, and the judiciary and all these things will become very complicated. You can really explain these things. So this may work with the individual, but it doesn't work with as a society. Number 3, Savatantrika. How do you know things exist? They said there are 2 value cognitions. One is the direct value perception, and the other one is Anuman. And how they perceive is that if they tally with the reality, that is the reliable. And if they do not tally, this is not a valid cognition. But the questions still arise. Chidamatra, all 3 realms are one's own mind, meaning that beyond your mind, reflection one's, there's nothing there is external. Madhyamika, so whatever you see, they're the projection of one's own mind. Projection of one's mind and the nature of one's mind, these are very different. So for Madhyamika, how to say that is not imaginary. This is a projection, but they are functional. They do have the functional reality. So what makes the functional reality different from the imaginary? If everything is projection, then they say that the projection, when complemented by dependent origination, then it becomes a functional world. Projection, when devoid of the dependent origination, then it becomes the imaginary. This is distinction. Okay, now finally, what Professor Siddharth Singh Ji said, that in Buddhist context, the epistemological discussions cannot be separated from the soteriological purpose. What is meant by soteriological purpose? A purpose which has a relevance to your own ultimate awakening, ultimate enlightenment, or in other words, in simple terms, in the secular context, it is where we want to get away from miseries, where we want to have the maximum happiness. They say your miseries become 0, which means the fearlessness, total liberation, total freedom, and your happiness goes to infinity. That is the goal that we are all seeking, and technically speaking, the total liberation, what is known as the nirvana or nibbana, and the infinite happiness in infinity, that is known as Buddhahood or full awakening. So this is to be attained only through understanding the ontological reality, blend with the awareness of the epistemological and the understanding of the ontology, and then will take us to the soteriological purpose fulfilled. Gade gade para sam gade puriswa. So here, the whole purpose is that where your true nature within us, whether you're a believer or non-believer, whether you're male or female, it doesn't matter. Whether you're Buddhist or non-Buddhist, it doesn't matter. Everybody has the hidden treasure. Hidden treasure of ultimate happiness. Everybody has this. Even though you think that nobody's there to take care of you, even though you think you're a hopeless person, you are the worthless person, but it's not true. This is the greatest sort of failure, to see yourself as worthless, hopeless, and so forth, because you have a hidden treasure inside. Each one of us, we have a diamond. So what is the difference between the diamond in the ditch and the diamond in the showroom? Which is more expensive? Huh? Okay, some say that diamond showroom is more expensive. Some say there's no difference. Those who say no difference means that these are the diamond experts. Diamond experts, what they do is they see a diamond in the dish, they'll pick it up, clean this up, put it in showroom, it becomes showroom diamond. Whereas those those who see that the diamond showroom is more expensive, they are not the diamond experts. When they say diamond in the dish, they will throw this. So there's no difference. Just we are like the diamonds in the ditch. And the enlightened beings like Buddha, His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, and so forth, all these are the diamonds in the showroom. Deep inside, we all have 1 kg diamond. Buddha has 1 kg diamond. You have 1 kg diamond. Only thing is that this 1 kg diamond, it is covered by the dirt, metal defilement. That needs to be removed. What is that defilement? The Buddha said, finally, it is the ignorance. Ignorance, which Professor Siddhartha indicated, misperceiving impermanent as permanent, misperceiving dukkha as happiness, sukha, misperceiving impure as pure, and finally misperceiving what is selfish nature as of self-hurt. So these are the levels of ignorance which make the diamond obscured, which obscure the diamond. And remove these by introducing the light of the wisdom. How do you want to read a book? And there's no light. What will you do? If you say, Buddha, please remove the darkness, if the Buddha is sitting next to you, he'll be very upset. What a stupid follower. Whereas if you light a candle, he'll be very happy. Smart follower. So likewise, just as the darkness can be eradicated by introducing the light, it is only through introducing the light of the wisdom that the darkness of ignorance can be eradicated. So this wisdom, we see the cognitive realignment. Cognitively, which misperceives reality, we have to realign that and make it perceive things accurately, epistemologically correct. And then this will help you to expand your heart fearlessly. That is the infinite happiness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Venerable Geshe Dojit Abdullah, for your very insightful presentation, and obviously for emphasizing on epistemology from the various aspects of the different philosophical tradition. Thank you very much, Venerable Geshe. Now with this, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the conclusion of the inaugural session, and I would like to inform you that we will begin with the session number 1 within a couple of minutes, and I request all of you to kindly remain seated. And before that, I would also like to conclude this session by thanking our chief guest, Professor Vivek Suneja ji, and our esteemed dignitaries for taking out their valuable time and showing a real concern, prioritizing this very conference, and making this and contributing to this very conference and making it a very successful one. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, everyone. And I request all the esteemed dignitaries to kindly remain on stage for a quick photo before we conclude this session. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin with the next session within 2 minutes. So I request all of you to kindly remain seated. Thank you.
Good afternoon, respected Chief Guest Professor Vivek Sunijaji, Guest of Honor Mr. Pasan Siringji, Keynote Speaker, and our Guest of Honor Professor Siddharth Singhji, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdullah, Director of Tibet House, New Delhi, esteemed speakers, Venerable monks and nuns, and all our distinguished participants are very welcome to to the first session of one-day national conference on what is real and what evaluates it. Epistemological issues and response from across the philosophical traditions, Theravada and Mahayana Series 5. I am Pembaron, serving as a Deputy Program Coordinator at Tibet House, New Delhi. This session will be chaired by Professor Goda Barishya Mishra, Senior Professor and Dean of Buddhist Studies, Philosophy and Comparative Religion at Nalinda University. We are deeply honored to have him with us today, and we sincerely thank him for his time and presence. Now, I would like to invite our first session's chairperson, Professor Goda Barishya Mishra, and Dr. Bimal Nandir Kumar, former senior professor and Head Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies, Faculty of Arts, Binaras Hindu University, Varanasi, to kindly come up on the dais and take your respective seats. Thank you, sir. Before we begin, I would like to share a small update regarding the first session. Unfortunately, Professor Ashok Vora, who has scheduled to present today, could not join us due to some urgent matters. However, he has sent us his presentation on evaluation of reality in religion, science, and philosophy. So if you are interested, you may contact with either via email or directly contact us to program division. And we have the other third speaker, Venerable Dr. Pooja Dabra, was unable to attend in person, but she has kindly sent us pre-recorded video presentations, which we will be playing during the scheduled session. Now, please allow me to introduce the chairperson. Professor Goda Barishya Mishra is a senior professor and dean of School of the Buddhist Studies. Okay. Sure, sir. Now, I would like to invite our chairperson to kindly lead the session.
Yeah. So,
So respected Gese Damdul, Professor Suneja, all other Professor Siddharth Singh, Professor Vimalendra Kumar, and all others who have joined this session. Now we are going to start this session with the presentation of Professor Vimalendra Kumar, who is one of the outstanding scholars of our country in Pali, and Pali in particular and Buddhism in general. And his presentation will give more like introduction about himself, his scholarship, and therefore I reserve my presidential comments to be given at the end. With this, may I request Professor Vimalendra Kumar to give his presentation. Now that we have only 2 papers, right? So you can have 20 minutes, and then we will have another few papers to be presented online. Then we shall go for a discussion. Professor Vimalendra Kumar. Set the tone for the day.
This is the abstract.
Oh, not this one.
It's all.
Is it okay? So you may have to scroll it. Scroll it.
This is, no? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I do. Yes, thank you. Just give me 1 glass of water. Just give me 1 glass of water.
You can speak.
Okay, no problem. If there is a problem, I will continue.
Make it in large. पानी दे PPT ऐसे में बोल देता हूँ If there is a problem, I will speak. So thank you very much, Professor Godavari Misra ji. Honorable Vice Chancellor Nalanda Mahavihar, Nalanda, Professor Siddharth Singh ji. Most Venerable Gese Dorje Damzul ji, Professor Vivek Suneja ji. Most Venerable Sangha who is present in this hall, as well as the researchers and the learners of Buddhism. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to get associated with this honor of speaking on the occasion of 90th birth anniversary of His Holiness Dalai Lama Tenzin Gyatso ji. So I am going to present my talk on analysis of mind and its role in evaluating the reality. As we are aware that Buddha, in defense of that all things are subject to impermanence, all things are subject to suffering, and all dhammas are subject to soulless, he established a theory of law of dependent originations. And Buddha said that there is no Almighty God, there is no concept of creator, and everything, whatever is happening in our day-to-day life, it is based upon our cause and conditions. There is no self-independent entity. Whatever the things which are coming into our life, they are dependent on some cause and conditions. Based upon that, he has established the law of dependent originations with the 12 links. Then the functioning of our human being, he established the three interconnected concepts like Chitta, Manasa, Vijnana. These are synonymous, but they are interrelated with each other. But in Abhidhamma, these three terms, Chit, Manas and Vijnana, have been interpreted in a very different manner. So whenever we say that in the case of Abhidhamma, a man is a composition of a Chitta, Chaitsika, Rupa, or in another way, man is a composition of Nam and Rupa. In Dhammasangani, there is a question that Tat Katmam Namam. It has been said that वेदना खंदो संज्ञा खंदो संखार खंदो बियान खंदो असंखता च धातु इदम बुच्यति नामम. Vedana, Sanya, Sankharas are 52 types of psychic factors, Chetasikas, and that is Biyana are 89 or 121 types of consciousness which have been classified on the planes of existence on the Kamavachar Bhumi, Rupavachar Bhumi, Arupavachar and Lokuttara. And on the basis of Jati, class, all 89 or 121 types of consciousness have been classified Kusala, Akusala, Vipak and Kriya. This is the classifications, and this Nama consists Chit Chetsik. In Milind Payu also, there is a question put by King Milind that what is the Nama? That is Chit Chetsika Sukhmam Uttam Dhammam Ti Namam. So here Chit Chetasik are collaborating Nama. So there is a analysis of mind in Abhidhamma in a very classical manner, and which has been discussed. So mind, Chit, all the consciousness which have been said, that all the actions which are being performed by a person, they are being manifested by our mind. In Athasalani, the commentary of Dhammasangani, the analysis of mind has been done with the concepts of three terms, Chitta Sanya, Chitta Kamma and Charana. There are three terms there. Chitta Sanya is the artistic design, as well as Chitta Kamma is the art of painting, and Charan is the action that is called as Chitta. So these three terms have been discussed, and Acharya Buddha Ghosh gives a simile, just like an artist who wants to make a figure or image, he tries to recollect all the things and he put a sketches. These sketches are the Lekha Gahana, and he puts the painting, that which type of color can be put on the image. This is called as a Ranjana, and then how the light can be taken as a things. This is called as Ujjotana, and embellishing of all the images. This is called as Ujjojana. So there are four terms which have been discussed. So here, art of painting done by a artist. An artist, this artist is performing by his own mind. So here mind is called as Charana. So Charan is just like the actions. So Acharya Buddha Ghosh says that this mind is nothing but manifestations of all actions which are performed by a person in the form of physical, vocal and mental actions. Again, Chittam Ti Vichittam, all manifestations of our ideas or thoughts which are performed by our mind. And in Anguttara Nikaya, Buddha says that Pakati Pavasaramidam Chittam Tam Chakho Agantukehi Upkilesi Upkilittam. That consciousness is immense pure by its own nature, and it is being defiled by incoming inward defiling factors. And for that, he has given, even in Mahayana Sutra Alankar also, there is a description of Prakriti Pravaswar, that our consciousness is just like a means pure, the purity it has, and it is being defiled by incoming inward defiling factors. These defiling factors are darkening or blackening our consciousness, which are 10 in number. So these have been discussed in a very detailed manner, and how this our consciousness is being purified, and this understanding the nature of our mind, this is called that what is the reality. And the nature of the mind or the consciousness which has been given by in the Sanjukta Nikaya also, that just like the simile of a monkey has been given, that just a monkey moves from one branch of the tree to the another branch of the tree within a single moment of time. In the same manner, our consciousness also moves from one branch one place to another place within a single moment of time. That is why in the Dhammapad it has been said, Fandanam chapalam chittam durakkam dunivaryam uju kuroti medhavi uju kuru medhavi usukaro tejanam. So our consciousness is unsteady, it is being defiled, and it is very difficult to control it. And it is a duty of a person to control it. So this analysis, this is called as a real. So let us come to there are two things which have been discussed, that what is true real and what is discerned as a heart of the Buddhist philosophy. So real is that whenever a person comes to know that all things are subject to impermanence, all things are subject to suffering, and all dhammas are subject to soulless. This is the reality, and we are able to get a state of eternal bliss. So this is the reality which can be achieved, and what the role of the mind, evaluating that what is the role of mind or chitta or chetasika, and even the chetasikas, which are also there are four ultimate realities. We will come that in the Vidhamma, there are four ultimate realities, Chitta, Chetasika, Rupa, Nibbana. These four ultimate realities, this Chitta, Chetasik are mutually interdependent and functionally interdependent. They are mutually related also, and they are functionally dependent also. So this all in the suttas also, or Buddha says that the ultimate reality is in the sense of all things anicca, dukkha and anatta. So this has been discussed, and there are two realities in the name of Paramatha Satya as well as Samutti Satya. So Paramatha Satya, which are four in number, Chitta, Chetasika, Rupa, Nibbana, and this Samutti Satya, which are the perceived by our senses, and like human beings and other things. So this we are going to discuss in this way, and how our mind, with the association of the psychic factors, that is the Chetasikas, that is the Sopana Chetasikas like Sati or Panya, how they are evaluating our reality, that is the consciousness. So in Abhidhamma, we are having the four ultimate realities. I am not going to discuss, but in a very brief manner, Chitta is that alamban chinteti te chittam, that which thinks of an object, and it is in the sense of knowing that object is called as Chitta. Chetasikas are those dhammas which arise and cease on the same object and on the same base, and they are always associated with consciousness, that is the Chitta, and they are 52 in number. And rope, in the suttas, it has been discussed as yam kinchi rupam atitanagat pachpannam va ajhattam va bahidda va ularkam va sukhumam va hirnam va panitam va tad ekajam abhisahitva idam bucchati sabbabrum. There are 5 classifications of rope which have been done in the suttas, but in Abhidhamma, Rup is the chattaro cha mahabhuta chatunnam cha mahabhutanam upadai idam bucchati sabbam rupam. There are 4 basic material qualities, namely Pathvi, Apo, Tejo, Bayo, and based upon these 4 basic material qualities, there are 23 upada rup, or 24 types of generated material qualities. And a state of eternal bliss, that is the Nibbana, which is the unconditioned. In Abhidhamma, it is yo dhamma apachaya te dhamma asankhata, that which the states which are not dependent on some cause and conditions, they are called as Nibbana, or in another way that Buddha says that tanhai vippahanena Nibbanam tam brumi, where there is a total destruction of the desire, that state is called as Nibbana. So everything beyond these 4 categories, such as a person, time, and belongs to this panyati, that there is another terms which are related with our concepts. So these have been pragmatic and communicative value, but lack ultimate reality. Thus ontology is reframed, not beings but dhammas are the real. These four dhammas, that is the chitta, chaitasic, rupa, nibbana, consciousness, psychic factors, material quality, and state of eternal bliss. These are the dhammas or states which are the real. This radical shift anchors the Abhidhamma's method of the philosophical system. So in Abhidhamma, the evolution is reality is not undertaken by a self or subject by a conditions mental process. I will come to that how there are 10 stages of cognizing of an object by our mind. And this is called as a chitta vithi. I will come later on. But here in the suttas, we find that how the reality can be achieved. There are 7 stages of purifications which have been discussed by the Blessed One Buddha in the Rath Vinit Sutta, like Sila Visuddhi, Chitta Visuddhi, Ditthi Visuddhi, Kankha Vitarana Visuddhi, Mag Amag Dasan Visuddhi, Patipada Yana Dasan Visuddhi, and Yana Dasan Visuddhi. So there are several stages of purifications which have been done, and they have been elaborated by Acharya Buddha Ghosh in magnum opus work Visuddhi Mag in a very detailed manner. So these are the methods for the evolution of the reality. But in Abhidhamma there are 4, and how these 4 can be realized or they can be playing a role in evaluating the reality. The evaluating functions arises when consciousness is accompanied by the panya. So consciousness does not function alone, but when the panya, the sohan chetasika, which is associated with that consciousness, then there is a function of that. Here panya is the kusal chitta vipassana yanamti panya. That in panya or the right understanding or wisdom, this is always associated with the moral consciousness, and it has the knowledge of the vipassana, that is the insight. And through the panya, a person is able to dispel the darkness of ignorance, and he comes to know that all things are subject to impermanence, all things are subject to suffering, and all dhammas are subject to solace. So this is the panya through which mind tries to evaluate the reality. And there is another sohan chetasik which is called as mindfulness sati. And this sati which tries to help the mind in realizing the nature of the reality, anicca, dukkha, and anatta. So this sati, Buddha also says that ekayano ayam maggo sattanam visuddhiya jadidam chattaro satipatthana kayanupassana, vedananupassana, chittanupassana, and dhammanupassana. There are 4 foundations of the mindfulness through which a person can realize the nature of the reality, and he can purify his consciousness. So the Visuddhi Mag, there is a simile which has been given, just like a lamp both burns and illuminates, in the same manner our the consciousness mind knows without recourse to the self. Again coming to the Abhidhamma, which what is the nature of the reality which we are going to know, that is the anicca, dukkha, and anatta. All things are subject to impermanence, all things are subject to dukkha, suffering, and all dhammas are subject to solace. This is our reality, and these realities can be achieved only through the panya. A person can know the nature of the reality. So this evaluative process is mapped in the commentarial traditions, especially in Visuddhi Mag and Abhidhammata Sangha. In the Visuddhi Mag, from the chapter 3rd to chapter 13, there is a process that how in the Kamathan, Gahan, Nidesa, Rupajan, and through the 7 stages of purifications which have been discussed in the 14th chapter of Visuddhi Mag, it has been elaborated in a very detailed manner. And in Abhidhammata Sangha, we are also having the 4 ultimate realities, Chitta, Chaitasic, Rupa, Nibbana, and they have been discussed in a very detailed manner. And these are achieved in the Lokottara stage, that on the way of the planes of existence, Kamavachara, Rupavachara, and Lokuttara, then this state of eternal bliss, that is the Nibbana, is being realized. And this is another name, Anicca Dukkha Anartha, that by realizing the three nature of the reality, a person can get to know. So what are the philosophical implications of these, knowing the nature of the reality? That Abhidhamma accounts entails several significant philosophical implications like process ontology. What is the nature of the knowing? Our nature of the reality is not made up of substances but of momentary events and intrinsic characteristics. Whatever the dhammas which are happening in our day-to-day life, they are based upon the hetu and the pacha, and there are in stages. There are upad, thiti and arising, ceasing, arising, staying, and destruction. So there are three stages through which all things are being done, and how in each through the three stages, how there are 17 thoughts moments which are undertaken for cognizing an object. Will come again. So non-subjectivist epistemology, that knowing does not require a self, but cognition is a conditions process. Buddha also says that whatever we are experiencing through our six senses, this is the real thing. In Sanjukta Nikaya, Buddha says that chakhum cha paticca rupe upajjati cha chakhu viyanam. So this is the starting point of epistemology in our Pali literature, that when Buddha says that based upon the chakhu, there is the contact with the rupa, and then there is the arising of the chakhu vijnana. So how there are the contact with the object, and there is a arising of the chakhu vijnana, that is the faculty of our consciousness. So this is the epistemology what we are having in our suttas. So unity of the ontology and soteriology, which have been discussed, that soteriology in the sense of getting a state of eternal bliss, that is the liberation of our mind. So here discern reality correctly is to move towards liberation, as insight naturally undermines clinging to self and permanence. These positions anticipate modern debates in philosophy of mind and metaphysics, where processual and non-reductionist accounts of consciousness are increasingly valued. Now we are coming to Abhidhamma, that how the objects are being cognized. So there is a course of cognition, or in another way we can say process of consciousness. There are two terms here, chit and vithi. Chit is the consciousness, vithi is a course, path, way through which our consciousness can know about any object. So there are two types of vithi, chitta vithi, that is the panchadwara vithi and manodwara vithi. In the panchadwara vithi, there are five senses. Whenever there are five senses, namely chakku, sota, ghana, jiva, and kaya, they are having contact with their respective object, namely rupa, sadda, gandha, rasa, and phatabba. Then there is a arising of the viyanas, namely chakku viyana, sota viyana, ghana viyana, jiva viyana, kaya viyana. So these arising of these, so whenever there is a course of cognition or process of consciousness, which are through the five doors of senses, then it is called as a panchadwara vithi. And whenever there is a course of cognitions through the mind door, this is called as manodwara vithi. There are two types of vithis which have been done. So here a man is a composition of mind and matter, nam and rupa. So it is seen that our mind moves 16 or 17 times faster than the speed of the matter. Or another way we can say that the speed of the matter is less, 17 times less than the speed of our mind. So within a thought movement, the millions of or billions of our thoughts are arising in our mind. Within a twinkling of our eye, the billions of ideas are also appearing. So there are 17 thoughts movement from the bhavang to tadalambana, which are undertaken, and there are 10 stages, that is the bhavanga, bhavanga chalana, bhavanga vicheda, panchadvara vajjana, chakhuviyana, sampatichana, santirana, uthappana, javana, tadalambana. There are 10 stages through which objects are being cognized. So I am not going to discuss all these 10 stages, but how till the tadalambana, there are 17 thoughts, moments which are undertaken. In the case of tadalambana, there are 2 thought moments, and in the case of our javana, there are 7 thoughts moments. So each is having the 1 thought moment, but in the case of javana and tadalambana, there are 7 as well as 2. So altogether there are 17 thoughts moments which are undertaken from the bhavanga till our cognizing of the object. In the case of knowing that this is the pain, this is our diagram or something like that, there are 17 thoughts moments which are undertaken. If the 17 thoughts moments or the javan or tadalamman, they are not undertaken, it means that we are not remembering the full image of our object. So in that way, a unit of matter appears as an object in the range of sense organ, or the course of cognition starts. So there are from the bhavanga till the tadalambana, there is a course of cognitions. I am not going to discuss, but there are in each thought moment, together there are 17 thoughts moments from the bhavanga till the tadalambana, and in each thought moment there is a uppada, thiti and a bhanga, that is the arising, staying and cessation. So each are taking in the case of the thought of moment. So chitta-vithi is a course of cognition in which a number of consciousness appear. It has been defined chitta-vithi, chitta parampara, that in course of cognitions a number of or many of the thoughts or ideas are appearing. It is broadly of 2 types. We have discussed these things, monodwara vithi. So let us, Buddhist theory, these are the 10 stages through which all things have been done. Yes. Sometimes the nature of object is not determined, but neither it is utilized or experiences are recorded. In this circumstances, the cognition of object is feeble. So when javan or tadalamban is not undertaken, the objects are not fully cognized. So in such an object is called as paritabal alambana, and this course of cognition is called as ottappanavara. Till the ottappan, the course becomes stopped. In this way, cognition of object is very distinct, slight and very slight, depends on the variation in survival of the course of cognition. So in the concept of chitta-vithi, there is a crucial point of Abhidhamma philosophy, illustrates the intricate workings of mind, including the arising and passing away of the conception, perceptions and cognitions. There are 3 chitta, that is the chitta-vithi as well as our cognition. So from the foregoing passages, it can be presumed that Buddha propounded the law of repeated resolution to defend himself from the concept of no soul, and for that he established the concept of chitta, manas or vijnana, and all things which are happening in our day-to-day life, they are being guided by our consciousness or mind. So this Buddha established the concept of mind in its place and showed that it is true causally conditions and not having independent existence. So the chit and chetasik, which are mutually related as well as they are functioning interdependent and relative in nature also. So they are unless the psychic factors which are not arising or ceasing with our mind or consciousness, nobody can do the physical, vocal and mental actions. So here chit and chetasikas are functioning interdependent as well as they are mutually dependent. So philosophical exploration of the mind is transcendental by knowing that the chit and chetsikas are mutually related. A person is liable to know that what are the moral dhammas, what are the immoral dhammas, and what are the inoperative dhammas or the abhyakata dhamma. And in that way, he tries to find a solution that how immoral dhammas can be removed or destroyed. So in that way, he tries to purify his consciousness by the way of our 7 stages of purifications. So the Abhidhamma redefines both the questions, what is the real, that sabbe sankhara anicca, sabbe sankhara dukkha, sabbe dhamma anatta, that is the tilakkhana, and what is real, and by means of its evaluation by the course of cognitions, that is the chitta vithi. What is real ultimately are the paramatha dhammas, that is the chitta chetsik or rupa and nibbana, and what evaluates the real is not a self but dhammas functioning in epistemic role, that is the consciousness accompanied by the mindfulness and wisdom. These two, sati, smriti as well as pragya or panya, these two terms, the dhammas or the states which are always associated with our consciousness for performing any physical, vocal and mental actions. So evolution of the reality culminates in direct insight into impermanence, not suffering and not self. All things are subject to impermanence, all things are subject to suffering, and all dhammas are subject to soulless anicca, dukkha and anatta, and leading to realization of a state of eternal bliss. In this way, the Abhidhamma dissolves the apparently dichotomy between ontology and epistemology, proposing instead that reality and its discernment are inseparable, mentally conditioning aspect. All these are dependent on some cause and conditions. Whatever there is a realizations of reality, that is the nature of the reality, these are dependent on some cause and conditions. Thank you very much.
Finally, thanking Professor Vimalendra Kumar, I would like to, just in a very few statements, summarize what he spoke. Like he spoke about the Abhidhamma, and then he went to the Buddha Kosa, one of the very important contributors of the Buddhist tradition from Sri Lanka. Some people say he's from Andhra. And also, one of the very important contribution of Buddha Kosa is the Vibhajyavada, that which some people say he was the initiator of that. And then Professor spoke about many things, how the mind plays a role, and what is the connection between mind and the reality. And then he concluded with the ontology, the bringing a connect between ontology and epistemology. I have also some questions before that. I would open the floor for questions and comments. Please participate. Oh, shall we go to the next one? At the last we shall take questions, or now?
For last session.
Acha, last. Then let us go to the other papers. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Mishra ji. Now we will present the video presentation along with the PPT prepared by Venerable Dr. Pujala. She has also sent her regards to Chairperson Professor Mishra ji and all our esteemed speakers.
very good morning to all of you, all the esteemed speakers. A very good morning to all of you, all the esteemed speakers, guests, and participants who have joined this wonderful conference organized by Tibet House. I convey my warm wishes to all of you. And let me begin by thanking Venerable. And before I go into the Buddhist a very good morning to all of you, all the esteemed speakers, guests, and participants who have joined this wonderful conference organized by Tibet House. I convey my warm wishes to all of you. And let me begin by thanking Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdula, the director of Tibet House, and the entire team of Tibet. House for always. A very good morning to all of you, all the esteemed speakers, guests, and participants who have joined this wonderful conference organized by Tibet House. I convey my warm wishes to all of you. And let me begin by thanking Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdula, the director of Tibet House, and the Epistemology, which means how we know it, reveals a persistent inquiry across philosophical disciplines. This presentation of what constitutes reality and how we know it, these are the two fundamental questions of epistemology that have always occupied philosophers for millennia. This dual inquiry into ontology, which means what exists, and the epistemology, which means how we know it, reveals a persistent inquiry across philosophical disciplines. As we know, from ancient Greece to contemporary analytical philosophy, thinkers have always grappled with whether reality exists independently of our perception, and what faculties or methods reliably evaluate that reality. So as we see some citations on the slide, the first one is from Buddha, which we are going to discuss very soon. This comes from Heart Sutra, and this Heart Sutra addresses both the questions related to ontology and epistemology. Likewise, René Descartes' famous quote, "I think, therefore I am," is a great example of how these two, ontology and epistemology, have always been the matter of discussion in the inquiry of the philosophers. For example, the great philosopher Plato distinguished between appearances and eternal forms, arguing that reason, not sensation, evaluate genuine reality. As we all know, is illustrated in his famous cave allegory. His student Aristotle, however, rehabilitated sensory experience, arguing that universal exists within particular things, making empirical observation essential. As we move to the medieval time, René Descartes established his famous principle, "I think, therefore I am," making consciousness the foundation of certainty. In contrast, British empiricists like John Locke argued all knowledge derived from sensory experience, while David Hume questioned even causation itself. Then, as we move forward, Immanuel Kant transcended this debate brilliantly. He argued we cannot know things in and on themselves. Reality, therefore, is partially constructed by the very faculty that evaluates it. And then the contemporary approach in 20th century introduced the phenomenology. And Edmund Husserl focused on describing consciousness without presuppositions, while Martin Heidegger emphasized practical engagement over detached contemplation. Now today, while scientific realists argue reality is something that exists independent of our mind, the pragmatist contend that truth is that works practically. So in conclusion, when it comes to all these philosophical traditions, reveal multiple legitimate approaches to understanding reality. And now as we move to the East, this has been the inquiry in the same richness and profundity across Indian philosophical tradition. And from the Indian philosophical tradition. So this epistemology, also known as the Praman tradition, has always been discussed by philosophers, not only within Buddhism but across Indian philosophical tradition. And when it comes to Buddhism, of course, it started from Buddha Shakyamuni's teaching and became very vibrant with the writings of Nalanda masters like Acharya Dignaga, Acharya Dharmakirti, and others. And therefore, in my presentation today, I would like to share these insights from the Nalanda masters' treatises. So as I said, this epistemology, the study of epistemology, deals with various issues like, so first I will discuss the epistemology and then we'll go to the ontology as discussed in Buddhist philosophy. So the study of epistemology deals with issues like how mind knows the reality, how mind engages with an object, how a mind knows the reality on the basis of a reasoning, how many kinds of Praman or valid cognitions are there, and what is the significance of valid cognition or Praman. Now this Praman is in Buddhist tradition. It's actually in very simple language, it means the means of knowledge or the proof. And different philosophical traditions accept different types of Praman. For example, Nyaya school speaks of 4 types of Praman. Sankhya speaks of 3 types of Praman. Charvakas speak of only one valid source of knowledge. Vaisheshika school accept 2 types and so forth. And Buddhism talked about the 2 kinds of Praman. In other words, what are the valid means of acquiring knowledge? So this epistemological inquiry, that what are the valid means of acquiring knowledge? So Buddhism talks about there are 2 types of valid means that can be utilized to acquire knowledge about the reality. So now in Buddhism, Praman, before we go into the 2 types of Praman, what is the definition of the Praman? So in the Buddhist Nalanda treatises, Praman is defined as new and non-deceptive mind. New and non-mistaken mind, meaning a mind which is fresh and non-deceptive in nature. And where are the sources? So in the text like Pramana Vartika, in verse number 1, chapter number 2, Acharya Dharmakirti very clearly mentions that valid cognition, so Praman loosely translated in English as valid cognition. So valid cognition is an awareness which is non-deceptive. Then in verse number 8, it gives, Acharya Dharmakirti gives the further qualities or further attributes of this Praman or valid cognition. In Buddhist treatises or in Buddhist philosophical traditions, the Praman is accepted to be impermanent in nature. It cannot be permanent, while the other philosophical tradition do mention about the permanent nature of the valid cognition or Praman. And then why it is so important to talk about the Praman? Because, for example, the Buddha being the reliable guide on what is the basis for somebody to believe in the teachings of the Buddha and also go into practice of that is on the basis of the rationality. It's not on the basis of the blind faith. So Pramana Vartika Acharya Dharmakirti clearly mentions that Buddha is a reliable guide, not because he has some miracle powers, but on the basis of that he possesses the Praman. All the mind of the Buddha are Praman. Now the 2 kinds of Praman in Buddhism, or the 2 valid means of acquiring knowledge in Buddhism. And then the question arises, why only 2? While other traditions talk about 3, 4, 5, why Buddhism talks about 2 kinds of valid cognition or 2 kinds of Praman? So it's not a random categorization, there is a reason behind it. So very clearly Acharya Dharmakirti explains this in Pramana Vartika, saying because phenomena are twofold, valid cognition or Praman is twofold. Meaning, because the objects that are to be known, they can be broadly classified under 2 categories. Therefore, the tools or the means that know those phenomena are also twofold. And these twofold pramanas are known as pratyaksh and anuman. In English, direct valid cognition and inferential valid cognition. So what are these phenomena and what are these 2 kinds of Praman? So the two kinds of phenomena, in other words, anything that exists in this world can be broadly classified under two categories of phenomena. One is known as manifest phenomena, in Sanskrit pratyaksh, and the other one is known as hidden phenomena, in Sanskrit paroksh. And then the two valid cognitions, or the two praman, which help us to know these two types of phenomena, are known as direct valid cognition and inferential valid cognition, in Sanskrit pratyaksh and anuman. Now, what is this manifest and hidden phenomena? So the manifest phenomena is defined to be a phenomena which can be cognized or known by a direct valid cognition of an ordinary person. For example, a pen on the table, then the sky, then the mobile phone in front of you. So all these phenomena which can be known by the direct valid cognition without relying on any reason, these are known as manifest phenomena. So the valid mean that help us to know this phenomena is known as pratyaksh, or direct valid perception. And all the hidden phenomena, for example, a phenomena which cannot be cognized without relying on a reasoning or the testimony of authoritative person, they are known as hidden phenomena. In other words, a phenomena which can be cognized by inferential valid cognition of an ordinary person, these are known as hidden phenomena. For example, the presence of lung in our body. So we all have lungs, but we have never seen our own lungs. So still we are so convinced that there are lungs in our body. It's purely on the basis of the rationality or the reason that we all are breathing. So these kind of hidden phenomena, which are known only by reliance on something which they are not, or on the reliance of reasoning, these are known as hidden phenomena. And then the mind which helps us to know this are known as inferential valid cognition, or anuman. And the one thing to note here is that the profound concept of Buddhism, like emptiness, shunyata, then anatta, selflessness, impermanence, they all can be known through the inferential valid cognition before we realize them through direct valid cognition. And then within hidden phenomena, there are two: slightly hidden phenomena and very hidden phenomena. Slightly hidden phenomena are those hidden phenomena which can be known by dependence on power of the fact or power of the reasoning, whereas the very hidden phenomena are those hidden phenomena which are known by relying on the testimony of an authoritative person. Now, let me take you quickly to the direct valid cognition. This is very important discussion in Nalanda Buddhist treatises. So what is this pratyaksh that helps us to know the reality without relying on the reasoning? So this direct valid perception or pratyaksh is defined, for example, in Acharya Dignak's Pramana Samuchaya. He very clearly mentions that direct valid perceiver is a non-mistaken knower that is free from conceptuality. In Sanskrit, pratyaksham kalpana podam nama jati adi asanyuktam, meaning that pratyaksh. And likewise in Acharya Dharmakirti's text, he mentions that kalpana podam abhrantam pratyaksham, meaning the pratyaksh or the direct valid perceiver, or any mean that helps us to know the manifest phenomena, also known as direct valid perceiver or pratyaksh, should have two qualities, or should have two attributes. Number one, it should be an abhranta chit, meaning it should be non-mistaken in nature. It should not be mistaken in nature. What do you mean by non-mistaken in nature? It means that it should not be mistaken with respect to the appearance of the object. For example, when we see white snow wearing the blue goggle, then the white snow appears blue to us, right? So that has a mistaken appearance. So the first qualification of a pratyaksh is that it should be completely freed of the incorrect appearance of the object. Number two is that it should be free from conceptuality, kalpana bodham, meaning it should be non-conceptual mind. So when these two qualifications are fulfilled, these are known as direct valid perceiver. In other words, the non-concept, okay, just quickly explain this to you. The difference between conceptuality and non-conceptuality is on the basis of whether the mind uses the generic image or not. So, for example, when we see this mobile that is on my table, I don't need to conceptualize it using a generic image. I don't need to imagine it through a generic image. I can see it directly without using a generic image. So that is known as a mind which is non-conceptual or nirvikalp gyan or kalpana podham. So the direct valid perceiver has to be non-conceptual in nature while being non-mistaken. Now when it comes to inferential cognition, the anuman, the second valid mean of acquiring knowledge is described in treatises to be the inferential valid cognition, which means the mind which relies on something, some other science or reasoning or testimony to acquire the knowledge of the reality. For example, when you see a smoke coming out of a house, then although we do not know that there is a fire, but from the presence of the smoke, one can accurately infer the presence of the fire in the house. So that is known as inferential valid cognition or anuman. So these are the two valid means of acquiring knowledge when it comes to Buddhist tradition. So this is a very holistic presentation of epistemology, that anything that exists in this world is either of the nature of manifest or hidden, meaning either you can know it directly or you can know it on the basis of the reasoning. So those phenomena which you can know directly without depending on reason, these are known through the mind, which is known as pratyaksh, and in English direct valid perceiver. Whereas those phenomena which are not manifest to you but are in the hidden form, for example, the atoms, electrons, protons, and also emptiness, impermanence, these phenomena which are hidden for us for the moment, they can also be realized through the valid means of acquiring knowledge known as inferential valid cognition. So since all phenomena can be subsumed under these two categories, all phenomena can be known through the two means of valid cognition or two means of praman known as pratyaksh and anuman. So on that basis, the Buddhist philosophy discussed or divided the epistemological discussion into two pramanas known as pratyaksh and anuman. Now this is about the valid means of knowledge. Now what about what exists and what is the reality? So as the time is very short, I would like to quickly summarize it, that what exists is discussed on two levels in Buddhist philosophy, which was discussed in Heart Sutra, which was taught in Rajgir, where our university is, and in Rajgir, in Gudkud, this is the picture of Gudkud, where Buddha taught many Pragya Paramita Sutra, the sutra on the perfection of wisdom. And then this Heart Sutra, which Buddha taught at this Vulture's Peak, Buddha explained that all the problems, anxieties, fears that we go through, they can be overcome through the realization of perfection of wisdom. Now this perfection of wisdom is a mind, and it sees the reality. So this mind is a valid cognition, and what it sees is the reality. Now this mind, which is a perfection of wisdom, this can be of two types, pratyaksh and anuman. So we just discussed it, that this perfection of wisdom or pragya paramita can be cultivated on two levels. First, through the inferential valid cognition known as anuman, and then through the further familiarization, it becomes the pratyaksh or direct valid perceiver. Now this is about the mind that knows. Now what is that reality that this mind knows, and it becomes the perfection of wisdom, which has the power to remove all our fear, all our anxieties. So that reality, that discussion is known as the discussion of ontology. What constitutes the reality out there? So that reality in general, not in the context of perfection of wisdom, in general that reality is discussed in Heart Sutra on two levels. What is, for example, this very famous quote from Heart Sutra, which is Rupam Shunyata Shunyataiva Rupam. Rupana prathak shunyata shunyataya na prathak rupam. In English, form is empty, emptiness is form. Emptiness is not other than form, and form is also not other than emptiness. So these two lines explain the two layers of reality as discussed in Buddhist philosophy. So Buddha very clearly mentioned that all the phenomena, all the realities that can possibly, that exist, anything that exists should be subsumed under two realities: conventional realities and ultimate reality. And this conventional and ultimate reality in Sanskrit, Samvriti Satya and Pramad Satya are discussed across four Buddhist philosophical schools: Vaibhashika, Sautantrika, Chittamatra and Madhyamika. And today I will specifically talk about the Madhyamika philosophy or Madhyamika school, which talks about the two truths on a very profound level. So now when it comes to conventional reality or conventional truth is a phenomena which is known through the conventional analysis or conventional mind, whereas the Pramartha Satya or the ultimate truth is a phenomena which is known through the ultimate analysis. Meaning, for example, when we see this mobile, this is the mobile which you know through the conventional knowledge or conventional means, conventional analysis. Whereas when it comes to what is the true nature of this mobile, what is the true reality of this mobile, that is known through the ultimate analysis. You have to subject this mobile to the reasoning of ultimate analysis, and that reality is known as Paramartha Satya or ultimate truth of the mobile, also known as emptiness according to Madhyamika philosophy. So this Paramartha Satya, so reality per se is of two levels: conventional reality and ultimate reality. Now the ultimate reality is a reality, the realization of which removes all our fears. So therefore, in Buddhist tradition, across the Buddhist philosophical school, Paramartha Satya is discussed in great detail. So now, according to Madhyamika, what is so unique of Madhyamika school as it flourished, as taught by Buddha Shakyamuni in Pragyaparamita Sutras, and then later explicated by Arya Nagarjuna in his treatises like Mool Madhyamika Karika, Vigraya Vartani, Precious Garland and others, it is that very clearly Madhyamika philosopher like Arya Nagarjuna says that while all other traditions talk about phenomena to exist intrinsically, Arya Nagarjuna mentions that phenomena are empty of intrinsic nature. In other words, the reality is, the ultimate reality of all phenomena is that they do not exist intrinsically. They are empty of intrinsic reality. In other words, they are Swabhav Shunya. All phenomena are Swabhav Shunya. This is known as the concept of Swabhav Shunyata as posited by the Madhyamika philosopher. So, and then finally I would like to also mention that these two beings are the two profound concept of or profound. So, and finally, I would like to also mention that these two beings are the two profound concept of or profound streams of the Buddhist philosophy: the epistemology and ontology. What knows, how to know, and what is the reality. These are something need to be discussed and studied thoroughly on the basis of the primary sources as well as the later commentaries written by the great masters from India like Nalanda University, Vikramashila University, and also the great masters that appeared in China, Tibet, and other other countries. So some of the suggested reading to go deeper into this are on the screen. For example, all the Nalanda Masters' text and the treatises written by His Holiness Dalai Lamas are extremely helpful when it comes to knowing and going deeper into these realities. And therefore, on this note, I would like to conclude. Thank you very much.
Very useful for Puja, Dr. Puja Dobral. very clear exposition of whatever he takes, and she is not here, unfortunately, otherwise she could have defended the questions that you might ask. But one thing I wanted to tell, she is not there, I will tell her when I go and meet her there. Whenever she talked about epistemology, she took Vijnanavada. But whenever she talked about ontology, she took a Sunyavada. So there is a small invisible jump in her presentation, which I know she can answer all these things. She is very quite scholarly. But this is the thing. There is a, like when we talk epistemology and ontology, about one school we have to put. Epistemology one, but her bringing Husserl and so many things is simply extraordinary presentation, good presentation. I think questions can be asked, and Gesela can answer the questions if there are any. And Professor Ashok Bora's paper is available with us. If anybody wants, we can, he can send, Kung will send them the paper. We are not presenting the paper now, as we did in case of Puja. So one or two questions which can have for Professor Vimalendra Kumar, so that, yeah, quick.
Hello. Our physical form as we are now, as we exist, as we think that we do, is it ontology or it is epistemology?
To the world, does it come under ontology or is the question?
I mean, my question is the existence part. I'm talking of, we say that we are, but are we, or we are pure consciousness at the moment currently in physical form? My question is that what we perceive it as is correct, or it is something beyond our understanding?
No. So see, there are two terms. Here you are asking that Rupa. Whenever we are considering Rupa as a ultimate reality, which are four in number in Navedhamma, Chitta Chetsika Rupa Nibbana. But when object as a one of the object of our senses, when it is cognized, then it is called as our knowing the nature of the reality. So knowing the reality, that when the objects are cognized by our mind, it is called as our ontology. It in that sense. But when as a rupa, in the form of Chattaro Cha Mahabhuta, four basic material qualities, as well as 23 generated material qualities, it is called as ultimate reality. But when they are cognized, there are processed through the Panchadwara Vithi, when a course of cognition takes place, and there are 10 stages when objects are cognized by our mind. This is called in the sense of ontology. When the objects are known, this is in the sense of ontology.
Yeah,
yes.
Please.
Huh.
First, wonderful, brilliant. I was just wondering that suppose one could manufacture reality. Yes, one thought, okay, there's no reality. Tell us what you would like reality to be. Yes, imagine what would be an ideal reality for you. Yes, I think a lot of us would say things like the reality we would like, yes, would be one where there's no suffering, there's joy. And then if one asked, okay, from where would you get this joy? A lot of us would say there would be harmony, there would be love, there'd be affection, because I being happy and somebody else not being happy, there would be no happiness. And there would be no fear, there would be some sense of security, right? So this would, what we'd like reality to be, yes? Maitri, lack of suffering, joy, and fearlessness, yes? And then one wonders that when Buddha nature is talked about, and the ultimate reality is talked about, it's claimed that these are also characteristics of that reality. There's selflessness in some sense, Yes, there is therefore love, in a sense. There's absence of suffering. And I just wondered that this highest aspiration that we have, a lot of us would say this is our highest aspiration of reality. And what Buddhism is telling us about reality, this consonance of the two, what we would like and what its claim is. Yes, is this because, in a sense, our true nature is recognizing it and therefore projecting it as the ideal? Yes, therefore it's not in imagination in the sense. We can have all kinds of hallucinations imaginary, that is also possible. You can do all sorts of other things. But when we say true joy comes from this, maybe it's a reality wanting it. I mean, there's a consonance. And I just wondered whether that is ever thought about or talked about in any tradition.
I don't think Professor is asking any question. He has answered his question also. Like when we talk of suffering, like when we talk about suffering, other suffering also gives us pleasure. So that is also he has brought into picture. But one last question he asked is very important. That is, how do we map this? What is the way of mapping this? I think Professor will keep this question for the lunch period because we are running out of time. Can Gesela will speak.
I think because that I know Professor Vivekji so well for the last 20 years, so I can sense what Professor Vivekji is asking. So he as a person is amazingly compassionate person, incredibly compassionate person. So he doesn't want to see suffering in the world.
Yes.
Like the suffering of the dogs. And the dogs are, the stray dogs, they don't have a voice. They're suffering. And Professor is there to feed these 70, 100 dogs on the street every day. That's what Professor is doing. So he doesn't want to see these miseries in the world. So idealistically speaking, if we conceive of an idea of the reality where nobody's suffering, everybody is fearless and everybody has something to eat and happy and so forth. So is this something at the pragmatic reality or is feasible? And then what about its consonance with the Buddha nature? So the reality is that the reality which Professor is imagining or envisioning, so that is something which is actually doable, which is actually feasible, and it is like, say, like the metaphor given is, say, Mount Kailash. One person with the goggles, very dirty goggles on, and the other with a very clean goggle. So no matter how much the person who sees the Mount Kailash so clean with the clean goggles on, so how much ever you explain this, the person with the dirty goggles will be bound to see the Mount Kailash is dirty. But the Mount Kailash per se is the same Mount Kailash. The one who sees is dirty and one who sees is pure. So now the point is that what should we do? So those with the pure vision of the Mount Kailash, their job is to help those people with the dirty glasses to clean the dirty glass and let them enjoy the Mount Kailash. Likewise, people like Professor Vivekji yourself, and anybody who's really compassionate and who is able to unfold your Buddha nature, the hidden treasure which I taught about, fully, then our job is to teach others how to let this Buddha nature become manifest within, so that you will see the whole world as extremely real, with the total total fearlessness, and with total the no pain, no bully, nothing of these problems. So for that matter, the wisdom needs to be awakened. Let they see the wisdom. Thank you.
Thanks, Gesela. One of the very important questions Professor asked is about hallucination. You know, this is something which is discussed in Dharmakirti and post-Dharmakirti literature in Buddhism. That on hallucination and dream, man does not have any control. Whereas on illusion, the person has some control. So this type, so this is being done in the contextualizing the reality through epistemology. How illusion happens, how erroneous perception and how veridical perceptions differ. The aspiration is that is the basic question. That's which Geshe-la was pointing. The aspiration is the basic. That all this, the illusion is mostly because of aspiration. Whereas hallucination is not because of aspiration, or dream is not because of aspiration. Most of the time you see a rope as a snake because of aspiration, possible aspiration. But hallucination and dream are not subjected in this way. There the person has no control. A lot of discussion is there. Thank you for this brilliant question. And coming back to the question of the gentleman there, what is ontology is not what is the form that is projected or given to us through you. Ontology is the essence of existence. That is what we, metaphysics has two branches. One is cosmology, another is ontology. This is ontology means what is there, what exactly is there. And that we usually teach that. More of it we shall discuss when we are having lunch. I think we shall take 1 hour break for lunch. Thanks to Professor Vimalendra Kumar and Pooja. Very brilliant presentations. Both are very brilliant. And with time permits, we could have gone deep into Buddha Ghosa's like analytical skills. Like we should have had also Professor Siddharth Singh. He knows Buddha Ghosa very well. And that occasion we could not have had today. So, while thanking all of them, now on behalf of the organizers, I think it is time for us to break for lunch, or please come. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor Mishra ji, for sharing this session very brilliantly. And then we have Dr. Bimalendra Kumar ji for such a wonderful presentation, and Dr. Bujala as well. So without wasting much time, I would like to request Professor Mishra ji to kindly do the honor of presenting the souvenirs to Dr. Bimalendra Kumar ji.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Mishra ji. We have now come to the end of the session, first session, and the second session will be resumed at 2:40. Till now, may I kindly request all the participants to kindly resume at the 2:40 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a 1 hour lunch break session, and I request all of you to kindly help yourself to the bridge area where we will serve the lunch, and I request all of you to kindly be back at the conference hall by 2:40 p.m. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
chene zamli ona korso chani te mojani zamli shide triso nam sama pochene zamli ona korso chani te mojani zamli shide triso
Tene Dome Chogane Tukjiche Kadinche Shebe Kyangshe Bigyu, a cultural presentation by Dome Group.
पाते साजी गच चाल पाते चल चंजामलं छेरang yin tol chi shangkul छेरang yin जे चन्यं चा छेला सु xie zhi lo pu qie lan qi me qi lam yi de bar xiu shi di shou xiang dan bar xiu o o a kong sa qiu tu ji qian o o a ka zhen qie kong sa qiu起老米的白袖，是的手枪单白袖。哦哦啊，公萨就突击前。哦哦啊，公萨就卡人前。没起老米的白袖，是的手枪。单白袖，没起老米的白袖，是的手像单白袖。 London tăng goja ngla ni wo ji phi ni chung kara ho se chung kara la tin ji chung kara la tin ji kung sa ga wa tang zi yan zu ye chung kara la ta shi mo de ji mo de ji
la
Ooh.
Hello, check test. 1 2 1 2 test. Hello, check test. 1 2 1 2. Hello, check test. 1 2 1 2.
Sama pochene zamliyo la korso Chanyi te mojani zamli shide triso Nam sama pochene zamliyo la korso Chanyi te mojani Zamli shide triso Unkininda ishe norbu talelama Unkininda ishe norbu talelama Unkininda norbu talelama Unkininda ishe norbu talelama Sama pochene zamliyo la korso Chanyi te mojani zamli shide triso Unkininda ishe norbu talelama Unkininda ishe norbu talelama Unkininda ishe norbu talelama
Tene Dome Chogane Tukjiche Kadinche Shebe Kyangshe Bigyu, a cultural presentation by Dome Group.
you will have enough patience and energy to enjoy next session. We have very distinguished scholars who are going to present their papers in this session. And because I am informed that Professor Godavrish Mishraji had prepared his presentation for 1 hour and he had to delete certain slides in order to accommodate his presentation within time. So without further delay, I want scholars to get sufficient time so that you could enjoy maximum, you could get enlightened utmost by their presentation. So it's a pleasure for me to invite Professor Godavrish Mishraji to make his presentation. His presentation is on, I think he himself will elaborate that presentation, and then perceiving. Okay, so it is about perceiving to believing. Ehi pasik to aprant kappana. How is the real realized Buddhist interaction with other schools of epistemology? So, Professor Mishraji.
So,
okay.
Respected Professor Siddhar Singh, my and most distinguished audience, I am again thankful to Gesela for this opportunity, and also to think of such a topic, to have a deliberation which is usually not happening in Indian academia. It is because Buddhism, for some reason, is not taking the place which it has been having for ages. I should say that in recent years in Indian academics, this is not happening, but earlier, it was a live current of Indian philosophical schools. I must tell you before I go to the topic, that when you look at the subject, you see how much of it is worked out by the so-called orthodox thinkers of our tradition till, I should say, 18th, 19th century. There is like a, I should not say paramount, but continuous engagement with these systems. Like I was reading Vedanta, like my specialization in Vedanta, Shankara Vedanta, and you know, Shankara has not criticized Nagarjuna. He has criticized others. Like Sarvastivada, Vijnanavada, he has criticized. But Sunyavada, he has not been able to criticize for some reason. Which is taken up by Sureswara. Sureswara criticizes Sunyavada. And this criticism comes in a text called Brihadaranyaka Bhasya Bhartika by Sureswara. When I was reading with my teacher, he could explain all the things. Sarvastivada, this is the tradition, this is the criticism. Yogachara, this is the tradition, this is the criticism. When he came to Sunyavada, there are certain verses, he told Godavrish, I am not able to penetrate into the meaning of these verses. It is because I have not read these texts that carefully as much I have read those texts. What it means, friends, is that tradition always read both the tradition in equal manner. Professor Siddhar Pali professor knew Sanskrit as much as he knows. Professor Gomprij is a professor of Pali and Sanskrit in Oxford University who taught me there. Professor Siddhar Singh, and you are, of course, Sahadhyayis in Cambridge University. But what I am telling is, this tradition is almost gone. So it is great that you brought it back. Gesela, I wanted to tell you another thing before I touch upon what I wanted to talk about today. 2 years back, I had a seminar on Vachaspati Mishra in Darbhanga. You know, Vachaspati Mishra is one, like, you know, they come from the same area. The 1,300 years gap between the Buddha and Vachaspati Mishra, and Buddha's tradition and Vachaspati Mishra. I should not say, it was a continuous tradition. Vachaspati Mishra tries to work out everybody, Asanga, Vasubandhu, Dharmakirti, Kirtina Uktam. It's like, I doubt whether anybody is reading those texts and trying to understand what Vadas, why he's doing, why Shankara is doing. Because they have affiliation with this Buddhism. Shankara is criticizing everybody. Samkhya, Vaisheshika, Jaina, Nyaya, Mimamsa, of course. And he takes in this group Bauddha, all the schools of Bauddha. Almost 10 sutras in Brahma Sutra are given to this. See the interaction. See the life, and it is coming down in Vachaspati's tradition. I tell you, it is coming down till 19th century. Almost like all of a sudden we have forgotten the tradition. There is nothing happening. I start today's my presentation with a verse from Arya Suras, like Jatakamala. This is a reconstructed text from Chinese source. See, nowadays, after, of course, if you have to have new researches, you have to depend only on Tibetan or Chinese sources, because they have most of the texts are coming out of them. Of course, I don't want to talk about China, but Tibetan sources are also very great, very rich, and that is becoming available to us to some extent, because many of those things are taken away by China also. So, I would start with Arya Suras Jatakamala, who says, Pranamya Shastre Sugataya Taine Nidhaya Bhabam Samatham Nirihitam Akaranam Karunikam Gurum Prabhum Badamya Anekatmakam Eva Dharmakam. This is what the Mangala Charana he does to Buddha, who is called as Vada Pranamya Shastri. There is a mistake in that. Shastri means Buddha. Shasta, that there in Amarakosa, the names of Buddha in that Shasta comes. And we have a great Shasta worship tradition in Kerala. Ayappa is called as Shasta. See, I would like to say, the Buddhism, the monks and nuns vanished from this country. Buddhism never vanished. It became the lifeblood of our tradition. I must say I am proud to be a great inheritor of this Buddha's legacy. Many things which he did could not be undone, rather assimilated into our tradition. I don't want to take much of your time. So, my topic is perceiving to believing, ehi passika to aparanta kappana. How is the real realized? So that is what I wanted to say. Why I am telling perceiving to believing, this believe word is a very peculiar word in English, for which we don't have a equivalent word in Pali or Sanskrit. I think all Indianized languages we don't have anything, because believe, what is believe? I believe there will be rain today, but I don't believe that I had a grandfather. Am I making sense? So this type of belief, I was searching for a word in Pali, Sanskrit and other Indian languages that we know. What is believing? And I found, with all humility, I must say, Professor Siddhar Singh, this aparanta kappana would be somehow nearer to kappana, believing. Vishwas we cannot have, any other word we cannot have. So that is why, this is number one. Number two is, there was a thinker called Gettier in the West. He said, what is knowledge? He said, justified true belief is knowledge. Justified true belief is knowledge. Justified true belief is knowledge. And it has been contested later on. What is belief? The difference between Indian epistemology and Western epistemology is this one word. If I say Western epistemology searches for certainty, we search for correctness. We search for correctness in our understanding of the reality. They search for certainty in their understanding of the reality. So with this, I go to my presentation. What I want to do today, I want to say something not new, but which I feel is the prime thesis of the Buddha. What is the prime thesis? Prime thesis is to give primacy in epistemology to pratyaksha. To pratyaksha, see, there are Sautrantika school who says Anumana is better, there are Sautrantika thinkers who says Anumana is better, but still in that also, the pratyaksha is most important, preeminent of the pramanas, which is percolated down to all the pramanas. So how is it done? I have written in my long paper that I have made. I thought Gesela will give me 1 hour time. Some other time I will steal time from you and speak for 1 hour. So I come and see is the thesis of Buddha, ehi pasika. You know, I know the not mere belief, not merely belief. What belief? The whole religious firmament was based on beliefs. And Buddha is coming and telling, ehi pasika, come and see. Don't see from a distance. If you see from a distance, you will not be able to see. So this seeing pratyaksha is the basic thesis of Buddha. And where it is said, you know, very, very, very famous verse, all of you know. You know, when he is teaching the Kalamas, he says, Tapacha, how do the wise people buy the gold? He says, Tapacha chedacha nikasat. Suvarnamiva panditaha parichya madbacho grajam vikhyavaha natu gaurava. Don't believe people just because they look good. They command respect. Don't do that. Find out whether what they are telling is right or wrong. See how pragmatic way Buddha is injecting philosophy to the people. How? What is the way? Pratyaksha. Ehi pasika. I would like to come to that point also when Buddha is criticizing Charvakas, ehi pasika. That is there in my paper. I don't know whether I will be able to go up to that, but the Buddha's teaching, so Buddha's teaching invites verification, not blind faith. The tension between seeing and believing defines Buddha's epistemology. The central question is, how is the real realized? Early Buddhism resists speculative belief. See, why I am telling this, not that later Buddhism tries to inculcate speculative belief, but such type of argument can be hard. That when you say that is something sunya, I would say, no, you are talking about, for a person who has no understanding, he will not understand what sunya is, he will say sunya is a belief. But for that I am just putting early Buddhism, because Buddha is like all myth, legend, all these things have no place, blind belief is no place in Buddha's thinking. That is why I am telling, that is where he is telling aparanta kappana. Focus on direct perception as the foundation of knowledge. And Gesela was telling in the morning how it avoids both naive empiricism and perception without insight. And dogmatic metaphysics, belief without experience. And that is why I am writing both of these, to say how Buddha is carving a middle path between both, by what? Shraddha, Darsana, Prajna and Abhasamaya. Because of the constraint of time, I am skipping certain things. So this is the textual, like Yatha Bhuta Darsana, seeing things as they are. I will be going at the end to Ramanuja, who is because Buddhist concept of perception has been attacked, has been countered, refuted by many Indian schools of philosophy, and Ramanuja is the one who is trying to say, see, what Buddha says you cannot, because Buddhist concept, not Buddha concept, the Buddha did not talk about all these things. He the Yatha Bhuta, the things as they are, and it is coming so beautifully in two schools, and the Vijnanavada and Sunyavada, it comes very clearly, and that is why seeing things as they are. And how do you do that? Darsana Samparna, you have to have darsana you have to have. So the pramana vichara, this is already like Pooja gave a very brilliant talk about it. And what is the ultimate aim? Everywhere you can see that the liberation through direct insight is what all Buddhist schools univocally speak about, whereas Vedanta, Samkhya, Mimamsa and Nyaya have their own way of putting their concepts. What is the Buddhist intervention in this regard is the knowledge is given as a samyak drishti, like the seeing in the right way, because eyes are always myopic. The myopia is an innate problem of the human beings. Like sometimes we do and sometimes we are done, but the problem of seeing is always there. Therefore, what Buddha is doing is, he is trying to remove the myopia, trying to remove the possible problem that, so perception is the root of wisdom, parnamulam sabbam dhammam. So, ehipasika, that is what experiential verification at the, like as against speculative projection, aparanta kappana. So early Buddhism direct experiential seeing of the impermanence, Nagarjuna critique of conceptual proliferation, prapancha. By critiquing prapancha, Nagarjuna goes to say, Professor Siddharth Singh and Gesela were telling, there is no difference between prapancha. If you understand prapancha properly, you have understood. It is not a question of, Nagarjuna's philosophy is not a question of understanding sunyata. It is not understanding what is not sunyata. It is because somebody was asking Gesela, what do you say, either samsara is important or sunyata? He told both are important. More than sunyata, samsara is from the Nagarjuna is writing the text not from sunyata standpoint. From here only he is writing empirical. Existence is more important for all the philosophers, and this he is doing that. So Dignaga and Dharmakirti, formalization of Buddhist epistemology, all these things, Pramana, Samuchaya, Pramana, so many texts. Prajnankara Gupta, he says, Prajnankara Gupta, one statement he gives so beautiful. He says, what am I talking? What is my philosophy? Prajnankara pratignyayam vayam advaitavadinah. He says, we speak about Advaita, but not that Advaita, like Brahmans, both are Advaita. I'll come to that, time permits. Whenever time is up, Professor Siddharth. Oh, already come. 3 minutes. Okay. So, anyway, so 2 poles, Ehipasika versus Aparanta Kappana. So, Buddhist Pramana theory. Only 2 valid means of knowledge. See, why the inference was taken as a pramana is because no, the whole idea of annihilationism of Charvaka cannot be countered metaphysically. It has to be epistemological. You say everything is known through pratyaksha. How do you know that pratyaksha is the only pramana? What is the means of knowing that pratyaksha is the only pramana? There is no means. Pratyaksha cannot say that no, I am the only pramana. If you say that pratyaksha is the only pramana, you have to accept anumana. This is a very good discussion that is available in Buddhist tradition. That, I should not make most of the later epistemological discussion in Indian philosophy. Of course, I believe that Gautama, the Nyaya writer, was before the writers of epistemological text, Pramana Shastras in Buddhism, but the way they in a sophisticated manner presented was unimaginable, and that gave the foundation for further development of epistemology in Indian philosophy. One example I wanted to give you. Nagarjuna says, Kalpana podham abhrantam pratyaksham. That which is not vitiated by aparanta kappana or paranta kappana. And that which is not illusory, that is the pratyaksha. You know, this is exactly taken up by Advaitins. Dharmaraja Adhuri says that anadhigata abadhitartham jnanam prama. Exactly, same thing. And the later on, Buddhists say, why should you have this kalpana podham? Drop that abhrantam pratyaksham is enough. They also said the same thing. So what? Like how much? My point is the engagement. Engagement is almost getting lost, and which is what should be brought to the forefront of philosophical discourse in our country. So the two pramanas. What about Sabda? Is Sabda a pramana or not a pramana? Sabda is a pramana as an extension of not Anumana. It is an extension of Pratyaksha. That is why, what is, so Dignaga, Dharmakirti, Pragyankara, Gupta, all of them try to, so nature, the definition, this is what I was telling. This is another very important point, Gesera. This is Nirvikalpa Jnana and Savikalpa Jnana. And on this, there is a big discussion between Dharmakirti and his great, well-known disciple, you know who? Kumarila Bhatta goes to Mithila back after learning at Nalanda, and he says, he refuted him. In Sloka Vartika, he refutes many of the, because he says that it is Nirvikalpaka Jnanam Prama, according to Dharmakirti. And Kumarila says it is not possible. Savikalpaka alone should be. And he says, after learning for many years, since he is refuting his Guru, because it is Guru Droha, therefore Kumarila Bhatta is committing suicide by putting himself. That is the tradition. You see, Nalanda experiment, which Gesela is very fond of, enthusiastic about, you know, that is what is happening. So Savikalpaka and Nirvikalpaka, I have written a lot. 3 minutes are almost gone. So awareness of the Swalakshana and not the universal Samanya. This is another very interesting thing. I have no time. So, debate with Nyaya and others. Nyaya objection, if perception is only of the particulars, Vishesha, how do we recognize universals or act upon them? Buddhists say, perception gives this, not this as something. Nirvikalpaka. You know, saprakarakam jnanam savikalpakam, nisprakarakam jnanam nirvikalpakam. Nyaya formulation, they say it is not possible. Universals arise later through memory and conceptualization, but when you see a thing as that. So communication needs universals, not perception. So perception, naming, thought and action comes in a series, in a chronological manner. So these are the 4 types of pratyaksha that is there. You know, Dharmakirti talks about, Pragyankara Gupta very clearly brings. See, I wanted to tell you one thing more. When a Buddhist scholar gives a commentary on his guru or the predecessor, he does not write a commentary just glossing what he has told. He writes his own views also. That is the great taste of this tradition. So this sense perception, mental perception, self-cognition, so-sambedana, and yogic perception, where direct insight into past, future, because the mind has become so clear. Gesela was telling that dream and hallucination also. This is what I can. If a person becomes a yogi, he will have neither ones. Possibilities, I agree with what Gesela said today. So, interrelation between perception and inference, this is another thing I wanted to, why Anumana? Why Shabda? Because Shabda comes when like it is based on perception, not based on something that there is a Swarga there and you have to go. That is not, because Swarga nobody has seen to speak about. So this is epistemological positions. I have taken our Western philosophical models to try to analyze representational theory, presentational theory. So all that, Sambriti Satya and the Buddha and the ideal of, this is very important thing, Professor Siddharth Singh, which I want to bring out. So what is Buddha doing to say that you know, the real and how do you evaluate it? Here is the problem of objectivity comes. And Buddha says the objectivity of Charvaka is wrong, objectivity of Vedanta is wrong, objectivity of Jainism is wrong, objectivity of Ajivaka is very wrong, and therefore we have to have a different objectivity, and that different objectivity comes about when we see things properly, and proper living can come, proper perception will come when there is proper living. So I think I am envisioning as liberation. So this is what Yatha Bhuta Jnana, this is where I am trying to see the criticism of all these schools and bringing Ramanuja to justify, legitimize what is being done by Buddhist tradition. So fusion of, this is my last thing, where the Buddhist tradition, especially Nagarjuna, you know what he does? He brings metaphysics, epistemology, ontology, soteriology, everything together and puts into one basket, saying, if you want to have these two things, the understanding of the real and a tool of evaluating it, what you should do, there is no way you can do excepting realization. And how that realization will come? Nagarjuna says, Anaksharaśya dharmasya srutihka desanachaka nakaschit kutrachit kimchit dharmo buddhena bhasitam. Buddha did not teach anything to anybody, because this is not something, he was only telling how do you have to develop a capability to see, not how, like you cannot see because it is not seeable, it is not perceivable. You can only give the tools of perception. That is what he is telling. This whole tradition, whole objectivity is anakshara, beyond words. And Shruti, how can, if that is beyond words, how can you teach that? Where is Shruti? How can you listen to that, read it, understand it? Therefore, to nobody at no point of time, nor anything was taught by the Buddha. So this is Ehipassika, invitation to direct experience, Aparanta Kappana, warning against speculative belief, perception develops into insight, liberation, and how is the realized by seeing directly without clinging to the concepts. So thank you for your patience, and thanks Professor for giving me some time.
Thanks a lot, Professor Godavari Mishra ji, for your wonderful presentation. He took us through the journey of entire Indian philosophical tradition with a special reference to Ramanuj, Vishishtadvait, Advait Vedant, and so on. So without further delay, it's a pleasure for me to invite our next speaker, Professor Ajay Kumar Verma ji. He would make his presentation on Shunyavadin's critique of Brahman system. So, Professor Verma.
So, first of all, let me begin by thanking Tibet House, Geshe Damdul Dorje ji, for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to be in the midst of scholars like Professor Bimlendra Kumar ji, Professor Suneja, and Professor Godavari Mishra, whom I have known for long and learned a lot from him. It's a pleasure that this session is being chaired by Professor Siddharth Singh, my co-panelist Professor Pandey. And also some of my students I met after a long time who had opted for my course on Vigrahavartini at JNU. I don't see them here now, but I met them outside. And so, first of all, let me join Professor Mishra in saying that it's a pleasure to be part of the event on Buddhist philosophy. It's one tradition that needs to be brought in academic space more more dominantly than it presently sort of is. And you know, like, I mean, in JNU, we sort of, you know, trying our best to do that. We offer, you know, courses on the reading of Mool Madhmika Karika and Vigraha Vivartini. Actually, sort of, I'm engaged in reading of one of these texts right now as well. Now, with these words, since, you know, like, I mean, we have just 20 minutes, so let me sort of, you know, begin straight away with you know, the main subject matter of my talk today. So, you know, today I intend to talk on Shunyavadin's critique of Pramana system. You know, a particular portion in Vigraha Vivartini, which is generally, you know, called Pramana Pariksha. But, you know, before I go into that, let me try to give you a small kind of sort of, you know, background to the debate, the context to the debate, so that, you know, like, I'm misunderstood. You know, so that it's understood why is it that Shunyavadin, you know, Nagarjuna particularly, is interested in critiquing Pramana. And if one critiques Pramana, is thereby one embracing a skeptic position? Skeptic position meaning that knowledge is not possible at all. And if we say that, actually there's a portion at the very end of Vigraha Vivartini where you know, the opponent sort of, you know, is asking that, see, if you critique Pramanas, if you sort of, you know, that would amount to saying that there is no possibility of any kind of knowledge at all. But then, you know, he's sort of, the opponent is saying to Nagarjuna, but you yourself believe in certain ethical precepts, and you yourself are a school of philosophy. So, if you believe in, if there is a centrality of ethics within your school, you must adhere to particular, you know, some philosophical views. Otherwise, it'll be some kind of a vacuous framework within which you would be propounding some kind of ethical precepts. But, you know, like, that'll be that would be a talk for a separate day, because that's one of the most interesting part of you know, this particular text. But for today, since you know, the topic is what is real and what evaluates it, so the pertinent you know, portion from that text is you know, the Pramana Pariksha. Now, what's the context to it? The context to it is that Shunyavadin is propounding what you know, he calls Nisvabhavata. And Nisvabhavata is, you know, a word with negative particle. So that means he is critiquing Svabhavata of things. And where is the idea of Svabhavata coming from? As a matter of fact, in Vigraha Vivartini, in Mool Madhmika Karika, sort of, you know, we know that the opponent is a fellow Buddhist, namely Abhidhammika. And today, Professor Bimlendraji, you know, like, I mean, sort of, made it such a sort of informative presentation on that philosophy. But in Vigraha Vivartini, we are not sure. Though it is generally believed that it is anayayic, but there are contentions about it. So nonetheless, sort of, you know, if it is a Naiyayic, which is very, very likely, I personally also believe that it's a Naiyayic. Now, the Naiyayic's idea is that when we come to know something as something, that is because of the reason that the generic character of that object is already inherent in the object itself. Say, for example, when I cognize a pen, it presents itself to me as a pen because the generic character, namely, table, because the tableness is, you know, which is the generic character of it, the samanya as it's called, is inherent in the table itself, and it's given to me along with the presentation of the table. So now the term that is used by the Shunyavadin is Svabhavata. It is our tendency to believe that there is some kind of inherent character in the object itself, which makes it what it is. And if we cognize it as, you know, supposedly what it is, this is when our judgment could be deemed to be correct. about the nature of the object. So this is how how a Nayayik would argue about this. The problem with Shunyavadins with reference to such kind of evaluation of cognition is they would argue that this is tantamount to saying that there is something abiding in the object, which goes contrary to the idea of momentariness. Right? So the idea of momentariness is that nothing stays, nothing in the world stays. Tables, would go, chairs would go, there is absolutely nothing. Now, but the idea of some kind of a generic character, samanya, is such that it is supposed to persist, right? It is across the spatio-temporal contingencies. So this is the reason why Shunyavadin would rather believe that everything is, a result of some other something, some pratyayas coming together. And the thing, a particular object, sustains so far as the supporting material is there. But since everything is, everything is ultimately shunya, momentary, therefore the pratyayas would go and the thing would fall apart. Even though the thing which has come to be momentarily is causally efficacious. And it is interesting to understand, to see that both Nayayikas and Buddhists believe in, arth kriya karitva as a sign of some kind of truth that we attribute to our judgment. As a matter of fact, in Buddhist case, it would be rather be arth kriya sthiti, not arth kriya karitva. But I'll come to that later. So now the question that is raised by the opponent, which seems to be a Nayayik here, is that when you say things are shunya, right, then there must have been some means or instrument of knowledge that you must have employed. Otherwise, how would you know that things are shunya? Right? So when you state that, or it could be negatively defined as well. When you say things are without svabhava, there must be some way you must have come to know that things are without svabhava or things are shunya. And so you have to give some kind of pramana for this. So you must have used some pramana. But if you give an account of pramana, right, which according to Nayayiks you'll have to give, if you believe in shunyata, then you're adhering to some epistemological principle, right? That would mean there is something foundational in your epistemology, right? But Shunyavadin would not be happy with such kind of predicament. If some kind of foundational principles are attributed to him. So this is the context to the debate, because here, there's this dilemma before the Shunyavadin. If, they clearly propound shunyata of things, but they have to now, tell the Nayayik, how is shunyata known? If some kind of pramana is postulated for that, that would mean they believe in something abiding. And that, would contradict their principle of shunya, because that pramana through which shunyata is known cannot itself be shunya. If it itself is shunya, then it cannot be yielding anything in turn. So this is the kind of dilemma. Shunyavadins are known for their prasanga method. So it's kind of used against them in this particular text by the Nayayik. Right? Now, this is interesting. If you look at the debate here, it seems there may not be, it doesn't seem like that the Shunyavadin would have, some kind of convincing reply to it. But then Nagarjuna comes up with a very interesting reply to this objection, which I thought I would talk about today. So in reply to this question, Nagarjuna says something very interesting. He says, first of all, his reply is that I'm not talking about shunyata is not something to be known. He says there is nothing to be known. in the name of shunyata. So, your demand is unnecessary. To me, all I'm saying is something negative. It's you who see an illusion. You see swabhavata in things. As Professor Mishra also rightly pointed out, I'm not positing anything. I'm just clearing the dust on your eyes. So there is nothing positively that, I'm positive that I'm doing. So you're attributing to me something as if I was doing, I was propounding some kind of philosophy. And Buddha, himself was very clear. As a matter of fact, like Nagarjuna, we all know the controversy between the Mahayanists and the Hinayanists about, on this. Because Shunyavada is a philosophy based on Buddha's silence, right? And Buddha, was of the view that he would rather be known as a physician than a philosopher. His concern was to alleviate suffering, not to propound any new system. So, and adhering to this fundamental aspect of Buddha's teaching, Shunyavadins try to develop a school which is based on Buddha's silence. And as you can very clearly see, it is, a very, very difficult philosophical task. What could be more difficult of a philosophical task than this? And I personally believe, if you read Mulmatimika Karika and Vigraha, Nagarjuna does such a wonderful job of this. Now, coming back to how he creates his way through this dilemma that's been presented before him by the Nayayik. He says that, see, first of all, I'm not propounding a thesis that, you should be you could be critical of it, or for which you should ask me a proof. I have no thesis to present. But since, you are so, you so passionately adhere to Pramana system, let me in turn ask you a question. What's such a big deal about Pramana system? So he would say, well, are Pramanas, whenever you talk about Pramanas, are Pramanas always Pramanas of something? Right? If you see the point that is being made here, the idea is that whenever you talk about any Pramana system, Pramanas would always be Pramanas of something, right? So the further question that Nagarjuna asks is, if Pramanas are always Pramanas of, all right, there are only, it's a kind of a dilemma, Prasanga method as it's called in Shunyavada in philosophy. Are Pramanas of nothing? All right, if Pramanas are Pramanas of nothing, then what use are they? All right, they are as good as non-existent. The only other option that you have available is that Pramanas are always Pramanas of something. But that would mean that Pramanas, if they have to be always of something, that would mean that Pramanas themselves, for them to be, are dependent on what they are Pramanas of, right? So they become Pramanas at all if they are Pramanas of something, right? So, in turn, his further argument is, Pramanas become Pramanas only when there is something for them to be Pramana of, right? So then the argument is, because, Shunyavadins interpret Pratitya Samutpada as interdependence, which is very different from Abhidhammika's interpretation, where, as like was pointed out by Professor Bimlendra Kumar's first slide, their idea is that there is atomic reality, which goes on to make further constructs. All right, so at least atoms are real. For Shunyavadins, neither atoms nor the construct is real. So they say both are interdependent, right? So similarly here, from the epistemological point of view, the point that is being put forward by Nagarjuna is that if Pramanas are always Pramanas of something, and for them to be Pramanas at all, if they require something in turn to be Pramanas of, then, they Pramanas and Prameyas. Prameyas are what Pramanas prove, right? Then there will be interdependence, and that would result in shunyata of both, if you see what is being intended here. right? As a matter of fact, an analogy that is given here is that, like, sort of, suppose, somebody becomes a mother only when a daughter is born, right? Before a daughter is born, a lady is not a mother. So for her to be mother, she is dependent on something else happening. All right. Same applies. Oh God. Okay. All right. So it's interdependent, right? Being a daughter is dependent, so ultimate question that is being raised is, tell me who is daughter, who is mother? Because mother becomes mother only when daughter is there, right? And daughter becomes daughter only when mother is there. So that means daughter in turn depends on mother, and mother in turn depends on daughter. This is the example that is offered to sort of argue against. But further than that, there is one more possibility still remains with the opponent, which is often used by the Swata Pramanyavadins. All right, like in mathematics, we want to say that there are certain axioms which are self-proved. The term in Sanskrit is Swata Pramanya. All right, and the analogy that is often used for that is that of fire. Fire lights up itself. It lights up its object, it lights up its subject. It's called Tripati in the Orthodox tradition, in Advaita and Prabhakara tradition. So, and this, analogy, example of light, is very, very popular, all across. And in Vigrevavartini, Nagarjuna very interestingly presents a critique of this analogy as well, because this is the only other way out. You say that, there could be certain pieces, instances of knowledge, which are self-proved. And this is the analogy that is used for that. Now he uses, he comes up with a very, very clever refutation, and with my limited understanding, I'm reading, Professor Mishra would know, if it is, there's a counterpart in any other philosophical text. But so far, refutation of this analogy I've come across only in this text. Now, I'll just take 2 more minutes, to sort of tell you how this analogy is refuted. Nagarjuna says that this analogy is illogical, all right, though it looks like very convincing. Why is it illogical? He says, when we say light lights up itself, all right, it's a very strange way of talking about light. And if you analyze it closely, then you would find that only that thing makes sense to be lit up, which we could think of as unlit as well, as existing in darkness as well. All right. Say, for example, it'll make perfect sense to us if, for a moment, the electricity were to, to go off. We would all be in dark. We wouldn't be able to see each other probably. And when it'll be the room will be lit up, we would be visible again. Right. We continue to exist when light was not there. He asks Nagarjuna, that is, in the case of light, does it make sense? Because if you say light is lighting up itself, then we should be able to imagine light as not visible, as not yet visible, as not yet lit up, right? He points out, it makes no sense of visualizing light is as, light being unlit. So he says, since whenever we say something is lit up, it means that it could have been unlit as well, right? So he says, similarly, we should be able to imagine if light were as object at all, right? So he says, this analogy is fallacious. It's actually not quite working. Then he goes further than that. He says, if you say that, light being lit up, or basically means eradication of darkness, this could be another way. Then Nagarjuna points out, but when you say something is being eradicated, eradication is a transitive verb, even if you look at it grammatically. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm taking too much of time. I'll take just one more minute. so like when you say you're eradicating darkness, eradication is a transitive verb, right? That means you're doing something to something. And when you do something to something, there needs to be a concourse between the two. The two must come in contact with each other. Can we imagine darkness, so to speak, coming in contact with light? Doesn't make sense, right? So, and you know, like, I mean, there are sort of couple of more arguments. I think I shouldn't be sort of testing patience of the organizers. so you know, like, I mean, overall the sort of argument is that Pramana system is, you know, like such that it seems to go into circles, all right? Therefore, you know, there is some kind of an interdependence that is involved there. So your very demand of Pramana system is sort of, you know, not in place, right? Second is, even if you think in terms of, you know, self-proved axioms, that kind of idea also doesn't work because it has its own, you know, so to speak, problem. Now, just one more minute, because, you know, like, I mean, otherwise you would say this all sort of, you know, I mean, sort of, you know, you would think that there's no conclusion to it. Then, further question is to the Shunyavadins. Then there must be some purpose to all that you're saying. Aren't you, by philosophizing, trying to do something? Isn't it? Otherwise, you would be what Nayayikas would call a Vitanda. All right, Vitandist. Meaning, you just take pleasure in refuting others, whereas you have no thesis of your own. You have nothing to do but just taking pleasure in refuting everybody else. All right. So, you know, the question is, what kind of philosophical pursuit Shunyavadin is engaged in? All right, if this is all that they are doing. To that, Nagarjuna says, no, our purpose is very clear. Our purpose is that we want to alleviate suffering. This is all we care about. And we, of course, for that purpose, do make judgments. We do use sentences, all right? But those sentences are only instrumental, all right? Don't attach any epistemological sort of, you know, demand that you otherwise have to those judgments. Those are only instrumental. Once they have worked, you could pretty well forget about them, all right? There are several examples to it. Say, for example, you know, so Buddha wanted to be known as a physician. So whatever Shunyavadin is saying is of the nature of medicine. As a matter of fact, like, I mean, there is this medicine Buddha, you know, it's like, I mean, the symbol of medicine Buddha as well. So Buddha wanted to be known as a physician. So he says, take our sort of whatever we are saying just as of instrumental value. And also remember that, you know, the word for medicine in Greek is pharmakon. And pharmakon means both medicine and poison. All right? So once it has worked, you'll have to forget it. All right? So Shunyavadin also says, once you know what I'm saying has worked, forget it. All right? Otherwise, it'll become poison in turn for you. All right? So this is how the Shunyavadin justifies his or her philosophical enterprise. They say we are doing different kind of philosophy, which is therapeutic philosophy, right? Not of the kind of Nayayik. Yeah, so I've taken sort of, I've exceeded time, sorry for that, but thank you so much for listening to me so patiently.
We will have question later. We'll have question later after question. Well, thanks a lot, Professor Ajay Kumar Verma, for making his presentation through a very deeper analysis of the philosophy which pertaining to Pramana Pariksha especially. So our next speaker is Dr. Satyendra Kumar Pandey, who is Assistant Professor in the Department of Buddhist Studies, Delhi University. He's going to present on the topic, the dichotomy of real and unreal in early Buddhism. Dr. Pandey.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, distinguished scholars on the dais and off the dais, friends. By this topic, the dichotomy of real and unreal is related to the present theme of the conference. But before dealing with this, I would like to mention that early Buddhism is mostly documented in Pali text. It presents a profound framework for understanding reality through two complementary truths, conventional truth and ultimate truth. These perspectives illuminate the nature of existence, revealing how our everyday experience relates to the fundamental constituents of reality. This exploration examines how these truths interweave, guiding practitioners towards liberation through direct insight into nature of phenomena. The question of what is real in Buddhist philosophy is inseparable from the question who or what evaluates the real. In Pali canon, reality is not a static metaphysical substance but dynamic unfolding of conditioned phenomena as apprehended through purified cognition. Before proceeding further, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that Buddhism begins under the Bodhi tree at Uruvela. While relishing the emancipation, Buddha contemplated over dependent origination. In reverse order, in direct order, he realized the samsara, and in reverse order, the nibbana. Samsara represents the suffering and nibbana, cessation of suffering. In other words, one represents the conventional truth and other represents ultimate truth. And on the basis of this dependent origination, Buddha framed his worldview. However, in his first discourse, he taught the Four Noble Truths: Dukh, Samudaya, Nirodha, and Magga. When we peruse these Four Noble Truths, we realize that Buddha has used both truths here, Samuti Sach and Paramat Sach, conventional truth and ultimate truth, to make the people aware of the dukkha and dukkha nirodha, that is suffering and cessation of suffering. Whereas the first noble truth describes the various manifestations of suffering in conventional terms, the statement Sankhiten Panchupadan Khandapi Dukkha indirectly uses the ultimate terms. This is the reason Anguttara Nikaya distinguishes Buddha's teaching between Nayatha and Nitatha. The perusal of different teachings of the Buddha, it is clear that Buddha thought operates on two interrelated planes of understanding the conventional and ultimate truth. The Buddha frequently employed conventional language in discourses speaking of being, persons, men and women, while simultaneously denying any real independent existence of such entities. The Samyutta Nikaya records, by common usage, monks, the expression a being is implied referring to the five aggregates subject to clinging. This statement acknowledges conceptual reality for communicative purposes while clarifying that ultimately there are only aggregates. Thus, the twofold truths serve the hermeneutic key to understanding the Buddha's mode of discourse, uniting pragmatic communication with metaphysical precision. Paramat Sach refers to reality free from conceptual overlays and linguistic conventions. It is fundamental, irreducible nature of phenomena directly apprehended through insight Unlike conventional truth, which relies on names and designation, ultimate truth points to phenomena existing independently of our mind's conceptual fabrications. A Pali text identifying 4 such ultimate realities says there are 4 ultimate realities: consciousness, mental factors, material form, and nibbana. These 4 are called ultimate because they exist with their own intrinsic characteristics. They constitute the ontological foundation of all phenomena and are final objects of insight, vipassana. In the next slide, I have shown the 4 ultimate truths. 3 is conditioned and 1 is unconditioned. Now come to the conventional truth. It's related to the world of everyday experience. In contrast, samuti such denotes conceptual designations, panyattis, entities constructed by thought and language which do not exist in ultimate sense. The Visuddhimagga expresses this clearly. By convention, truth, there is expression, a being. In the ultimate sense, there are only the aggregates. This means that person, self, being are mere conceptual synthesis imposed upon the 5 aggregates. Thus, it encompasses the realm of language, concepts, and social convention that structure our daily lives. And this framework includes social constructs such as laws, customs, names, and roles. For example, a king is a king because society designates him as such. The conventional truth and ultimate truth are not 2 distinct things, and they are not opposed to each other, but complementary to each other. However, Buddha used these languages, skillfully adapting his discourse to context. Sometimes he spoke conventionally, for instance, take refuge in the Buddha. Sometimes ultimately, for instance, the enlightened one has no measurements. Understanding this interdependence prevents misinterpretation and supports to the path of liberation. Now see the difference between conventional truth and ultimate truth. Conventional truth is necessary for communication and social function. It provides framework for ethical action. It serves as pedagogical tool pointing to truth. It is provisional true for practical purposes. On the other side, ultimate truth reveals the fundamental nature of phenomena directly apprehended through meditation. It cuts through delusion and attachment, leads to liberation from suffering. Now the question is, why did Buddha use 2 truths? The Buddha used language skillfully, adapting his discourse to context and audiences. Sometimes he spoke conventionally, sometimes ultimately, sometimes both, as in the case of 4 Noble Truths. Understanding this interdependence prevents misinterpretation and supports the path to liberation. Sometimes he spoke conventionally, ultimately. Understanding this interdependence prevents misinterpretation and supports the path to liberation. The Buddha, in order to know these reality, epistemologically unfolds a 3-fold evaluative process. Number 1, attention, that is manasikar. Number 2, analytical discernment, yonis manasikar. Number 3, confirmation, sachikriya or jnana darshan. This triadic process describes not only how knowledge arises, but also how reality becomes evaluable through meditative insights. The following section traces this epistemic trajectory through key Nikaya sources, showing how each stage functions as both a cognitive operation and a soteriological transformation. In the Abhidhamma, it is classed as a Manasikar is classed as a universal mental factor, indispensable for any cognition. Attention is the act by which consciousness turns towards the object. In early discourses, Manasikar is often paired with Sati. In the Satipatthana Sutta, the meditator attends to what has come to be. Jatha Bhutang Manasikaroti. The term Jatha Bhutang, as it has become, marks the first epistemic orientation. Reality is not posited but observed as it manifests. So Jatha Bhutang Manasikaroti idang dukkhangcha dukh samudayocha, etc. He attends carefully to what has come to be. This is suffering, this is the origin of suffering. This stage is neither speculative nor interpretative. Rather, it opens a field for insight by directing cognition towards the actual phenomena. As Sanjukta Nikaya states, wise attention, monks, is the nutriment for arising of the mindfulness factor of awakening. Thus, Manasikar is not neutral, it is evaluative in orientation. It functions as the selective act of cognition that determines what is taken as real. Without it, as the Abhidhamma asserts, no object can be apprehended. While Manasikar simply turns the mind towards objects, Yoniso Manasikar involves reflective discernment of causal relationship. The Buddha repeatedly identifies Yoniso Manasikar as the critical factor distinguishing the wise from the foolish. When one attends wisely, right view arises. When one attends unwisely, wrong views arises. Here the evaluative function becomes explicit. Wise attention evaluates the real correctly by aligning perception with the causal order. The real is not established externally but recognized through internal discernment. The Sanjukta Nikaya expands this process in terms of dependent origination. Meditator attends wisely. When this exists, that comes to be. With the arising of this, that arises. This evaluative act, perceiving conditionality, is epistemically realist. What is real is that which arises dependently. What is not real is what is imagined as independent or self-subsistence. As apparent from the perusal of Mahasalayantik Sutta, the process of upparikha, that is investigation, marks the transition from conceptual understanding to penetrative insight. A meditator examines phenomena with wisdom, and having examined them, he understands them as they really are. Thus, upparikha represents the evaluative cognition itself. The mind scrutinizes phenomena by their intrinsic characteristic and dependent relations. Through this reflective discernment, cognitive delusion dissolves. In this phase, the real is that which withstands analytical scrutiny. The unreal is that which collapses under analysis, being conceptually imposed. This is formalized later. Samuti Sach is truth by convention, Paramach Sach is truth by ultimate analysis. The third and final stage is Sachikriya, literally making real through seeing. Here knowledge and vision, that is Jnana and Dasan, merge into direct realization, Abhisamaya. This is where evaluation culminates. The real is confirmed through lived seeing. In the Dhammacakkavartan Sutta presents this process as Buddha enlightenment experience in the following words: Jnanam utpadi, Panya utpadi, Vidya utpadi, Aloko utpadi. Knowledge arose, insight arose, wisdom arose, vision arose, light arose. Here the evaluative act achieves its consummation. What began as attention and developed through analysis culminates in Jnana Dasan, the unmeditated seeing of real. The truths are not proposition but condition realized. The structure of verification. We can verify it through Four Noble Truths, that is Dukkha, it should be fully understood. Samudaya, it should be abandoned. Nirodha, it should be realized. And Magga should be cultivated to realize the goal. Thus, Sachikriya is epistemic and ethical at once. The real is confirmed through transformative engagement, truth validated in the act of realization. According to Buddha, for me monks, knowing and seeing, thus the tents were destroyed. This final stage completes the evaluative cycle, attention, analysis, confirmation, corresponding to the soteriological sequence, learning, practice, and realization. That is Pariyatti, Patived, Pariyatti, Patipatti, and Patived. In this epistemic architecture, the faculty that evaluates is not reason or sensory perception, but panya, wisdom. The Patisambhida Mag distinguishes three modes of knowledge. Lokyang Puggalo Satte Passati Arya Savako Dhamme Passati. The shift from seeing beings to seeing Dhamma is shift from conceptual to evaluative seeing. Evaluation is not imposed upon reality but is purified functioning of awareness itself. Thus, in early Buddhism, what is real? That which arises and ceases in dependence. What evaluates it? Wisdom, that knows through dependence, co-arising, not through self. This logic avoids both naive realism and subjective idealism. In Buddhist epistemology, the real is rationally grounded and experientially confirmed. Now the summary of the three modes of evaluation of the reals. And next is, in early Buddhist thought, the evaluation of reality is both epistemic and soteriological. The real is that which endures scrutiny under Yoniso Manasikara and is confirmed in Jnana Dasana. The evaluator is Panya, functioning in accord with dependent origination. Thus, evaluation is not external judgment but the unfolding of wisdom's own reflective power. Attention opens the field, analysis refines perception, and confirmation consummates insight. What is real? That which, when fully attended to, analyzed, and confirmed, leads to the cessation of ignorance, as the Buddha declared, Yo dhammang passati, so tathagatam passati. In other words, to evaluate the real correctly is to see as the Buddha sees, to see the suchness of all things through the lens of dependent origination. Thank you. Bhavatu Sabmangalam.
Well, thanks, Dr. Satyendra Kumar Pandey. Well, I think we have sufficient time to have discussion in this session. So now panel is open for any questions or queries or any remarks you would like to make.
Okay, thank you so much. My question is to Professor Verma. Okay, so basically, I like the presentation, but there are a few things, make it very quick. First is, we got a sense, the audience got a sense that when you talk about the Shunyavada, talk about the Shunya, emptiness, you, on the one hand, you're talking about impermanence. So impermanence and Shunya, do you mean to equate the two? If you equate, then all the Buddhist schools except anicca, impermanence. Do you mean to say that all Buddhist schools except Shunyata? This is number one question. Then number two is with respect to, again, Shunya, you said that for Arya Nagarjuna, there's nothing to be, even the Shunya is not to be identified there. So on the other hand, you said that because there's dependent origination, so dependent origination is to be identified. If that's to be identified, do you mean to say that dependent origination has the intrinsic quality? If not, then why don't you also posit all the other things the way the dependent origination is posited by Shunyavada? This is number two. And number three is that what's wrong with the pramana for the Arya Nagarjuna? Just as dependent originations, Pratit Samutvad is not a problem. What's the problem with the Pramana? Pramana to know dependent origin, what's the problem? Pramana to know Shunyata was a problem. So whereas the reality is that Arya Nagarjuna very clearly indicated that ultimately nothing exists, but conventionally everything exists. Otherwise, so there we need to remember that the Shunyata should not give you the understanding of the nihilism, for the reason that Arya Nagarjuna in his text very clearly stated that having seen the Shunyata, having seen Shunya and conformed to the law of the cause and effect. This is the amazement of all the amazement, and this is the wonder of all the wonders. So where somebody cannot see the harmony of these two, Shunya at the same the functionality of the world. If you don't see the harmony, that is nihilism, it's not Shunya. Whereas only if you understand Shunya in the context of understanding the functionality, everything as to be accepted efficaciously, that's Shunya. So my questions, thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Would you like to respond, sir? Please.
So first of all, thank you so much for your question, and sort of it goes like right to the core of Shunyavada philosophy. So I sort of like to put things again to perspective. As I sort of in a peripheral way, I pointed out that in Mool Madhyamika Karika, the opponent is a fellow Buddhist, Abhidhammika. So, Shunyavadins have a very peculiar way of, interpreting the same, core Buddhist principles. And, yeah. Actually, sort of, his idea of sort of impermanence is slightly different. Say, for example, the idea that is sort of accepted by some other schools, including Abhidhammikas, and actually, I mean, sort of, it goes into their interpretation of the Pratyeka Samutpada doctrine. So, other schools would argue that even though the world that we see around us is a construct, is in a certain way figment of imagination, but what goes into it is has some kind of a basis behind it. So at least atoms that go into the making of it, at least there is somewhere where the buck stops, and that's where the Shunyavadins are not happy with the Abhidhammics. They would rather argue that everything, whether it's parts or the whole, both make sense with reference to each other only, and both are equally empty. If we want to believe that the buck stops somewhere, then we are sort of, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, perhaps Venerable Geshe-la wants to highlight that you equated momentariness with the Shunya word, Shunyata concept. Nagarjuna, when he has propounded the theory of Shunyata in his Mool Madhyamika Karika, so he is highlighting, he is erecting the edifice of his philosophy on the basis of the Pratyeka Samutpada, dependent origination. And for him, everything is conventionally true, yeah, but everything, when you investigate the things, so all the things are Chatuskoti Vinirmukta. In 4 categories of the existence, when you evaluate bhava, abhava, na abhava, and bhava bhava. So from all these 4 parameters, those cannot be said to be existing essentially in ultimate sense of essencehood. So perhaps what I understood by the question of Geshe-la, he is asking that why did you equate Shunya word with momentariness?
Like a couple of things.
With impermanence.
See, like in both, the text, Vigraha Vivartini as well as in Mool Madhyamika Karika. Even in the, at the end of Vigraha Vivartini, he... Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you mean to say that other schools also accept shunyata.
So, this is precisely.
If you equate, because male and females cannot be equated. If you equate, then you should be girl, I should be girl. So this is the point.
Gesela, my answer is, all the schools will have to accept sunyata, there is no problem, but not the sunyata as Nagarjuna has accepted.
Exactly. Are Nagarjuna, is he equating, Professor Parmaji, is he equating Nagarjuna's concept of shunyata with impermanence?
That is not right.
Yes.
No, see, the idea that I'm trying to put across is that in Vigrahavartini as well as in Mool Madhyamika Karika, at the end, it is said that the one who has understood the idea of, Pratita Samutpad has understood Shunyata. The one who has understood the impermanence of thing has understood Shunyata. No. Right. So this is how it is like being put forward in both
Professor Varmaji, dependent origination, emptiness, these two are equated. Where Nagarjuna said, whosoever sees dependent origination in the light of emptiness, and that is say, whatever is dependent originated, that's to be understood as the shunya. So that being mentally designated, this is the middle way, not impermanence.
Okay. So that would naturally result in impermanence.
It's very different.
No. This is what Venerable Geshe-la is highlighting, that if you equate that, then all those schools of Buddhism, whosoever believed in impermanence, and of course all those believed. So on the basis of that presumption, you will have to declare all the Buddhist school as a Shunyavadi school. And that would be a philosophical problem.
According to them, only the appearances are impermanent, but there is something underlying them. For Abhidhammikas, there is something underlying.
Okay, thanks.
Right? Yeah.
Thanks for highlighting this issue, Venerable Geshe-la. I'm informed that we are running short of time, so we can take two questions which are very essential. So Vimlanji first. Professor Vimlan Kumarji. Yes.
So thank you very much. My query is related with Professor Godavis Mishraji. That the term related with the belief, it has been given as a aparanta kappana. I'm telling that. So this aparanta kappana, if you go through it has been defined in our Dhamma Sangani, the first book of Abhidhamma Pitaka also, that when it has been said in the case of Sammaditi, Dukkhe Yanam, Dukh Samudaya Yanam, Dukh Nirodhama Yanam, Dukh Nirodhagamni Patpada Yanam, Id Pachayata Yanam, Paticha Samaj Pannesu, Dhammesu Yanam, Pupatta Yanam, Aparanta Yanam. So knowledge of the future. Yes. So here aparantak kap is in the sense of future, not in the case of belief. So
What I am telling
the exact equivalent term.
Your question is wonderful.
Yes, sir.
Your question is wonderful, Professor Kumar. But what I am telling is this: like when you accept something for the future, and the future acceptance thing is not a realistic thing, it is an absolutely based on some myth, unrealistic, something like something which nobody has seen.
Yes.
Okay, what it is? It is something like belief. I'm not telling there is no belief in Indian tradition. That also I told.
Can we translate belief as a faith?
Pardon?
Faith.
No, the same thing. So faith is.
We are having definitions of faith.
Professor,
also.
faith we translate as Shraddha.
Yes.
Sometimes. But Shraddha and belief are not same. See, belief, what is the problem is, belief is, I believe that there will be rain today. It may rain, it may not rain. Am I making. Belief is something which is not certain. So, but Shraddha is not belief. Faith is not belief. Belief is something which has unended possibilities. Like there is no certain possibility. That is what aparanta kappana, that I will go to some place Vaikuntha, Kailasa, Swarga, like these type of things, like whatever, like there are so many myths, legends, so many such type of concepts are there in our tradition, which Buddha says that these are not the things, this does not take you to anywhere, they are not pragmatically based. That is why I am telling,
Okay, thank
this
you, sir.
belief is something nearer to aparanta kappana. Not exactly, not exactly.
Okay, thanks a lot for your question. Yes, there was one question from there, and after that, yes.
Yeah, so my question is for Professor Ajay sir. So, sir, in Shunyata Saptati, Nagarjuna shows that the subject and object relation is empty, offering a profound critique of the ground of knowledge. Later, in Vrigravartini, he engaged with epistemologists more directly, challenging the Pramar theory of Vayanyaya. Denying the inherent nature of Swabhav in knowing, could this seen as a movement from ontological insights of Shunyata Saptati to a meta-epistemological critique in Vrigravartini?
Could you repeat your last sentence? I couldn't quite understand that.
Could this be seen as a movement from ontological insights of Shunyata Saptati to a meta-epistemological critique in Vrigravartini?
Yeah. But sort of like an ultimate thing is that something that I said at the end. If we say that I don't know whether sort of like directly relates to what you're asking me. The thing at stake here is that if the Shunyavadan is only engaged in refuting all the other schools, and there is nothing for him to propound from on his own, then it'll be akin to Vitanda style of argumentation, which is not appreciated by other schools, especially Nayayikas. Because in that case, you don't have anything to contribute to the debate. The debate is not leading towards any, kind of sort of enlightened stance. Right? So their idea is that, see, all judgments that you form, all right, the only truth about them has to be evaluated in terms of how it is helping the suffering of the person who's listening to you, all right? And another very important insight that you can sort of take from such kind of an epistemological stance is that in Mool Madhyamika Karika, it is said by Nagarjuna that Nirvana is Sansara, Sansara is Nirvana. What does it mean? It means that they are not propounding any teleological idea of liberation. That liberation is something, projected as out there, and, you'll have to sort of make efforts and you'll have to reach it. The idea is not that. The idea is to change your perspective. And so far as your perspective is changed, the same samsara turns into nirvana. So, even up to the point of nirvana, they remain very sort of, consistent in their position, Shunyavadan position, all right? As I sort of, try to respond to Geshe-la, that, ultimately for them, Shunyata is equated with nirvana. Shunyata is nirvana, nirvana is shunyata. So far as you're looking at samsara, from the point of view of shunyata, the same samsara turns into nirvana, all right? So they are consistent in their Shunyavadan position, even up to the point of, ultimate enlightenment. They don't leave it anywhere. Right? So, but it's just that, they wouldn't turn it into a teleology. Because when you turn it into a teleology, there is always a solace for the pursuer. And one of the reasons why Shunyavadan pursuit is not easy to follow is that there is no solace. The ground beneath your feet is constantly being dug. Right, and this is the difference, say for example, between a philosopher like Aristotle and Darwin. Like Aristotle, was continued to be accepted all during the medieval period. All right, because he's also ultimately a biologist. He's also talking about change, right? Darwin is also talking about change, but he's not projecting any telos. We don't know what this change is towards. right? And look at, the fact that Darwin wouldn't be accepted, if he were to be born or if he were to propound his theory during that period, all right? Because he's not projecting any telos. So Shunyavad has another very unique epistemological stance, all right, which distinguishes it from all the other philosophical traditions, that period, which is that they don't project teleology. And then, of course, Advaitins, as very rightly pointed out by Professor Mishra, in Brahm Sutra Bhashya, Shankar dismisses Nagarjuna in just one aphorism. He says these people who sort of believe in Shunyata are not even worthy of being engaged into a discussion with them. Why would I engage in discussion? But ultimately, he's also borrowing this true truth theory from them, all right? But it is arguable, Professor Mishra is a scholar of Advaitin, so I wouldn't enter into that territory. But there are similarities. For that reason, Madhva calls him Prachanna Bodh, a Buddhist in disguise. Other than that, Shunyavad is a very unique philosophical stance, which is non-teleological, stays consistent with this very difficult position from their ontology up to their soteriology. So, yeah. Sorry? Soterio. Teleological in the sense, projecting something to arrive at. Projecting, a sort of state, liberated state that you need to arrive as if it was something out there. So that's not the idea, as if it were some extra worldly, beyond samsara. There is no?
Solace, you said.
Solace in the sense that that there is somewhere to kind of something to pursue. The idea over here is that...
So Nagarjuna explained how the mind can be purified of the mental defilements and your fears will all dissolve. This is what Nagarjuna taught. What's your comment on this? So maybe what you're presenting seems like your thoughts on Nagarjuna, not the real Nagarjuna's thoughts. This is what I can see.
So, this is my understanding of...
it will be good like this. Otherwise, so how you present it, people get the impression that this is Nagarjuna. This is truly nihilistic.
No, he's not, certainly he's not nihilistic.
No.
He's
so what you said is that for Nagarjuna, that there's nothing. You said there's nothing, and pramana doesn't make sense. This is what he said. It's not true. This is not true. For Nagarjuna, has the pramana cognizing the dependent origination. Don't forget it. Pramana to understand shunyata. Don't forget it. So these are the realities.
He does
so therefore you have to make the distinction, how Professor Siddharth made distinction, that nothing exists intrinsically as essence, conventionally everything exists. Don't forget it. This distinction might be made. If you don't make this distinction, then dependent origination will make no sense. If that's the case, you fall into nihilism. This is not Nagarjuna's philosophy.
He's certainly not nihilist.
The way you are saying, you say pramana is not existent.
Sorry. I use the term therapeutic very clearly in my lecture.
You said, but what I'm saying, is that for you, according to you, Nagarjuna rejects pramana. This is what he said.
He's presenting a critique of
this is what I'm saying. So which means if you reject pramana, you have to reject all existences.
He's presenting a critique of pramana, in Vigraha Vivartani, doesn't he? There is this Praman Pariksha section.
This is, yes. He rejects the intrinsic Praman. You getting it? This distinction should be made. Intrinsic Praman is rejected. Praman is not rejected. He accepts the Buddha as the omniscient one. Praman to know Buddha as the omniscient one. He accepted that.
This is what I
so
said.
This is Praman.
At the end, this question is answered. This question is answered at the end, and I talked about it. That, that section is so different in its own way when he talks about ethical truths. The question is that if you don't believe in any epistemological truths, can there be ethical truths? There is an answer to that in Vigrevavartani at the end.
No, the
And I
question is,
clearly
you
said
should-
that portion is so complex that it has to be a lecture for some other day.
So
Right.
this,
So
what I'm saying,
yeah.
what I'm saying is, so basically this is academic discussion.
Mhm.
So what I'm saying is that if you reject pramana,
Mhm.
you have to reject any valid cognition. If you reject any valid cognition, you have to reject any form of existence, including the Buddha himself. This is what you reject. So you have to see the contradiction in you, what you're saying.
See, we don't have time to sort of, talk about how ethical truths still make sense to him despite critiquing epistemological system. And I said in my lecture that since that particular portion which comes at the end is very complex, it has to be a lecture for some other day. Right, so this
so
is...
basically
yeah.
the point is that, so how you presented Arya Nagarjuna is not Arya Nagarjuna's philosophy, to be very honest. You equated impermanence and shunyata. This is totally a disaster.
Oh, well, I believe that,
This is
that
where
Vijnana,
for you, impermanence and pratyasamutpad, these two was, you understand, these two are same. These two are not same.
Right. So, sort of my answer
This
to that is that
impermanence is subset of
I believe that there were so many Buddhist councils, people say in history 3. Some believe there was more than that. I think the reason was that what Buddha said remained contestable, and it would always be contestable, and that's the beauty of his philosophy. So thanks for your comment. This is all I can say. All right, thank you. Thanks for your comments. Okay.
Okay, so thanks to all the speakers, Professor Godavarish Mishra, Professor Anjay Kumar Verma, and Dr. S.K. Pandey, and thanks to those who raised very pertinent questions and remarks in this session. Very briefly, I would like to discuss the presentations. Professor Godavarish Mishra discussed about the Buddhist interaction with other schools. And it is not so that Buddhist standpoints have been discussed in the Shardalsan Suris, Haribhadra Suris, Shardalsan Samuchaya, or Madhvacharya's Sarvadarshan Sangra only, but also the Buddhist texts have extensively dealt with the other views, right from the Kathavattu Pali text, and then, for example, Tattva Sangra has extensively discussed about the different philosophies, and Shantarakshita, Acharya Shantarakshita has refuted all those views from his standpoint. So there's a lot to be learned from the dialogue tradition of Buddhism and its relationship with the different Buddhist schools as well as other Vedic schools or different kind of Samanik schools. He mentioned about Ehipassiko. We know that when we pay homage to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, so Dhamma is explained in the form of Swakhato Bhagavata Dhammo Sanditthiko Akaliko Ehipassiko Opanaiko Pachattam Veditabbo Viyunhiti Ehipassuko. Lord Buddha, Shakyamuni is inviting everyone, and as Venerable Geshe-la rightly informed that if he himself is inviting that, come see yourself. So, in essentially, without naming Pratyaksha Pramad, he is establishing that Pratyaksha Pramad is very, very important to realize the fact. So, how could Acharya Nagarjuna refute that, the existence of such Pramad in his theories? So, the Kalam Sutra is also mentioned by Professor Godavarish Mishra, which is very important, which invites all kind of belief system, which says that don't believe on anything just because it is written in your sacred text. Don't believe on anything just because it has been taught to you by your teachers, and so on. So again, Buddhism is a philosophy which invites all sorts of dialogue, criticism, and ultimately realization. As we mentioned, that epistemology is inseparable with soteriology. Aparant Kapana word was discussed by Professor Vimalendra Kumar. We know in the Brahmajala Sutta there are 62 kind of false views of this discussed. Pubbant Kappik and Aparant Kappik, ditthis. And in ditthi word, that it has come with the false views which are related with the future lives. So those things were discussed, and finally he presented Buddha as Mahabheshajya, the great physician. He mentioned about that, the highlights. And he also mentioned that the Dhamma, even one should, according to Buddhism, and which is not only in the sutras like Vakkali Sutta in the Pali literature, even in the Vimalkirti Nirdesh Sutra, when Acharya Vimalkirti says that even if you are attached with the nirvana, you are far from the nirvana. So those things, attachment with even like Dhamma issue is also discussed in the Alagadupam Sutta. Dhamma is not only like, of course we know that Dhamma has very different kind of connotations in Hindu tradition, Vedic tradition, as well as in Buddhist tradition. Even in the Abhidhamma, we have Akusala Dhamma also. And Dhamma in the Alagadupam Sutta is presented by the simile of a snake also, that if you understand the Dhamma in a wrong way, so it bites you like a snake may bite you if you handle that snake carelessly. So those things were discussed by Professor Godaharish Mishra. Professor Ajay Kumar Verma, he mentioned about, he discussed about the concept of shunyata, and of course, a lot of discussion has been done about samsara and nirvana, because he mentioned about samsara and nirvana, and he gave that Acharya Nagarjuna has mentioned about that samsara is nirvana, nirvana is samsara. In my talk also I mentioned about that shloka. Na sansara sa nirvanat kinchidasti visheshanam, na nirvana sa sansarat kinchidasti visheshanam. But he should have highlighted the core of the issue, that sansara, when we use shunya word for sansara, then because it is swabhava shunya. And when we apply the same term for the nirvana, then it is because it is prapancha shunya. Nirvana is beyond, it is beyond the description in the words, because it is prapancha shunya, and it is a subject of realization. But at the same time, Acharya Nagarjuna very emphatically make it very clear that everything exists, and certainly shunyata is not annihilationism, not nihilism, not nothingness. It is very clearly says that it is chatushkoti vinirmukta, that cannot be in the four categories of the mind, it cannot be defined. That is why Acharya Nagarjuna used the term that no other proper term can be applied for this sansara and nirvana better than shunya. So last presentation was by Dr. S.K. Pandey. He discussed about real and unreal according to Pali tradition, which was already discussed by Professor Vimalendra Kumar in his presentation, and I had also discussed about those things, so nothing much to discuss about that. But he discussed about that the nirvana is unconditioned, and let me repeat that when we use unconditioned, and as I mentioned in my talk, that we often tend to use the term like eternal, dhruva, like there's a shlok, there's a gatha in Abhidhamma Sangaho about nirvana. Padamachu machantam asankhat manuttaram nibbanamiti bhasanti manamutta maheshayo. The first line, padam achyuta, atyanta, which is endless, which is achyut, which cannot be destroyed, and then asankhat, unconditioned. So with these kind of terms, there is something happens that one can get this impression that we are talking, when we are talking of the nirvana, so we are talking of some eternal metaphysical substance or reality. That is not the case with Buddhism. It is very clearly that it is because it has to be realized. It is animita, apanihita. That is why it is used unconditioned, and it is free from the characteristics of the Sankhya Dhamma. Sankhya Dhamma has, Sanskrit or conditioned Dhamma have three characteristics: upad, thiti, and vaya. It takes birth, it stays for a while, and it is decayed. It is perished. Nirvana is free from all these three conditions. That is why it is unconditioned. So thanks a lot for your kind patience, and I am again thankful to all these three speakers for enlightening us by their presentation. Again, on behalf of the entire panel, I am thankful to Tibet House for having us on board. Thanks a lot.
Yes, absolutely. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Professor Siddharth Singh for chairing this session very eloquently, and of course to our three keynote speakers for sharing your respective expertise. As a gesture of gratitude for your profound presentation today, I would like to request Professor Siddharth Singh to kindly present the souvenirs to our respective speakers. We have our first speaker, Professor Godabar Risha Mishra, Senior Professor and Dean, Buddhist Studies, Philosophy and Comparative Religion. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. We have our second speaker, Professor Ajay Kumar Verma, Center for Philosophy, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. Last, we have Dr. Satyendra K. Pandey, Assistant Professor, Department of Buddhist Studies from Delhi University. Please give a huge round of applause for Professor Satya Pandey. Thank you so much, our chairperson and all the speakers. Now we are left with our last session of today, which is one of the most interesting session of today, which is a student panel discussion. And on this session, all of our panelists are students from various universities across Delhi. So for this, I request my colleague Kunjo Yangzila to moderate this session. Thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you, Lobsangla. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the last session shortly. Thank you for your patience. Good evening, everyone. It is my great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the final student panel of this conference. My name is Konchok Yangzes, serving as one of the Nalinda course coordinator, and I have the privilege of moderating this session. We are indeed fortunate to have our chairperson, Professor Ajay Kumar Verma Ji, Center for Philosophy, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi, with us this evening, along with our student panelists, Mr. Ashish, Ms. Sangamitra Gautam, Ms. Diksha Shakya, Ms. Pooja, Ms. Minakshi Sharma, Mr. Rahul Kumar, and Ms. Akshita. I would like to warmly invite them all to the dais. Am I audible? I would also like to invite Professor Ajay Kumar Verma Ji on the stage. Before we begin, I will take a moment to formally introduce our chairperson, Professor Ajay Kumar Verma. Professor Ajay Kumar Verma Ji is a professor at the Center for Philosophy, Jawaharlal Nehru University. His areas of interest include classical Indian philosophy, continental philosophy, comparative philosophy, and philosophy of religion. He has authored a book, From Method to Playfulness to Chaos, a critique of postmodernism, and is the co-editor of Dr. Ambedkar's Buddha and His Dhamma, a critical edition published by Oxford University Press. His recent interests include study of concepts related to mind and consciousness as presented in the classical Indian philosophical texts. He has published numerous research papers in national and international journals exploring intersections between Indian and Western philosophical traditions, examining foundational questions about knowledge, reality, and human existence across different philosophical systems. Now, I would like to hand over the mic to the chairperson, and I would also like to mention that after the students are done with their presentation, there will be a 20-minute cross-questioning where the student panelists can ask questions to each other if they have, and after that, the panel will be open for questions to the audience, and all of you are given 5 minutes as a time limit. Thank you. So I will hand over the mic to our chairperson. Thank you.
Can I speak from here?
Yeah, you can.
All right, fine. So you want me to give, sort of speak on some kind of concept note as well? Fine. All right, fine. So, I'm really honored to be chairing this session and being, I'm sitting with in the midst of some of the very talented, research scholars here. And so maybe since I'm being asked to say a few words before I begin this session, maybe I should say that there are, maybe let me begin, with a very famous quote from Nietzsche. Nietzsche very famously said that philosophy has the tendency to become decadent in religion. So what's the reason? Because philosophy as a discipline celebrates something new being said, and that's the idea of research. And I believe that I'm sitting in the midst of research scholars who would have something new to find in what they are studying. And if those, some kind of a fresh insight is not discovered in a philosophical text, then it ceases to be philosophy, because then you're not doing philosophy anymore. Then you're doing whatever else. Because this is medieval idea of philosophy, that whatever had to be said has been said. And in the name of philosophy, what you want to do now is just memorize what has already been said and not moving beyond that. That's a medieval idea, right? And the idea of research has come after a long struggle. Somewhere in the world we saw 1100 years of struggle, after which you could add to the corpus of existing knowledge and further the growth of knowledge. So the idea of growth of knowledge is something that we should never lose sight of, because if we don't do that, then we are going to medievalist times and believing that texts are something that have been delivered, right? Is some kind of something that you have to just memorize. So this is why, I think sitting in the midst of research scholars is something that I'm loving to do, because it's after you, after all you, that you would carry, would have this onus upon you to carry, that kind of idea of academic space where you want to read the text in newer and newer. And another take on the issue that I have is that if you want to treat philosophy as if something that's been delivered, then you've declared nemesis of the philosophical text. Because if you are not bringing it to new lights, say for example, there's a lot of research now being done on the idea of mind, consciousness, and so on. All right, and some of the ideas in classical Indian philosophy are being viewed in new light through new methodology. Right, a lot of comparative work is being done. Say, for example, the idea of mental states. A lot is being gleaned from the Buddhist ideas of regarding mind and so on. So unless that is done, you are declaring already the nemesis of philosophical texts, and becomes especially important from the point of view of ancient texts. Because if this is what is going to be your treatment of the ancient texts, then you have already taken it out from the academic space, and the moment you isolate it, you are making it available to select few. And that making it available to the select few is going to result in, I believe, not good of those philosophical texts, but would result in something other than that. So, having said that, I'm sure each one of you has prepared a presentation with some fresh insight into what you're studying. And Buddhism is one such school. It's not without a reason. It's called unorthodox. It's not without a reason. Now this, the very distinction between orthodox and heterodox, there are some scholars who want to undermine this distinction. But it's not without a reason that Buddhism is considered a heterodox discipline, because it lends itself to several, subject studies, which include, say, for example, one of my colleagues has done a lot of research on Buddhism and ecological studies. All right, a lot of work on philosophy of mind and Buddhism. Right. So sort of, I'm supposing that you would have some fresh insights, which in an academic space is something that must be celebrated, and it's the propelling force of any academic institution, and it's not without a reason that research degrees of any university is awarded in the name of philosophy of that discipline. MPhil, Master of Philosophy, it could be in physics or whatever, all right? The PhD, Doctorate of Philosophy of that discipline. It's not without a reason, because you are, introducing sort of, you're not saying that anything that had to be known is already known, right? You're saying that things, we are going to sort of push the boundary of knowledge. All right. So I'm very happy to be sitting in the midst of such research scholars. First in the line is Mr. Ashish, who holds an MA in Buddhist Studies with a focus on historical dimensions of Buddhism from University of Delhi, and BA honors in history from Shivaji College, University of Delhi. His academic interests include Buddhist philosophy, history, and cross-cultural interpretation of Buddhist texts, which I'm very happy to learn, cross-cultural interpretation of Buddhist texts. He has participated in several national and international workshops, including the National Workshop on Epigraphy and Manuscriptology and Mandarin Chinese online camp organized by Keynote University, Taiwan. Ashish has also presented a paper titled The Theory of Dependent Origination, based on Nagarjuna's core idea of emptiness at Tibet House, New Delhi, conference on quantum physics and Buddhist ontology. Yeah, quantum physics, a long time back, JNU had hosted a huge event on quantum physics and Shunyavada philosophy, where Reverend His Holiness the Dalai Lama was also present, and I had an occasion to sort of see him in person. Floor is all yours, Ashish. Okay.
Am I audible? Am I audible? Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. And today, very good evening to all of you. And as you know, today's topic is for panel discussion of what is real and what evaluates the reality. Okay, and for that, my topic is the ideal of Arhata versus Bodhisattva, contrasting spiritual goals in Theravada and Mahayana. So here's my paper. The schism between the Theravada and Mahayana tradition in Buddhism is not merely historical or geographical, but doctrinal and ideological, centering around differing soteriological goals. The ideal of the Arhata, the enlightened being who attains liberation, nirvana for oneself, epistemizes the Theravada tradition. In contrast, the Bodhisattva who vows to attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings, represent the Mahayana ideal. This divergence raises critical questions regarding the nature of enlightenment, selflessness, and compassion in Buddhist thought. Understanding ancient Buddhism requires examining later sectarian developments. Theravada Buddhism is regarded as a school, teachings. Following the Second Buddhist Council, division arose, and by the Third Council, nearly 18 sects emerged, reflecting internal diversity. After the Fourth Council, Mahayana Buddhism developed, reinterpreting Buddhist principles for contemporary needs. Consequently, Theravada and Mahayana became the two principal traditions, with Mahayana gaining broader popular appeal. If you talk about the Arhata ideal in Theravada Buddhism, so the Arhata is one who has completely eradicated defilements, kilas, and attained Nibbana through insight and moral discipline. The ideal is rooted in the earliest Buddhist scriptures, Pali canon, especially in the Sutta Pitaka. The Arhat follows the Noble Eightfold Path, focusing on on personal liberation through wisdom, pragya, ethical conduct, shila, and mental discipline, samadhi. While the Arhat ideal emphasizes individual effort and detachment, it does not imply selflessness. Compassion, karuna, and altruistic actions are practiced through not as central as in Mahayana thought. If we talk about the Bodhisattva ideal in Mahayana Buddhism, so the Bodhisattva path, initially reserved for those destined to become future Buddhas, became the universal model for spiritual aspirants in Mahayana. The Pragyaparamita Sutra and the Lotus Sutra exemplify this ideal. A Bodhisattva takes the Bodhisattva vow to liberate all beings to attain final Nibbana. Their path includes the principle of 6 paramita perfections like generosity, morality, patience, effort, concentration, and wisdom. Compassion and wisdom are balanced in the Bodhisattva ideal. This altruistic motivation defines Mahayana ethics, and it emphasizes on interdependence and non-duality. If we talk about the comparative analysis with these both ideals, Arhata and Bodhisattva, so the Arhata goal is liberation for oneself, and a Bodhisattva goal is liberation for all beings. Arhata follows the 8-fold path, and Bodhisattva follows the 6 paramitas. Arhata motivation is detachment from suffering, and Bodhisattva motivation is compassion for others. Arhata ultimate ideal is Nibbana, and Bodhisattva ultimate ideal is full Buddhahood. And Arhata seen Bodhisattva as rare and admirable, and Bodhisattva seen Arhata as limited or incomplete. If we talk about the philosophical and doctrinal foundations, so the Mahayana's Shunyata, emptiness doctrine depends the understanding of selflessness, extending it to all phenomena, unlike the Theravada emphasizes on anatta, non-self, primarily applied to the person. Theravada holds a more realistic sense. Mahayana embraces a middle way between existence and non-existence, especially in Madhyamika philosophy, especially historical and cultural context. If we talk about the historical and cultural context, so the evolution of these ideals is influenced by changing social and philosophical landscapes. Theravada dominated in South and Southeast Asia, emphasizing monastic discipline and spiritual orthodoxy. Mahayana spread through Central and East Asia, integrating local deities, rituals, and a more inclusive practice, lay practice. If we talk about the contemporary relevance, so in the modern Buddhist practice, the Arhata ideal is represent for its discipline and individual clarity, and Bodhisattva model inspires engaged Buddhism, social activism, and interfaith dialogue. Both ideals are coexist and are often harmonized in global Buddhist contexts. In conclusion, we can say the Arhata and Bodhisattva represent 2 paths within the same spiritual spectrum. While Theravada emphasizes self-liberation through introspective insight, Mahayana expands the goal to universal liberation through compassion and wisdom. Their convergence in modern Buddhist practice demonstrate the dynamic and adaptable nature of Buddhist philosophy. Thank you so much, all of you.
So should it be opened for question or last one? All right, okay. So next in line is Ms. Sangmitra Gautam, who's currently pursuing her MA in Buddhist Studies from University of Delhi. She holds a BCom honors degree and an MCom degree, also from the same university, and has successfully qualified the UGC NET in Commerce. In addition to her academic achievements in Commerce, she has completed a B.Ed and cleared the CTET examinations for both primary and secondary levels. With a strong academic background that bridges commerce and education, Sangmitra's current pursuit of Buddhist studies reflects her deep interest in philosophy, ethics, and interdisciplinary learning. So, floor is all yours, Sangmitra.
Thank you, sir. Lama Sangye Lama Che, Deshin Lama Gedunte, Kungi Jepo, Lama Yin, Lama Namlo, Chaksello. The Guru is the Buddha, the Guru is the Dharma, likewise the Guru is the Sangha. The Guru is the source of everything wholesome. I go for refuge in the Guru. Tashidile, Namo Buddhaya, and very good evening to all my professors, to all the Bhikkhu Sangh and Bhikkhuni Sangh, and most venerable Geshe Dorji Damdullah. So as this year we are celebrating the year of compassion, the 90th birth anniversary of His Holiness the 40th Dalai Lama. So I wish him a very healthy life, and may he live many, many more years with us. So on this topic, what is real and what evaluates it, I'm going to share my knowledge with you all. So, by examining key texts and philosophical frameworks such as Theravada Abhidhamma and the analysis of Mahayana philosophers like Acharya Nagarjuna and Vasubandhu, the study investigates how reality is defined, perceived, and validated. So this question, what is real and what evaluates it, is central to epistemology, the inquiry into the sources and justification of knowledge. Within Buddhist philosophy, this question acquires particular urgency because the very possibility of liberation, that is vimutti, depends on seeing things as they truly are. As already mentioned by Professor Siddharth sir, that is yatha bhutam, seeing things as they truly are. For example, understanding the nature of suffering, that is yatha bhutam, as suffering it is. To seeing suffering as it is, the causes of suffering, like what are the causes of suffering? Cravings and delusions. So in Theravada tradition, reality is understood through the framework of ultimate reality, that is Paramatta Dhammas, and conventional designation, that is Panyati. So Paramatta Dhamma is Param and Atha. Param is immutable, no change in their fundamental nature, and Atha is intrinsic nature, Sabhava, that is inherent characteristics that define their existence. For example, fire's ability to burn. So Paramatta Dhamma is reality to know the right view and right understanding in knowing the characteristics of things as they truly are. And what is Panyati? Panyati is Param plus Atha plus Anyati. Panyati. So Param, that is ultimate reality, and Atha, whatever we experience by our five senses and mind, any concept and material, it is called Atha. And there are many concepts and materials, but one is conventional designation, and that is Panyati. So Panyati is name of a thing or the conception about a thing. And there are several groups of Panyati. Santati Panyati, concepts of form, land, mountains. Samuha Panyati, collective concepts. Disa and Kala Panyati, concepts of locality and time. Akasa Panyati, space, and Nimitta, conceptualized images. And to elaborate this with the example, so we all know that the sun rises in the east. So you all agree with me that sun rises in the east. So it's reality. But it's not a reality because the earth revolves around the sun. So it is the reality, and the sun rises in the east, it is the Panyati, the conventional idea. So who evaluates reality? It is through cultivated wisdom, Panya, that the practitioner distinguishes reality. This wisdom arises from meditation and is evaluated by its capacity to remove defilements, that is klesha. And we usually recite a mantra in the classes, Om Gate Gate Para Gate Para Sangate Bodhi Swaha. So as Geshe-la says, if you recite whole day Om Gate Gate Para Gate, you will get wisdom. No, it's not true. You have to practice it and you have to follow the Buddha's teachings. So both Mahayana and Theravada tradition agree that there is no permanent, unchanging self or soul, Atman. All phenomena are impermanent, anicca, conditioned, pratitya samutpada, and without an independent essence. So, okay, I conclude here. So, Theravada emphasizes discerning ultimate dhammas through wisdom, while Mahayana challenges even the notion of ultimate categories, pointing to emptiness and interdependence. Together, they reveal the evaluation of reality is not merely a theoretical concern, but a liberation practice aimed at the cessation of suffering. Thank you so much.
So the third speaker is Ms. Diksha Shakya, who is a master's student in psychology with a strong academic foundation and deep commitment to mental health. She has completed a 30-hour clinical training program at AIIMS, Delhi, gaining practical exposure to therapeutic practices, and has pursued certified courses in counseling psychology from the University of Delhi. Alongside her academic journey, Diksha has worked with NGOs on mental health awareness, community outreach, and psychosocial support programs. She has also authored and presented research papers integrating psychological theories with real-world practice. Her interests lie at the intersection of research, counseling, and community-based mental health care. And she aspires to make psychological support a more accessible, compassionate, and impactful. There are a lot of studies are being done on mindfulness and Buddhist practices are. So I'm as much as I'm keen to listen to you, I'm sort of I'll have to apologize to the organizers that at 6 o'clock I have to be somewhere else. I've already sort of conveyed it to the organizers. So I'll have to be taking leave, but sort of somebody could come and continue. But it was a pleasure listening to at least the two of the research scholars, and I'm sort of sure that the third one is going to be sort of equally great. Thank you. Thanks for.
Thank you, Professor Ajay Kumar Verma-ji, for chairing the session. And he has to leave due to some unforeseen circumstances. So I would like to request Professor Vivek Suneja-ji to kindly chair the session. Thank you. Thank you so much.
A very warm afternoon to everyone present here. I am Diksha Shakya from Galgottias University, and before I begin with my student panel discussion, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Tibet House for inviting me to this beautiful conference and giving me the opportunity to share my views as a part of the student panel discussion. And my topic is Knowing Beyond Books, Psychology, Epistemology, and in Mahayana and Theravada tradition. If reality is a mirror, it shows nothing by itself. Only when the mind gazes, the world begins to breathe. Yet, who can say if it is the mirror or the gaze which is real? And with that, I have an opening question for all of you. Have you ever noticed how two people can see the very same event very differently? One says, I saw a cat cross the road. The other swears, no, it was a dog. This simple puzzle takes straight into today's theme, what is real and what evaluates it. Philosophical traditions have asked, is reality something out there? Is it fixed? Is it objective? Or is it filtered and shaped by our minds? As the Buddha once said, all conditioned things are impermanent. When one sees this with wisdom, one turns away from suffering. A reminder that reality isn't solid. It's always changing. And with this, I would like to bring in two Buddhist traditions, the Theravada Buddhism, which teaches us that reality is made of impermanence, anicca, non-self, anat, and suffering, dukkha. Through mindfulness, we observe reality directly and strip away any illusions which are to come towards us. Mahayana Buddhism, on the other hand, emphasizes sunyata, emptiness. It tells us that nothing has an independent essence here. Reality is interdependent, like a web where every strand shapes the whole and makes it one whole figure. Already you can see psychology in this. Perception is not neutral. It is not a common base between you and me. It is filtered, it is interconnected and constructed by our very own minds. As His Holiness the Dalai Lama beautifully said, reality is not fixed. It depends on how we perceive it and how we relate to it. This ties directly to a question raised in the concept note. Is knowledge already within us, or do we gain it only through experience? Empiricists like David Hume argued that the mind is a tabula rasa, a blank slate with which we are born. It shapes only by what we experience throughout our whole lives. Whereas rationalists like Descartes and Kant believe we are born with some built-in framework that shape how we interpret reality. Now, what does psychology say? Well, both. Studies in developmental psychology shows infants already expect objects to behave in certain ways, suggesting innate structures. But we also know experience and culture deeply shapes perception. What seems real in one culture might not seem real in any other culture. So psychology, find itself in a middle path, just like Buddhism. Theravada emphasizes direct mindful observation of reality, while Mahayana reminds us that the mind and the world co-create each other. Psychology bridges both, showing us reality is both structured and learned. As the Buddha wisely said, what we think, we become. The mind is everything. Now, coming closer to the human experience, in clinical psychology, we see how fragile reality can look like and can feel like. A person with schizophrenia may hear voices that feel utterly real to them. The system of evaluating reality is altered. This is where Buddhist psychology has entered modern therapy. Mindfulness-based approaches teach patients to observe their thoughts and emotions without immediately believing them. A thought is not always reality. Our dreams are not always true. They might be fragments of reality, but they are not the complete truth. Here, Theravada's sharp observation of the present moment and the Mahayan's compassion for the interconnected self both finds echoes in today's therapy rooms. As His Holiness the Dalai Lama reminds us, if you want others to be happy, practice compassion. If you want to be happy, practice compassion. So, what is real? Both Buddhism and psychology say reality is not something just out there. It is co-created by our minds, our perceptions, our awareness. And what evaluates it? The mind here itself. Sometimes clouded, sometimes biased, sometimes capable of clarity and also compassion. But for me as a student of psychology, this means remembering truth is not a single fixed picture. It is not a single fixed entity, but a dialogue between mind, experience, and awareness. As the Buddha so well said, peace comes from within, do not seek it without. And with this, I would like to once again thank Tibet House for this wonderful opportunity. This is me, Diksha Shakya, signing off. Thank you.
Thank you, Diksha. I think that was most insightful. And it's wonderful Tibet House is getting the students here too. And this is our future. So absolutely super. Next we have Ms. Pooja. She's a dedicated scholar with strong interdisciplinary background in political science, history, and Buddhist studies. She holds an MA in political science from Indira Gandhi National Open University and an MA in Buddhist studies from University of Delhi, where she also completed her BA honors in history from Shivaji College. Currently, she is pursuing a diploma in Pali at the University of Delhi to enhance her understanding of early Buddhist texts and philosophy. Pooja.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Pooja, and respected teacher and respected professor and scholars, and dear my friends. So my paper presentation topic name is Pramana and Perception, a comparative study of valid cognition in Buddhist and Western epistemology. My paper explore is comparative study of pramana or valid means of cognition in Buddhist philosophy and the notion of perception in Western epistemology. The central question guiding this inquiry is how do different traditions establish the source and validity of knowledge and what we learn from their conversion and divergence. Western epistemology from Plato and Aristotle, Descartes and Locke, central concern, justification, certainty, skepticism. Buddhist thinkers such as Dignag and Dharmakirti systematized highly sophisticated theory of knowledge recognizing perception and inference as the two fundamentals, pramana Meanwhile, Western philosophy from Plato to modern rationalist and empiricist has wrestled with a similar issue through often formed in terms of the justification of belief, the nature of certainty. Pramana in Buddhist thought, pratyaksh, direct perception, non-conceptual, immediate awareness. Anuman. Knowledge driven from reasoning, relatability, error, and the role of exclusion in conceptual thought. For Buddhist, valid cognition must be free from error and conducive to liberation. Perception is regarded as a direct non-conceptual contact with reality, while inference depends on logical reasoning. Importantly, Buddhist logicians introduced the doctrine of apoha, arguing that concepts functioning through exclusion rather than inherent inference. Identity and cognition, Nyaya and Buddhist perspective. A central concern in Indian epistemology is the question, how do we define an object? The Nyaya school, closely associated with the Vaibhashika tradition, places strong emphasis on methodology of knowledge, pramana, rather than on the metaphysical nature of reality, which was the primary concern of many other schools. For Nyaya, the process of correctly identifying an object involves a systematic analysis of the means of knowledge, especially perception, pratyaksh, inference, anuman, compassion, upmana, and testimony. Shabd there. Methodology underscores a step-by-step reasoning process to ensure that cognition corresponds to reality. In contrast, Buddhist epistemologists such as Dignag gave Indian philosophy a distinctive character by systematizing epistemology and logic in way that would dominated the medieval period, often regarded as the father of Buddhist epistemology. Dignag laid the foundation for analysis of perception and inference as the two valid means of knowledge. His works such as a Pramana Samuchya and Nyaya Pravesh present detailed discussions on the nature of perception, inference, and their possible fallacies. The Nyaya Pravesh in particular provides a concise entry into Dignag thought, offering insight into how cognition operates when posed with universe particulars, and linguistic or conceptual meditations. From Dignag perspective, perception is non-conceptual, is direct awareness of particular prior to the मैं कहाँ पर हूँ? Sorry, sir. You can have a water. You can have a water. It's okay. You just want to read the concluding lines. It's sort of timing. Oh, sir. Okay. Conclude. Critiques and limitation. Western approaches have been critiqued for overemphasizing theoretical justification while neglecting practical dimension of knowledge. Buddhist epistemology, however, has been critiqued for restricting valid sources of knowledge only to, whereas schools like Nyaya aspect for the pragmatic view of truth, risk, relativism. Conclusion. In conclusion, both Buddhist and Western epistemology seeks to answer the fundamental question, how do we know what we claim to, while their approaches differ non-conceptual immediately various conceptual meditations, they converge in addressing relatability, and error, a cross-cultural study of pramana and perception not only expand our understanding of knowledge but also demonstrate the importance of dialogue between philosophical traditions. Thank you. Bhavattu Sammangalam.
Thank you, Pooja. We have next Meenakshi Sharma. She's a postgraduate student, Department of Psychology at Galgotia University, Greater Noida. Her research interests include Buddhist philosophy, epistemology, and consciousness studies, with a focus on the intersections between contemplative traditions and modern psychological inquiry. She is particularly interested in comparative analysis of Theravada and Mahayana perspectives on reality and knowledge. Meenakshi, please.
Yeah, when you change the slide, use the down arrow.
First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Good evening, everyone, respective professors, scholars, and fellow participants. My name is Meenakshi Sharma, and I am a postgraduate student of psychology at Galgotia University. Today, I'll be speaking on the topic, what is real and how do we evaluate it? Epistemological issues and response from Theravada and Mahayana traditions. Before we begin, let's understand what epistemology means. It simply means study of knowledge. It asks questions like what is true? How do we know? Meenakshi. So I had a PPT ready, but seems like I'm gonna say it like that only. So where I was is that before we begin, let's understand what epistemology means. Epistemology is simply the study of knowledge. It asks questions like what is true, how we know something is real, what are the right ways to gain knowledge. In Buddhism, understanding reality is not just about thinking. It is about seeing things as they are, as they truly are. False knowledge causes suffering, and true knowledge leads to freedom. I think as a psychology student, I know this about Buddhism, that this is the most beautiful thing about Buddhism is that it only sees things as they are. They do not change it, they only sees how they truly are. Let's start with Theravada traditions. Theravada teaches that reality is made up of very small, momentary elements called dhammas. These dhammas are four kinds: mind, mental factors, matters, and nibbana, which is ultimate peace. Everything else, like a person or a tree, is seen as a concept, something created by our minds for our convenience. Theravada believes that we know about real thought through direct experience, reasoning, and words of Buddhas. By observing our thoughts and sensation carefully in meditation, we see that everything is impermanent, unsatisfactory, and without a fixed self. There is understanding, brings wisdom, and leads to liberation from suffering. Now let's look at the Mahayana tradition. Mahayana philosophers like Nagarjuna said that all things are empty, things called shunyata. It does not mean that nothing exists. It means that nothing exists independently or by itself. Everything depends on other things to arise. Just like a flower depends on sunlight, water, soil,
This is called dependent origination or pratyaspadutta. According to Mahayana, our ordinary knowledge divides the world into me and you, good or bad. But real wisdom, called prajna, goes beyond those duality. When the mind becomes still and compassionate, we directly experience reality as interconnected and open. This is the ultimate truth, which leads to enlightenment. When we compare both traditions, we see some differences. Theravada focuses on discovering what is ultimately real, the basic element of experience, whereas Mahayana focus on realizing that all things are empty of self-nature and exist only in relation to one another. But both agrees on one essential point: true knowledge removes ignorance and brings freedom. Even today, these teachings are meaningful. In psychology, for example, they remind us that perceptions are not always accurate. They are shaped by our thoughts, our emotions, and our beliefs. By understanding this, we can develop mindfulness, compassion, and inner balance. This is what we teach to our clients when they come to us and they are in some duality. This is what we teach according to Buddhism as well, that what we see always is not right. Sometimes clients are very negative about their lives. We show them that their way of seeing is different. There are positive things as well. They only focus on negative things, and we as psychologists show them that there are other perspectives as well. I think the time is quite short and my PPT is not working. So by understanding this, we can develop mindfulness, compassion, and inner balance. In philosophy, these traditions invite us to question, what does it really mean to be real? Is it what we see or how we experience it? To conclude, both Theravada and Mahayana shows that knowledge is not just about knowing, that is, it's about transforming ourselves. To see reality clearly is to free the mind from suffering and to live with wisdom and compassion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Meenakshi. Next speaker is Rahul Kumar. He's a final year postgraduate student, Department of Buddhist Studies at Delhi University, with intense curiosity in Buddhist culture, literature, translations, and ancient history. His academic pursuits are enriched by his dedication towards Pali translations, Buddha's life, and his Dhamma, which enhances his understanding of Buddhism, and collective sources, contexts like the Tripitaka and the Dhamma. Rahul's commitment to his studies is reflected in his comprehensive approach to learning, where he integrates various articles and scholarly resources to gain knowledge of complex subjects. Rahul, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Rahul. I recently completed my master's in Buddhist studies in Pali specialization. So as we know today, conference based on what's real and what's evaluates its epistemological issue and response from across the philosophical traditions. I want to say some few words about Buddhist epistemology centers on a personal experience to understand reality. Reliable means of knowing primarily perception rather than the blind faith. Sophisticated theories of logic and knowledge source developed by Dignaga and Dharmakirti, known as Paramanas, their knowledge must be effective in practice and reliable and reduce doubts. Epistemology offers a framework for rational inquiry and intelligent observation, making the teachings compatible with modern scientific inquiry. Now, I would like to come to my topic, Kathavathu and Instrumental Epistemology by Mogliput Tissa. So, as we know, Kathavathu is the Buddhist scripture attributed by Mogliput Tissa and compiling during the 3rd century BCE, third council around 250 BCE, held at the Asoka Rama Vihara and Patliput under the patronage of Asoka. So, it consists of 4 Painasaka groups of 50 points, which are further divided into 20 vagas. Each vaga consists of 8 to 12 questions and answers. in which the heretical views of different sects are specified, discussed, refuted, overruled, and Buddha's authority being accepted. So, Kathavattu is one of the book of Abhidhampitka that carries following 6 books. Those are Dhamsangni, Vivanga, Dhatu Katha, Puggalpati, Yamaka, and Patna. Kathavattu. The text was composed to address the doctrinal disputes and heretical ideas that emerged as a Buddhism spread and diversified, it illustrating the evolution of ideas and philosophies after the Buddha Mahaparinirvana, and provides systematic records of the philosophical differences among the various early Buddhist schools. So, modern instrumentation epistemology can be understood through the logical and methodological framework. Mogliputtissa method, while not a modern, but he employed to establish true knowledge of Dhamma and refute erroneous views. Vivajyavada, the doctrine of analysis, centered on a form of epistemological inquiry. Traditionally, Mogliputtissa credited with its complication, scholars' knowledge, acknowledge that the text, which documents debates over several centuries. In the Third Council, an Abhidham text refutes various known Theravada views that had arisen within the Buddhist traditions and compared to Kathavattu. As we know, an assembly convened to purify the Sangha monastic community of heretical doctrines and false monks who had joined the Sangha for royal patronage. In Kathavattu, epistemology focuses on how a proposition can be proven correct or incorrect procedures and canonical exemption. The Theravada school's position as the orthodox interpret the Buddha teachings through the refutation. This text composed question and answers that challenge a wide range of heretical views by other schools. Kathavattu epistemology primarily focused on the authority of canonical scriptures. The ultimate truth in the debate was aligned with the canonical Pali text, systematically analyzing statements to test their consistency with the Theravada doctrine logical method of refutation. This method demonstrated the heretical view cannot withstand rigorous logical scrutiny. Middle way of the Mogliputtissa epistemology eliminating absolutist and essentialist views. According to David Kalobhana, the existence of a permanent soul of Pugla, both eternalist and nihilist interpretation, emphasizes on the middle way and avoids metaphysical extremes. Mogliputtissa emphasized the analysis vivajja rather than engaging in speculative metaphysics. In the line of Buddhist principle, Dhamma's component parts undermine the false of notion of permanent self. Instrumental epistemology dealing with scientific instruments in modern philosophical term. It extends human sense to produce knowledge. Mogliputtissa method was form of philosophical and logical analysis based on scriptural authority, not on technological or instrumental method for gathering empirical data. Kathavattu refutes the real and ultimate soul Pugla and status of an arahant. The text debates fully enlightened being called from their attainment, have doubts exhaled by others. The Theravada position is that an arahant is permanently liberated. Here I mention some scholars like Winter Nietzsche are inclined to think that the Kathavattu formed the conclusion of the Abhidhamma. Pitka and Kathavattu should be considered as the Buddha Vachana. Kathavattu differs significantly from that of the other text in the Abhidhamma, and it does not list Dhammas, but aims at the refutation of the heretical views. So there is another scholar, Alice Cousins, believes that in spiritual tradition, the world over instructor have frequently employed apparent contradictions as part of the teaching method, perhaps to induce greater awareness in the pupil or to bring about a deeper and wide view of the subject in hand. If we talk about relations to broader Buddhist epistemology, Kathavattu present a method or rigorous debate Buddhist philosophical traditions in Mahayana schools that developed more elaborate and systematic theories of pramana. So I would like to conclude here. Thus, it seems that Kathavattu important text which not only establishes the major concept of Buddhism like Anatamvad, etc., and also influence subsequent writings like inscriptions, etc., on the basis of canonical literature. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rahul. And our final speaker is Ms. Akshita. She's an avid reader and learner. She's done a UG in history from Daulat Ram College. She's currently doing a PG in Buddhist studies with specialization Pali. She's also enrolled herself in Japanese certificate course from St. Stephen's College and Pali diploma course, Department of Buddhist Studies. She has a deep interest in reading and knowledge, history of art and architecture.
Thank you, sir. Namo tassa bhagavo arhato samma sambuddhassa. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Tibet House for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Moving forward, the title of my paper is Exploring Buddhist Epistemology through Milinda Prashna. The Milinda Prashna is an important text in Buddhist literature dealing with the profound philosophical exchange between King Milind and the Buddhist monk Nagasena. Through a question and answer format, the text makes complex Buddhist teachings accessible and engaging using logic, analogy, and experiential wisdom. It's more than just a religious text. It's a cross-cultural philosophical dialogue that addresses enduring questions about the self, mortality, and the nature of ultimate reality. In this work, King Milind poses challenging philosophical questions to the monk Nagasena, who responds with clarity, logical reasoning, and illustrative analogies. Milinda Prashna, though discusses with analogical reasoning and deductive logic in almost all aspects of Buddhism, it is very vast to discuss. Hence, I would like to dedicate my paper to the discussion of non-self here, while deliberating a bit about various other aspects that are being discussed in Milinda Prashna itself. At the heart of Milinda Prashna is the chariot analogy, used by Nagasena to explain the doctrine of anatta or non-self. When asked whether Nagasena truly exists as a self, he responds that Nagasena is merely a conventional term, just as chariot is a term used for the assemblage parts of a vehicle. Just as a chariot is not found in any one part nor separate from the parts, a self is not found in the five aggregates. Such conventional terms are being used as examples to prove for the ultimate truth. In Pali, this is attested as Yathahi anga sambhara hoti saddho ratho iti evang khandesu santesu peti sattoti samuttiti ti. Furthermore, Milind questions if there is no self, who is reborn? Nagasena answers, there is rebirth without transmigration, like a flame passed from one lamp to another. King then asks, is there anyone who after death is not re-individualized? Nagasena replies, some are so, some not. Who are they? A sinful being is re-individualized, a sinless one is not. Thus, Milinda Prashna addresses the law of karma, how intentional actions lead to consequences in this life and future lives. Milind then poses a question, where does one go after Nibbana? Nagasena replies, Nibbana is like a fire that has gone out when the fuel is used up. It is not a place one goes. When King Milind asks what Nibbana is, Nagasena simply puts it as it simply no longer arises due to the absence of fuel that are craving or ignorance. This profound metaphor emphasizes that Nibbana is not a place but a state of cessation, which means freedom from suffering and rebirth. Furthermore, Milinda Prashna delves deep into the ways of ethics of debates and discussions. Such gives rise to the well-known concept of Panditvad and Rajvad. While former is elaborated when scholars talk a matter over one with another, then there is a winding up, an unraveling. One or another is convicted of error, and then he acknowledges his mistakes, distinctions are drawn, and contradictions, yet thereby they are not angered. While when the latter one discusses a matter and he advances a point, if anyone differs from him on that point, he inflicts punishment on the fellow. Alongside Milinda Prashna's lists together, alongside Milind Panha's two lists together construct a Buddhist virtue epistemology, where the capacity for right reasoning depends upon both inner purity and conducive environment. Nagasena insists that debate must be rooted in seal, which is moral conduct, panya, wisdom, and samadhi. Unsuitable persons represent moral psychological impurities, while unsuitable places symbolize external distractions that mirror the internal ones. Hence, the 10 people and 10 places schema defines a negative epistemology. In conclusion, the Milinda Prashna remains one of the most intellectually vibrant texts in the Buddhist tradition that demonstrates a rational approach to spiritual inquiry. Its dialogical format, deep philosophical inquiries, and rich use of metaphor make it a bridge between cultures and traditions. Nagasen here ensures that Dhamma dialogue becomes disciplined exercise in Panya rather than being polemic. Thus, the practice of dialogue in Milinda Prashna is not rhetorical but a means towards liberation, not victory. External stability and internal virtue go together, and this constitutes the ideal atmosphere for the pursuit of truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Akshita. And this session shows that we have a living tradition here. Yeah, the gurus are here, but it's so promising that we have a living tradition here. It's being thought about, it's being engaged with, and young, bright minds are grappling with issues which the Buddha was grappling with. The Buddha was a rebel in his days. Yes. He was questioning everything. And I think the people here are following in that footsteps, and wonderful. So I think we must thank Tibet House. We must also thank His Holiness, who's kept this tradition alive. Nalanda, which had gone away from India to Tibet, and it's being revived back in our land, and that is absolutely brilliant. So congratulations to His Holiness, congratulations to Dorji, and he manages to get some wonderful people together, including the generation to be. And above all, I must congratulate people who are here. I think you deserve a big congratulations. Saturday morning to evening, yes, it is absolutely wonderful. So big hand to the audience above everybody else. I'm told we have no time for questions, but I'm sure there'll be, at tea, you can talk to our panel here.
Once again, thank you so much, Professor Vivek Suneja ji, for chairing this session, and to all the student panelists for their insightful and thought-provoking presentations. Your contributions have greatly enriched the discussions and added depth to the overall theme of this conference. Now, with that, we formally bring this final student panel to a close. Now, I would like to request our chairperson to present a white khadak and souvenir as a token of appreciation to our student panelists. Mr. Ashish. Ms. Sangmitra Gautam. Ms. Diksha Shakya. Ms. Pooja. Ms. Meenakshi Sharma. Mr. Rahul Kumar. Ms. Akshita. Thank you all for your kind attention and active participation throughout the conference. Now, I would like to request our chairperson, Professor Vivek Suneja ji, and all the student panelists to kindly gather for the group photo. You can come up in the front. No, Rahul, please come in the front. Thank you so much. Finally, I would like to call upon the stage Mr. Kunkyabla, Secretary of Tibet House, the Culture Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks. Thank you so much.
On behalf of Tibet House, New Delhi, I would like to thank our chief guest, Professor Vivek Suneja ji, our guests of honor, Professor Siddharth Singh ji, Professor Godavari Mishra ji, Mr. Pasangla, Professor Bimalendra ji, Professor Pandit ji, Venerable Pujala, and Professor Ajay Rama ji for taking your time and accepting our invitation and for sharing your profound knowledge with us. Congratulations to the student panelists for your wonderful presentation. I hope you all will emerge as great scholars in the coming years to come. I would like to thank my colleagues for all the efforts and enthusiasm into putting all this together. And I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our director, Venerable Keshidosh Damdullah, for constant guidance and for always guiding us. Last but not the least, as Professor Vivek ji has rightly said, I would like to thank all the audience and students for your active participation. We hope you found the conference interesting and enjoyable, and hope to see you all again in our future conferences and seminars. As my colleague Kungala have mentioned, we have upcoming conference in neuroscience, on neuroscience and Buddhist philosophy in November, and conference on universal ethics in December. Registration details are available on our website. If you wish to receive regular updates, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, and X. That is all for today. Thank you for joining us, and have a great weekend. Thank you.